Chapter 173. Li Qingshan said, "This boat is not bad, Little and likes it too." Little and was lying on the side of the boat, concentrating on the wing-like rudder that was moving in the water. Chapter 72. Zhang Lanqing smiled and said, "I made this myself. This child is called Little Anne. Won't she be in danger if she stays with us?" Li Qingshan patted Little Anne's head and said, "She can take care of herself. Why doesn't she use a propeller?" "What is a propeller?" Li Qingshan explained a little, and Zhang Lanqing understood. He immediately fell into deep thought. This structure is very unique. It seems to be compared to a normal or, Li Qingshan said, "Be careful." Zhang Lanqing was distracted, and the boat directly crashed into the rock wall. When he regained his senses, he quickly turned the boat around and patted his chest. That was close. Hao Pingyang said, "Clear your head, don't become muddle-headed when you think about machinery." Zhang Lanqing said, "I will definitely test it out when I get back. Qingshan, you will definitely achieve something if you come to the Mo family." Li Qingshan said, "Maybe." This could also be considered as using other mountain stones to improve one's own jade. In the place where the boat had just passed, on both sides of the cave, where the light couldn't reach, a pair of bright green eyes lit up. It was actually a dried-up corpse. Its entire body seemed to have fused with the rock walls and was covered in moss. After so many years, even the stench of the corpse was gone, and there was no breath. Even Li Qingshan did not notice it. It seemed to have received some order, and struggled to leave the rock wall, but its movements suddenly stopped. It saw a white prayer bead floating not far in front of it. Even after being refined, it only had the consciousness to obey orders, and the desire for flesh and blood, but it still felt an instinctive fear. The skull prayer bead penetrated its head, and a red light shone from its body, turning its flesh into fire, and its bones into water, merging into this small prayer bead. Somewhere in the depths of the cave, a skinny old Taoist opened his eyes. He had just awakened a corpse, but he had lost his sense of it. That feeling was very strange. That slight fluctuation seemed to signify fear. Of course, this was an extremely absurd thing. How could a corpse understand fear? Although the soul was still bound to the body, it had long lost the ability to feel fear. It was just an illusion. Then, for some reason, he recalled his experience at the giant sinkhole outside ancient Wind City. He was a cultivator who chased after corpses. Although he was infamous and ranked at the top of the blacklist, he was not bold enough to go around killing people and refining corpses. Once he crossed a certain limit, the Hawkwolf Guard would send even stronger guards to kill him. The cavern could not stop truly powerful cultivators. Hence, most of the time, he was a gravedigger or a corpse robber. Once he heard about what happened in ancient Wind City, he would immediately set out. There were 1,000 corpses there, and there were even quite a few Qi practitioners among them. He would definitely be able to find the best materials to refine the corpses. However, when he arrived, all he saw was an empty sinkhole. There was only shock and fear in his heart. He rejoiced that he had not arrived in time. Fear was an emotion he had not felt for many years. With a thought, he thought back to the morgue. The body of a body practitioner was quite tempting, but he had never trusted Zhuozhibua. As a result, he was extremely careful. The traps of the Mahis disciples were childish and laughable to him. Although his submerged shadow sword had been destroyed in a moment of carelessness and he was forced to flee, he was utterly furious, but he was not afraid. In his lengthy life, he had faced many more severe failures and dangers than this. However, just when his fake body successfully fooled his opponent and his true body successfully escaped from the morgue, he saw a strange sight. An extremely beautiful child sat on the ridge of the roof under the moonlight, staring at him quietly as if he had completely seen through his concealment technique. He did not give off any powerful aura, but the pair of calm, dark eyes made him tremble from the depths of his soul, as if he had encountered a natural predator. However, He escaped from the gaze very soon. The trembling feeling seemed like an illusion, but the sight was deeply embedded in his mind, unable to disperse even after a very long time. He felt like there was some sort of connection between these images, but he was unable to understand it no matter what. Sacred Hall, he shook his head. He had only lost an insignificant corpse. How could he have so many thoughts? Discarding all distracting thoughts, he revealed a sinister smile. Those intruders would soon die and become a part of his zombie army. He supported a stone coffin beside him. The stone coffin was engraved with runes that extended all the way to the ground and was locked down by heavy chains. With this treasure, no one could kill him, not even Joie. Little Anne leaned on the side of the boat and gently stirred the water. She stealthily scooped up the skull prayer beads, but when she turned around, she saw Li Qingshan glaring at her. She stuck out her tongue. The skull prayer beads were not ordinary spiritual artifact. It was more like a part of her body, so it could fly very far away and even look and listen in her place. Frankly speaking, she did not really like the smell of zombies. They were somewhat dry and somewhat similar to the specialty food of a certain place that she had taken her to eat some time ago, a kind of dry and hard pancake. However, the advantage was that it was easier to burn and not as noisy. Hao Pingyang suddenly said, "Something is coming." The few of them looked forward. Zhang Lanqing patted the lantern, and the light merged into a beam like a searchlight, piercing through the darkness. Vaguely, something could be seen floating on the surface of the water. It was densely packed together, a field of white. It did not float down with the current, but rather floated on the water surface, as if waiting for the boat to arrive. "Corpses!" He sure exclaimed. Those white things were floating corpses that had swollen from being soaked in the water. They looked like fat people floating on the water surface, covering the water surface. It was impossible to tell how many there were. Hao Pingyang said, "Don't let them get close." The few of them took out their 1,000 mechanism crossbows and fired fire crow bolts at the floating corpses. Whoosh, 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 the floating corpses exploded one after another. Li Qingshan pulled out the wind-entwining saber and infused it with true qi, wanting to unleash a wind blade. However, the wind-entwining saber did not react at all. He knocked on the blade and confirmed that it was completely broken. In his hands, an inferior-grade spirit artifact really couldn't withstand the torment. Although he could use true qi to achieve the same effect, it would consume too much true qi. The gains did not make up for the losses. Zhang Lanqing handed 1,000 mechanism crossbow and a few boxes of fire crow bolts to Li Qingshan. "I'm going to steer the boat. You use it." "Alright." Li Qingshan took the 1,000 mechanism crossbow and fired furiously at the water surface, blowing up 7 or 8 floating corpses. He had learned archery before, and his accuracy was better than Jin Yuan and Jin Bao's, earning him a few praises. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a gaze on him. He turned around and saw Little, and looking at the 1,000 mechanism crossbow with anticipation, no longer looking at the oars. "Try it." Li Qingshan handed the 1,000 mechanism crossbow to her. Little Anne happily took it. Hao Pingyang hurriedly stopped him. "Don't mess around." He complained that Li Qingshan did not know the gravity of the situation. How could he give such a dangerous weapon to a child? The 1,000 mechanism crossbow was extremely powerful. If Little Anne lost control and fired it recklessly on the boat, it would be terrible. He extended his hand towards the 1,000 mechanism crossbow in Little Anne's hand, but he missed. He was stunned. Looking back, all he saw was that Little Anne had already arrived at the bow of the boat, shooting at the floating corpses. Her aim was extremely good too, basically killing a floating corpse with each arrow. Li Qingshan patted Hao Pingyang's shoulder. "I said she can take care of herself. She can take care of you too." Hao Pingyang's eyes widened. This kid was so mysterious. Even the child beside him was so strange. With Little Anne taking action, the others put down the 1,000 mechanism crossbow to save some fire crow bolt. They watched her performance from the side and praised from time to time, "Nice one." Jin Bao smiled complacently. "Is this the zombie Taoist trying to use these little tricks against us? Looks like it's nothing special." However, before he had even finished speaking, he smelled a foul stench. The stench was so intense that it almost made him dizzy. Hao Pingyang said, "Hold your breaths. The stench is poisonous." The boat just happened to arrive where the floating corpses had exploded. Li Qingshan could clearly see that although the floating corpses had been destroyed and cleaned up, the gas within them had been released, turning into a heavy, faint, green gas that filled the cavern. The further they advanced, the thicker the gas became. Even the lantern was unable to penetrate it. They all held their breaths in a hurry. As Qi practitioners, they could circulate their true Qi through their bodies, which could completely replace breathing. However, as the gas grew thicker, their eyes began to tear up. Even their skin felt like it was burning. Even without Hao Pingyang's reminder, they had already released their true Qi to protect themselves instinctively. Just as everyone was busy fending off the gas and their vision blurred, undercurrents surged underwater. Li Qingshan was the first to sense it. "There's something underwater." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Waves surged, and cyan hands so rotten that their bones could be seen reached out from the water. They grabbed the oars and then the railings of the ship, climbing up the ship. Heads without eyes or noses were exposed, and they let out terrifying whimpers. Just as He-Esher aimed his 1,000-mechanism crossbow at the railings of the boat, a gust of wind blew over from above. He raised his head in a panic and saw a dried corpse pass through the poisonous gas, lunging towards him from the pitch-black ceiling. "There's one up there too," Hao Pingyang bellowed. He swung his yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and sent a dried corpse flying. Li Qingshan raised his head. Withered corpses hung from the jagged stalagmites at the top of the cavern, lunging down one after another. On the two sides of the cavern were specks of green light. Corpses broke free from the restraints of the walls, opening their withered mouths and lunging towards the boat. The quiet cavern seemed to come alive in that instant, turning into a terrifying hell. Vicious corpses littered everywhere. He-Esher and the others raised their 1,000-mechanism crossbows, but they didn't know where to aim. Although they had said that they wanted to wipe away their previous humiliation, battle awareness wasn't something that could be obtained just by saying it. It required countless battles or a talent like Li Qingshan's. Clearly, they didn't have either of these things. Jin Bao pulled the trigger in a panic. He almost hit his companions, but he didn't hit a single zombie. The wind-entwining blade drew an arc of light in the air, decapitating two dried corpses. Li Qingshan said, "I'll deal with the ones above. You guys crouch down and focus on dealing with the ones underwater." They hurriedly crouched down. Needless to say, Hao Pingyang raised his cannon and sent the zombies leaping towards them flying. Before they could even stabilize themselves, shrill screams came from the bow of the boat, rapidly approaching. Chapter 174. The massive corpses slowly floating on the water suddenly spat out poisonous gas and shot out of the water with astonishing speed. They flew into the darkness of the boat. He-Esher's mouth was agape, and the 1,000-mechanism crossbow in his hand drooped down. Terrifying corpses filled the space around him, making him feel like he was trapped in a terrifying hell. Even though they were the proud sons of heaven from the 100 schools of thought, it was clear what would happen to them if they were dragged into the water. Hao Pingyang roared as he swung the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light at the floating corpses, but he was unable to send them flying. The corpses exploded, releasing large amounts of poisonous gas and spewing out dark green corpse fluid. With a sizzling sound, the fluid splashed onto the deck of the boat, causing white smoke to rise. It landed on Hao Pingyang's face. Although it was blocked by his Zhenqi, he still cut a sorry figure. Bang! 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 Corpses exploded on the boat one after another. A thick poisonous fog completely enveloped the boat, making it impossible to see beyond a foot. All one could hear were the moans of the corpses echoing through the cavern. Losing his vision, Jin Bao panicked. He shouted, "Brother! Brother!" It was as if he was the only one left in this terrifying hell. He roared and shot into the water, instinctively releasing his Jinchi to block the attacks from all directions. The boat was too small, and the puppets could not move at all. Whoosh! 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 The fire crow bolts ran out in an instant, disappearing into the fog. Most of them shot into the water, exploding and kicking up even more ferocious waves. The boat seemed to be sailing in a stormy sea, but it just couldn't move a single step. Countless corpse hands held the boat firmly in place, climbing onto the side of the boat and dragging it into the water. Not good. The boat is sinking. Jin Bao shouted in panic. At this moment, an extremely withered corpse hand suddenly pierced through the fog and grabbed his hand. Ah! Jin Bao screamed and retreated, knocking into someone. Although the corpse hand was blown away with a burst of Jinchi, his mind was not so easy to calm down. Holy Church! In the thick fog, Jin Yuan heard his little brothers scream and also shouted, "Jin Bao, what happened to you?" Jin Bao panted as he tried his best to lower his head. The yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light buzzed above his head, stirring up a gale that did nothing to disperse the mist. Instead, it grew thicker and thicker. "Oh no, my true chi is about to run out." Heisher's tone changed. He no longer had the heroic spirit he had before he set off. Amidst the poisonous gas, not only did he have to release his Jinchi to protect every inch of his skin, he also had to slap away the attacks of the corpses from time to time. The other four were silent, and Zhao Lanqing was dumbstruck. Hao Pingyang wielded the yellow dragon's devouring cannon like a flaming wheel, repelling all the zombies that attempted to board the ship. Li Qingshan wove a web of blades with his wind-entwining blade, dicing up all the corpses that fell down from above. He felt extremely helpless over the performance of his teammate. Although the water corpses were terrifying, they were nowhere close to the zombies in the morgue. As long as they were prepared, even the masters of the Jianghu could deal with them. The zombie Taoist had successfully used the geographical advantage to unleash his full strength, dealing a mental blow to their minds and depleting their true chi. Even though he was not a strategist, he was a tactician. It was possible to imagine what the outcome would be if the submerged Shadow Sword were still around and they launched a sneak attack in the mist. Li Qingshan touched his talisman pouch, but then he smiled and pulled his hand back. He called out to Zhang Lanqing, "Prepare to set off." Zhang Lanqing returned to his senses. "What?" Little and was expressionless, but he moved as nimbly as a monkey. He snatched the 1,000-mechanism crossbow from Jin Bao's hands, and with 2 clicks, he loaded a new box of fire crow bolts into it. He spread out his arms, and the crossbow spat out bolt. He spun around, and the fire crow bolts formed a circle, brushing past everyone's hands and feet, landing on the water corpses on the side of the ship with great precision. Boom! 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 A series of intense explosions sounded out, kicking up waves of air and water that knocked the ship off the surface of the water. Zhang Lanqing called out. He channeled all of his Jinchi into the ship, and a stream of air spurted out from the stern. It took off and charged out of the poisonous mist. All that was left behind were mangled corpses and outstretched hands. His vision cleared up, and Heisher could not help but ravish with joy. He looked at the others, and they were no different from him. Only Li Qingshan and Hao Pingyang remained calm. Screeching sounds rang out again. Giant floating corpses spat out poisonous gas as they crashed into the ship. At some point, Little N had already stood at the bow of the ship. Her clothes billowed in the wind, and her thick, wavy, seaweed-like hair was pulled behind her, brushing past Zhang Lanqing's face. He widened his eyes, and felt that this silent child emitted a dazzling light. Her expression did not change, and her 2 small, white hands gripped the 2,000 mechanism crossbows. She did not move at all in the violent turbulence. The floating corpses exploded in the air, and not a single one was able to get within 10 steps of the ship. Bang! The ship once again landed heavily in the water, sending up countless waves. It sailed forward at full speed, leaving the dangerous waters behind. Cheers rang out from the ship, and Hao Pingyang could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Li Qingshan placed his hand on little Anne's shoulder, and smiled approvingly. Even he could not have done a better job while controlling his strength. In the end, it was still his own people who were more reliable. My little Anne is not a pig-headed teammate like you guys. Little Anne's lips curled into a smile, and she blinked her eyes, which twinkled like stars. Li Qingshan nodded slightly, and the skull prayer beads were thrown into the water once more. Hao Pingyang mumbled, "Is she still a child?" Even as a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, he did not have a better performance. Of course, his position was not that of an ordinary 6th-layer Qi practitioner. The explosive power of the Yellow Dragon's cannon of devouring light was enough to kill any 6th-layer Qi practitioner, and its killing range was extremely long. It was an even more frightening weapon than ordinary flying swords, but it was not suited for close combat. Li Qingshan shrugged. "Those behind you are the ones who are more like children." Before he could speak, Hao Pingyang's spittle flew everywhere as he cursed. "You bastards, and you still say you want to wash away your shame? Wash my ass, you can't even compare to a child. I think the 3 of us together will be much safer than with you guys." They looked at each other, and then lowered their heads, unable to say anything. Little Anne reluctantly returned the 1000-mechanism crossbow to Jin Bao, and handed the other to Zhang Lanqing. She felt that this trip was very interesting, more interesting than Jiaping City. At least shooting zombies was much more fun than stabbing ants. If Hao Pingyang and the others knew that their bitter battle was just an interesting shooting game to her, they would definitely be shocked. But compared to the dangers that Li Qingshan and the others had experienced, this was truly at the level of a game. There was no danger to speak of. Zhang Lanqing said, "I'll give it to you. I still have another one. This is a spare." Zhang Lanqing wanted to rub Little Anne's head, but Little Anne dodged. He did not feel embarrassed, and smiled as he rubbed his own head. Jin Bao gritted his teeth. "I'll give you mine too." He was indebted to Li Qingshan and Little Anne for helping him twice, but he had no way to repay them. Seeing Zhang Lanqing's generosity, he could not bring himself to do this at his young age. Moreover, this thing in his hands was completely different from when it was in the child's hands. Now that Little Anne held the 1000-mechanism crossbow, he felt more at ease than when he held it himself. His life seemed to be more secure. Then, the 2 of them very happily gave each of them 10 boxes of fire crow bolt. These were all things that could not be avoided on this trip. Rather than wasting them in their hands, it was better to give them to the child. Li Qingshan thanked Little Anne on his behalf. These 2000 mechanism crossbows were truly powerful weapons. An ordinary 3rd or 4th layer Qi practitioner could pose a threat to a Qi practitioner 2 or 3 layers above them. Moreover, it consumed very little true Qi. This kind of effect was not something an ordinary low-grade spirit weapon could compare to. It was worth at least a few hundred Qi gathering pills. Little Anne lowered his head and played with the 1000 mechanism crossbow. This crossbow's design was extremely intricate. Who knew how many parts it was made of? Although it was made of wood, it was as heavy as steel. In reality, Li Qingshan had still underestimated the value of these 2000 mechanism crossbows. These Mahis disciples had not even brought a single talisman with them. They had only brought a few puppets, a crossbow, and as many fire crow bolts as they could. This was a sign of their trust in these weapons. If they were sold outside, the price could easily exceed 1000 Qi gathering pills. They were expensive because of the blood, sweat, and tears the disciples of Moism had poured into them. However, as the makers, the cost was not that high, which was why they were so generous. In the region of water they had just left, the skull prayer bead turned into a huge skull. It spat out flames and swept away all of the corpses, whether they could move or not. After eating their fill, they left just now. A while later, black figures caught up quickly. They were the Hawkwolf guards led by Zhuozhibwa. They did not use a ship, using their own strength. Some were like apes, extending their arms and grabbing the rock pillars at the top of the cave before leaping forward. Others would step on the slippery walls and gently push off the ground when they ran out of strength, arriving on the other side of the wall. They advanced in a crisscrossing manner. They were no slower than the boats that traveled with the flow. Whether it be their reactions or their movement techniques, they were all first-rate. The most graceful of them all was Zhuozhibwa. He did not use his legs, but he stood on the surface of the water like it was flat ground, advancing rapidly. Only at a closer glance would they discover that he was standing on the tip of his foot. At this moment they stopped to investigate. Xiananda said, "That's strange. I clearly heard the sounds of battle just now, so why aren't there any corpses? Whatever. Let's catch up to them and kill them all first. We don't have to worry about anyone escaping in this cave. Aren't we going to use them to kill the zombie Taoists? I don't think they'll be able to reach the zombie Taoist's nest." Zhuozhibwa pondered silently for a while before suddenly swinging his hand forward, making a gesture to kill. The cave constantly twisted and turned. In such a terrain, Hao Pingyang's cannons were unable to unleash their full power, so there was nothing to fear. Chapter 175. Li Qingshan and the others were indeed facing this problem. The boat was anchored on the water. The cavern before them was no longer a single path. Instead, it had split into three. Every single path seemed similar, pitch black and deep. Who knew where they led to? Splitting up was obviously impossible. Who knew how many more forks there would be if they ventured deeper? They would definitely outnumber them. What do we do? Li Qingshan gained a better understanding of why the Hawkwolf Guard had failed to finish off the zombie Taoists. He even doubted whether he could do it. The most difficult part was not fighting, but searching. Hao Pingyang smiled complacently. Would I have come down here if I wasn't prepared? I knew these guys were unreliable, so I considered the worst-case scenario. As he said that, he fished out a wooden sphere that resembled a rugby ball from his 100 treasures pouch. Afterwards, he turned the mechanism at the top, and with a series of creaks, many tiny holes appeared on the sphere. It was like a beehive. With a buzz, a swarm of tiny insects flew out of the beehive, but they were not bees. Instead, they glowed like fireflies. Little Anne's eyes lit up again. He extended his hand and grabbed one, only to discover that it was not a real insect. Instead, it was an extremely intricate mechanical insect. There was a green gem on its tail, and every single one of them seemed like a fine piece of art. Li Qingshan asked, "What are these?" Hao Pingyang said, "You'll know once you see." Under his control, the swarm of insects split into 3 groups and flew into the 3 caverns. Hao Pingyang then turned the top of the beehive, and the tip shone with green light, forming a ball in the air. There was a huge speck of light and countless smaller specks of light in the ball of light. The tiny specks of light split into 3 groups, all starting with the huge speck of light. They left behind 3 twisting paths in the ball of light. At a closer glance, they were 3 caverns of different shapes. They actually formed a 3-dimensional map in the ball of light. Li Qingshan immediately understood their use. He praised the wonders of Maha's techniques once again. Afterwards, the specks of light began to split up, leaving behind even more paths and creating an even more detailed map. Hao Pingyang said, "I found it in the storehouse. It's a puppet specially used for searching and drawing. Everyone, rest up and catch your breath. Once we find the zombie Taoist's nest, we'll set off." Senior brother is wise indeed. Jin Bao praised. Everyone sat down, took some pills, and harmonized their auras. Hao Pingyang, on the other hand, focused on controlling the puppet insect. After a while, a mechanical insect probed out of a cave that had traces of human carvings. Then, the mechanical insect was destroyed by something and lost all sense of it. Annoying bugs. A withered hand crushed the insect. The zombie Taoist rubbed the stone coffin beside him like he was touching the face of his lover. Don't fret. There'll be fresh blood very soon. It'll all be the blood of Qi practitioners. Li Qingshan pointed at the ball of light. Looks like it's here. Zhang Lanqing and the others also revealed excited expressions. The goal of this trip was right in front of them. Hao Pingyang said, "Once we summon the mechanical insects back, we'll set off." When the last mechanical bug returned to the beehive-like wooden sphere, Hao Pingyang got up. He was just about to give the order to set out, but he suddenly frowned and looked towards the cave behind him. Li Qingshan said, "Looks like I can only send you here." At the end of the day, he still had to deal with his own matters. After clashing with Zhuozhibwa twice, he could not do it a third time. It was time to put an end to it. Zhang Lanqing said, "What?" Afterwards, he sensed the powerful aura from the cave, as well as the sharp killing intent. His heart skipped a beat. He Esher and the other two sensed the determination to kill, and their expressions changed as well. They could not help but look at Li Qingshan. Although they had spent most of their time studying the arts of engineering in the 100 schools of thought, they were not naive youth. They knew very well what it meant to be caught in the crossfire. If the Black Hawk commander had truly made up his mind to attack, he probably would not care about them at all. Instead, he would try to silence them. Hao Pingyang immediately said, "Let's set off right now." Lanqing, set sail. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. "No, the ship won't be able to shake them off with its speed. This has nothing to do with you in the first place. Go first. Once I shake them off, I'll catch up and rendezvous with you very soon." Qingshan's right. A single person is still a little smaller. The cave is so complicated, so we might not be able to find him. If we flee together, we might be pincered from both sides. Senior brother, hurry up and make up your mind. Heisher could not help but say. He did not want to become enemies with the Black Wolf commander over a kid he had just met. Not only would there be no benefits, but it would even lead to life-threatening danger. The zombie Taoist had lost the submerged shadow sword, and his ambush had been destroyed. He was extremely weak now. Even without Li Qingshan, they were confident they could take him down. As for the even darker thought in his head, he did not even bother to think about it carefully. If Li Qingshan was gone, then there was no need to split the 30%. Hao Pingyang said, "Then let's fight." However, apart from Zhang Lanqing, who stood up nervously, no one else responded. The aura grew closer and closer. Jinbao said, "Qingshan, you can leave Little and here for now. We'll take good care of her." Little and wielded 2,000 mechanism crossbows. She was extremely powerful, and she did not need to split the loot either. Of course, he would never admit he had such thoughts. "How can you do this? Didn't we say we were in the same boat? If it weren't for Qingshan, we would have died in the morgue," Zhang Lanqing could not help but say. Zhang Lanqing could not help but ask. Li Qingshan was his savior, so how could he be ungrateful? He sure grumbled, "My life has never been saved." He was a noble disciple of the Mahist school. He would definitely accomplish great things in the future, so how could he risk his life? "You." Zhang Lanqing pointed at Heisher, speechless. No matter how he looked at it, Heisher and the others would be doomed if Li Qingshan killed him. Jin Yuan lowered his head and grumbled slightly, "Senior brother Zhang, you're a 5th-layer Qi practitioner. We're not that powerful. Even if we stay, we'll just be more of a hindrance. You're strong, so of course you're confident. We're weak, so it'll be very easy for us to be killed. You 3 idiots." Hao Pingyang was extremely disappointed in his 3 junior brothers. Not only was their actions unjust, but they were also brainless. After the Hawkwolf Guard killed Li Qingshan, wouldn't they hunt them down and silence them? If they did not combine all their strength for battle right now, instead hoping for a moment of peace and comfort, they would be as foolish as they could be. He raised his hand high into the air. This was no longer a joke between his junior brothers. Instead, it was a heavy hand that resented them for failing to live up to his expectations. He wanted to beat them to their senses, but Li Qingshan grabbed him. The hearts of people were not exactly dark, nor were they exactly bright. Calculations of benefits would always exist in everyone's heart. It was just that everyone's choices were different. In the face of true life-threatening danger, just how many people would be willing to go through thick and thin with you? Although Li Qingshan felt cold, he still smiled. They're right. There's nothing you can do to help me. You've witnessed my abilities as a body practitioner. It's easier for me to flee alone. However, Little An has to stay by my side. With that, before Hao Pingyong could persuade him any further, Li Qingshan leapt backwards gently with Little An, leaping off the boat. He said, "Be careful. We'll meet again." He turned around and vanished into the black cavern. Zhang Lanqing was still in a daze. He rushed over and controlled the boat, heading towards the cavern on the other side, the zombie Taoist's lair. They parted ways just like that. Actually, Li Qingshan was not particularly optimistic about their chances. Although he had never met the zombie Taoist before, he knew just how cautious and crafty his enemy was from the 2 clashes he had with him. If he did not have absolute confidence in victory, he would definitely vanish into the web-like caverns. If he was willing to stay behind, it would be quite a terrifying matter. Only people with hidden strength like Li Qingshan could ignore this danger. He had already witnessed the battle prowess of the disciples of Moism along the way. Of course, he would not take pleasure in their misfortune and hope that they would die. He was not that narrow-minded, and Hao Pingyong and Zhang Lanqing were very loyal too. He wished them a safe journey from the bottom of his heart. However, he was not a nanny, nor was he the Virgin Mary. He believed he had a clear conscience and had done everything he could. As for the rest, he would leave it to fate and the hearts of people to decide. Zhuozhibwa hurried over with a group of black wolf guards. He sensed the 2 presences in the 2 caverns. Li Qingshan did not hide his presence. Gu Jian asked, "Commander, which way do we go first?" Zhuozhibwa said, "Let's kill Li Qingshan first. We can deal with the disciples of Moism later." This was his main objective for coming here in the first place. As the presences drew closer, Li Qingshan smiled. He used the power of the spirit turtle's Niden to control water to walk on the water and charge forward. The caverns rapidly receded before him, sometimes descending and sometimes turning. It was like there was no end to it. He constantly came across new forks and chose new paths without any hesitation. Suddenly, the sound of surging water rang out from up ahead. Li Qingshan seemed to return to the days when he cultivated under the waterfall in the mountains. This was the sound he heard every day. The sound grew louder and louder, becoming deafening. His vision cleared up. The surging river water suddenly dropped down without any prior signs, forming an underground waterfall. Li Qingshan leapt down over 30 meters and landed on a platform in the water. He looked around and all he saw was emptiness. It was a huge underground cavern, half the size of a football field. It was enough for him to demonify freely and stretch out his limbs. This was not a coincidence. Instead, he had chosen the battlefield along the path that the mechanical insects had discovered. It was also the graveyard of the Hawkwolf Guards. From the outside, it seemed even more perfect than the map that the mechanical insects had discovered. He sucked in a deep breath and gestured towards Little An with a glance. Little An immediately vanished into the water. Without waiting for too long, the murderousness rushed into the cavern very soon. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw Zhuozhibwa and a group of black wolf guards leap down from the waterfall, landing before Li Qingshan. Afterwards, they quickly dispersed, surrounding Li Qingshan. Zhuozhibwa said coldly, "I've finally caught you." Chapter 176. In the gloomy depths of the earth, the sound of a waterfall rang out endlessly. The underground river surged down, gathering into an underground lake in the large cavern. A small island protruded from the center of the lake. Swoosh! Zhuozhibwa and the 7 black wolf guards surrounded Li Qingshan in the center of the island. Every single one of them sneered. Gujian said, "Don't tell me this kid has lost his mind from fright. Don't waste your breath on him. Hurry up and kill him," a black wolf guard said impatiently. Xiananda said, "Yeah, Commander. We still have to chase after those Mahist disciples. I have my plans." Zhuozhibwa seemed to enjoy this feeling very much. He raised his hand to signal the black wolf guards to quiet down. He said to Li Qingshan, "Do you regret becoming enemies with me now? If you had come to Jiaping and behaved a little more politely, I wouldn't have to kill you, right? If you're willing to kneel and beg me right now, I might spare you." The absolute mental advantage he felt when he faced weaker enemies always made him feel very comfortable. Li Qingshan lowered his head and looked at the insignia on his black wolf uniform. The insignia on this is a wolf, not a dog. Seeing how the 7 black wolf guards were furious, he raised his hand. "Don't be angry. There's nothing wrong with being a powerful person's dog, but I just don't like it." A cold glint flashed across Zhuozhibwa's eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, the sharp knife was once again held in his palm. "Before I kill you, I have a few things to ask you. If you are willing to answer honestly, I will let you die a little more painlessly. Don't worry. You don't need to say anything. I'll give you a painless death," Li Qingshan interrupted with a vicious smile. The fangs in his mouth seemed particularly long. Zhuozhibwa suddenly felt a powerful, terrifying demon qi erupt from Li Qingshan, kicking up a whistling gale in the cavern. The black wolf guards raised their hands in fright as they stared at Li Qingshan in disbelief. Li Qingshan tore off his black wolf robe, revealing his sturdy chest. His bronze-colored skin gradually darkened, and there was a hint of steel luster. His eyes lit up with 2 red lights, and his black hair turned scarlet, draping over his shoulders. Continued to grow downwards, 3 feet, 5 feet, 7 feet, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch the ground. His aura also continued to rise until it reached the peak. Li Qingshan looked down and said to himself, "It seems to have grown taller again." The medicinal pills he had eaten these days were not in vain. His height was about 27 feet, and he was about to break through the 3-foot mark. Standing there, he was much taller than a 2-story building. His body seemed to be cast from black iron, and he exuded an immovable might like a mountain. Zhuozhibwa's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, "You're a demon. That's impossible." Li Qingshan had only joined the Hawkwolf Guard after being examined by Wang Puxi and Gu Yenying. With their cultivation, how could they not discover Li Qingshan's true body? However, he suddenly remembered that the important figure of the Rui Commandery possessed the bloodline of demons in the first place. However, because her bloodline was just too sacred in Great Xia, even more noble than many of the royal clans, many people often forgot about this. Was this part of her scheme? From a certain perspective, his guess was not wrong, but it was not some scheme. Instead, it was just a misunderstanding. He sighed for a moment, but it was all a sudden. If Gu Yenying wanted to set up some scheme, even the current Li Qingshan did not have the right to be a part of it. "Commander, what do we do?" Gu Jian said in a panic. He could clearly sense that Li Qingshan only needed to extend his hand right now, and he could crush him to death. When he thought about how he had always provoked something as terrifying as this, he felt a lingering fear. "I understand now. That's how you killed Zhao Liangqing and Qian Yanian." As Zhuozhibwa said that, he had already stabilized his mind. Li Qingshan was not the demon general he originally believed him to be. Although he could assume a human form, he was only a 6th or 7th layer Qi practitioner. He was not completely invincible. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why the great antagonists in stories would always spout nonsense, including Zhuo Zhibo from earlier. It was because the feeling of power that came from grasping the situation in one's hands was just too great. It was easy for him to think clearly. However, with so many counterexamples before him, he still had to hold back his emotions. He said with a deep, metallic voice, "You've guessed correctly." He raised his left foot, or perhaps his left hoof, in a seemingly unintentional manner before stomping down with great force. The sacred hall, his innate ability, the ox demon tramples. Jump! Zhuo Zhibo was the first to sense that something was amiss. He leapt into the air. Most of the other Black Wolf guards were veterans of the Jianghu, so their reactions were not slow either. True qi surged from their feet, and they all shot into the air like rockets. Only a third-layer qi practitioner Black Wolf guard reacted a little slower. Just when he wanted to leap up, the shock wave had already reached his feet and spread through his entire body. Several hundred of his bones immediately shattered, and his skin became riddled with cracks. He exploded with a bang. Zhuo Zhibo and the other Black Wolf guards looked down in fright, but they were not looking at the dead Black Wolf guard. Instead, they looked at the entire island. With a great rumble, the island shattered, cut into countless pieces by countless cracks. At the center was the bottom of Li Qingshan's right foot. The lake water surged violently, swallowing the rock and soil. Li Qingshan crushed the island with a single stomp, sinking it. It formed several hundred vortexes of various sizes. Li Qingshan stood on the waves, gazing up between the vortexes with his scarlet-red eyes. Zhuo Zhibo gripped his dagger firmly. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was not something a regular demon possessed. If he was no different from regular demons, why would Li Qingshan need to practice the ox demon's fist of great strength? With his recent days of cultivation, he was close to breaking through to the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength. He could feel his strength grow by leaps and bounds again. Although the ability became more difficult to practice and required more and more resources, the power it brought was greater and greater. Little Anne hid at the bottom of the surging water. Her lips curled into a smile, but she was in no hurry to strike, as she could sense that Li Qingshan was currently in high spirits. He needed some release. Li Qingshan said with some pity, "This move doesn't seem to be very useful. Let's try this move." He sucked in a deep breath and roared at the sky. The tiger demon's slaughter's howl. The sound waves shook up the surroundings. The wind swept through the air like blades. It was countless times more powerful than the wind blades from the wind-entwining blade. Zhuo Zhibo's expression changed. Oh no! Before the wind had arrived, the sound had arrived. The two Black Wolf guards at the very front clutched their heads in pain. Their true qi had basically dispersed, and they were about to fall out of the air. However, in the next moment, they were reduced to a bloody mist by the gust of wind that followed closely behind, scattering through the air. The howl echoed through the cavern for quite some time. The other Black Wolf guards barely managed to return to their senses from the shock of the sound waves. When they saw this, their hearts completely sank. The enemy in front of them was not something that any of the enemies they had encountered in the past could compare to. As long as they were struck by it, they would be smashed into pieces and consigned to eternal damnation. It was impossible for them to even think about getting injured and escaping. Li Qingshan said, "That's not a bad move. It should be described as a good combo." The enemy had been forced into the air by the ox demon tramples. Even qi practitioners would be unable to move, so they could not dodge the tiger demon's slaughter of the tiger demon's howl. Li Qingshan was killing his subordinates wantonly in an almost experimental manner. Zhuo Zhibo was both surprised and furious, and he even felt a sliver of fear. He had never thought that a hunt he had been so confident in would actually reverse the roles of the hunter and the prey. It had become a one-sided slaughter by Li Qingshan. This kid is even more dangerous than the zombie Taoist. If I don't find a way to turn the situation around, Even I'll be in danger today. Zhuozhibwa quickly chanted an incantation. He separated his hands and pulled out a ball of fire. The flames surged into a scorching dragon of fire, illuminating the entire cavern as it let out a long roar. It lunged towards Li Qingshan with its claws and fangs. He had already used his full strength in this strike. It could not be compared to when he was in the Hawkwolf Guard. Even if he could not heavily injure Li Qingshan, he had to turn the situation around and gain the upper hand. Li Qingshan completely ignored the incoming flames. He extended his claws and grabbed the dragon's neck. The dragon's roar came to a halt. Zhuozhibwa was not surprised. Instead, he rejoiced. He practiced the Bing fire method of qi of the 5 elements. It could ignite his true qi and turn it into scorching flames. All fire techniques seemed to be assisted by a god of fire. This was true qi that was extremely suited for battle. Its destructive power was only second to the gung metal method of sharpness, and its destructive power over a large area might even surpass it. The temperature of the flames could even melt steel in an instant. Since he was bold enough to grab it with his bare hands, he'd better leave a hand behind. However, his smile immediately froze. Under Zhuozhibwa's control, the fire dragon struggled desperately in Li Qingshan's hand. The flames on its body grew more and more intense, almost to the point where it shone with a golden luster. However, it was still firmly trapped under Li Qingshan's hand. Red light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. He closed his hand forcefully, and the fire dragon turned into countless shattered sparks, drifting through the air. The same move is useless against me. However, it did not even leave behind a burn mark on his hand. The 5 elements reinforced and countered each other. His demon qi was of the water element, so it just happened to suppress fire. The demon qi of demons completely surpassed the true qi of humans in terms of quantity, so extinguishing Zhuozhibwa's flames was nothing difficult. The 4 remaining Black Wolf Guards used this opportunity to launch their full-powered attack. They knew they were facing death, so every single one of them used their full strength. Low-grade or even mid-grade talismans turned into flames, wind blades, and lightning as they shot towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Spirit Turtle's profound shell." A faint, blue barrier of light protected him. Not a single attack managed to penetrate the Spirit Turtle's profound shell and reach him. All of the Black Wolf Guards despaired. How were they supposed to defeat an enemy that they could not even touch? Zhuozhibwa was filled with regret. He did not have any irreconcilable grievances with Li Qingshan. If he had known this earlier, why would he have turned against him in a moment of anger? Gujian called out, "Commander, let's retreat." The turtle shell is quite effective, but I wonder if it can block the assassination of a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at Zhuozhibwa, waiting to continue experimenting with his move. However, Zhuozhibwa ordered firmly, "Retreat." Chapter 177. As a matter of fact, Zhuozhibwa was not even bold enough to try using his flying blade. The range of his artifact was 30 steps. To regular people, that was quite a distance. However, with Li Qingshan's terrifying physique, he only needed to take a step and extend his hand to reach him easily. Swoosh! Zhuozhibwa had not lost his mind when facing an enemy like that in close combat. He would probably die to Li Qingshan before his flying blade could pierce through the barrier around Li Qingshan. He could not die here. As long as he returned and exposed Li Qingshan's true face, powerful masters of the Hawkwolf Guard would come to deal with him. How could the Hawkwolf Guard allow demons to mix with them? As Gu Jian fled out of the cave, he looked back and discovered in fright that Li Qingshan had vanished from where he was. The colossal figure had instantly appeared before him with unbelievable, terrifying speed. Before he could even respond, he felt his body tighten and ache, and he lost consciousness. Li Qingshan grabbed Gu Jian and casually tossed him towards another Black Wolf Guard. The Black Wolf Guard cried out in surprise. The wind whistled past his ears, and he suddenly looked back. All he saw was Gujian's bleeding face inches away. With a bang, the two of them collided into the wall together and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. They slowly slid down and were no longer separated. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and spat out. The spirit turtle's demon core shot out, piercing the other fourth-layer Black Wolf guard and reducing him to a corpse. In the blink of an eye, only Zhuozhibua and Xiananda remained. The unstoppable Hawkwolf guard had basically been wiped out. While all of this seemed to take a long time to describe, it actually happened without the slightest hesitation. Zhuozhibua fled the fastest. He had already arrived at the entrance of the waterfall, while Xiananda treaded on the water as well. When he reached the end of the waterfall, he suddenly saw the demon core turn around in the air and fly towards him. He cried out, "Save me, Commander!" Zhuozhibua would never stop. Xiananda bellowed out and unleashed his full strength. The true qi he had cultivated for all these years surged towards the incoming demon core like the tide. However, before an absolute difference in strength, any resistance was pointless. The demon core only paused slightly before suddenly accelerating, piercing Xiananda's head and leaving behind a tiny hole. Holy Church, whether it was a fifth-layer qi practitioner or a fourth-layer qi practitioner, it was no different from killing a regular person to Li Qingshan. Zhuozhibua didn't care about what was happening behind him and rushed straight to the entrance of the cave. Although the cave wasn't small, it couldn't accommodate Li Qingshan's huge body. As long as he entered it, he would be able to escape. Suddenly, he was alarmed. He forcefully twisted his body in midair. A white prayer bead flew out of the waterfall and brushed past him. With lightning speed, it brushed past his chest and tore off a piece of flesh. "You are." Zhuozhibua saw the child that Li Qingshan always brought with him, blocking the entrance of the cave with an expressionless face, standing on the silent flames. Although he did not release any aura, the sense of danger he exuded was not inferior to Li Qingshan's. Moreover, he could control an artifact. This child was actually an expert above the sixth layer, but how could he be so young? Zhuozhibua was left dumbfounded. Li Qingshan called back the demon core. Just as he was about to fall down, he used his demon qi with a thought, and a pillar of water rose up from the underground lake. It lifted up Li Qingshan and went straight for Zhuozhibua. There was a wolf ahead and a tiger behind, and each one was more terrifying than the last. Within the suffocating killing intent, Zhuozhibua's heart almost stopped beating. At that moment, he was filled with regret. He did not have any irresolvable conflicts with Li Qingshan. If he had ignored Li Qingshan in the beginning, he would still be the authoritative Black Hawk commander of Jiaping City. He would have all the women he wanted, and he would never end up like this. However, it was already too late for regret. In this moment of life and death, Zhuozhibua's eyes reddened. He raised his right hand and a flying dagger shot towards little Anne. If she was willing to move aside, then so be it. If she was unwilling, then he would drag her down with him even if he had to die with her. As expected, little Anne did not move aside. Forming a seal with her hand, the skull prayer beads also flew towards Zhuozhibua. Li Qingshan called out, "Little Anne?" He watched helplessly as the flying dagger pierced little Anne's chest. At the same time, the skull prayer beads struck Zhuozhibua's body, but they were blocked by a layer of protective true qi. They failed to pierce through Zhuozhibua in a single stroke, but they still sent him flying towards the waterfall. Li Qingshan's huge tiger claw carried a strong gust of wind as it clawed towards Zhuozhibua. Zhuozhibua's body lost balance, and his true qi was injured, so how could he avoid this claw? Li Qingshan immediately used all his strength, and with his unparalleled divine strength and enormous demonic aura, he crushed the layer of protective true qi on Zhuozhibua's body. Then, he did not stop. With the sound of bones breaking, Zhuozhibua violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Most of the bones in his body were broken, and he could no longer use any tricks. Li Qingshan rushed in front of little Anne. Are you all right? Zhuozhibwa knew that he was going to die after being held in Li Qingshan's palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed wildly. He was hit by my spiritual flame saber. He's definitely going to die. Little Anne shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Li Qingshan was still worried. As if he was picking up a doll, he picked up the little girl in his palm and examined her. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she was completely unharmed. There was only a small hole in her clothes. How is this possible? Zhuozhibwa's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if he was a chi trainer, he would definitely die if his vital organs, such as his heart and head, were pierced. The outer layer of little Anne's flesh and blood, including her vital organs and heart, were all condensed. It was the appearance of her skin. Her real body was a skeleton. Even if her physical body was completely destroyed, she was still alive and kicking. Something like the heart could be repaired after being pierced. It wouldn't take much effort for her to do so. That was why Shaoan didn't dodge. Instead, she took Zhuozhibwa's attack head-on. Zhuozhibwa suffered a great loss because of the information asymmetry. If he had not been so cruel, he might have been able to jump between the gaps of Li Qingshan's fingers for a while. Li Qingshan raised Zhuozhibwa in front of his eyes. You are much weaker than I thought. Zhuozhibwa said, Don't kill me. I can give you great benefits. At the same time, he focused all his attention on the spirit flame saber, looking for an opportunity to give Li Qingshan a fatal blow. Keep it for yourself. Li Qingshan tightened his grip. He did not listen to Zhuozhibwa's nonsense and crushed him to death. The best way not to be bewitched by the enemy was to not give them a chance to speak. The spirit flame saber fell into the water silently. Zhuozhibwa had seen Li Qingshan's true form, so Li Qingshan would never allow him to continue living in this world. Right now, the only benefits he needed were pills, large quantities of pills. As long as his cultivation increased, there would be benefits everywhere. The soaring dragon elder's summer ring was in his possession. Even if Zhuozhibwa took out all of his wealth, it probably would not be as valuable as a single item in there. Li Qingshan found 100 treasures pouch from the bloody mess. He called out, Little Anne, clear the area. Flames immediately surged over and took away Zhuozhibwa's corpse. They did not even leave behind a single droplet of blood. Afterwards, they dispersed and devoured the corpses of all the Black Wolf guards, reducing them to the purest energy. Whether it was their bones or flesh, the quality of Qi practitioners far surpassed that of regular people. They were rare delicacies. The color of the skull prayer beads became even purer. Afterwards, he returned with 700 treasures pouches and 7 low-grade spiritual artifacts. Li Qingshan picked up the spirit flame saber that had fallen into the water. It was a true mid-grade spiritual artifact, so it went without saying that it was worth quite a lot. However, before he could even check it, he suddenly sensed something. Someone's coming. Little Anne nodded, expressing that he had sensed it too. Although the person concealed his aura as much as possible, slivers of it still leaked out, unable to fool the senses of the two of them. The person was actually a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. Li Qingshan said to Little Anne, Let's hide and see who it is. He used the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression, and the spirit turtle's demon core sank into his dantian. He turned back to normal, concealing all of his aura, and dove into the depths of the pitch-black lake with Little Anne. Before long, a figure arrived at the entrance of the cave. He scanned the cavern silently like a cat. The dark underground greatly affected his vision, so he could not see into the water at all. However, Li Qingshan saw him clearly. The person also wore a black uniform of the Hawkwolf Guard, but the patterns on his clothes were different from regular Black Wolf Guards. Li Qingshan immediately realized that this person was the Black Wolf commander he had never met before. He had no idea how he had ended up here. The newcomer was Lao Shishan. He had followed Zhuozhibwa all the way here, waiting for a chance to take revenge. However, when he followed Zhuozhibwa to the first fork, he almost couldn't tell which direction Zhuozhibwa had gone. Only by relying on his sense of quantity did he choose the correct direction. He had only just reached the 6th layer, so he was still rather unable to control his true qi. As a result, Li Qingshan discovered him easily. Lao Shishan widened his eyes and patrolled the cavern extremely carefully. The demon qi he had sensed earlier was no joke. If he really did run into such a powerful demon, it would be extremely dangerous. The auras of the qi practitioners earlier vanished one by one. As it seemed, they were probably done for. He did not want to follow in their footsteps. However, after sensing for quite a while, he found nothing in the end. The demon qi seemed to have vanished into thin air. The spirit turtle's method of qi suppression was so effective that even a 9th-layer qi practitioner like Grandma Shiman could not sense it, let alone a 6th-layer qi practitioner like him who had just grasped the basics. Don't tell me Zhuozhibwa is dead. Lao Shishan thought of this, but his emotions were very complicated. He was happy but also regretful. He had endured hardships for several years, and just as he was about to take revenge on his old enemy had died in the hands of some inexplicable demon. However, he was still more happy at the end of the day. He also decided not to take any risks, silently retreating along the same path he had come from. Li Qingshan and Little and burst out of the water and sat on the beach to rest. Let's see what we've found. Suddenly he thought, I wonder how Pingyang and the others are doing. I wonder if they've found the zombie Taoist's dwelling. Hopefully they're fine. Fresh blood continuously flowed from Jin Bao's body. He died with his eyes wide open and fear of death was frozen on his face. However, he was unable to stop the arrival of death. From his chest to his lower abdomen, his abdomen was cut open with a heavy technique. He died an extremely tragic death. Chapter 178. Chapter 76. Iron Plate Corpse. The small boat drifted with the wave. It fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere was rather cold. Hao Pingyang's face was completely sunken. He sat at the front of the boat, gazing into the depths of the cavern. The waves he kicked up landed on him. Zhang Lanqing furrowed his brows firmly. All he cared about was steering the boat with his head lowered. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao both felt rather awkward and ashamed. They said nothing. He Isher suddenly said, How many years have we known each other? We've only known Li Qingshan for less than a day, yet you're turning us against each other for the sake of an outsider? They had all attended the 100 schools of thought when they were young, and they were in the same year. Although there were differences in strength due to their different talents and efforts, it did not affect their relationship. Or in other words, Hao Pingyang did not look down on them because they were weaker than him. Instead, he took great care of them. Jin Yuan said, Isher is right. Senior brother Hao, don't be angry. Qingshan will be fine. Our priority right now is to work together to deal with the zombie Taoist and complete the mission Master gave us. After a moment of silence, Hao Pingyang sighed heavily. He nodded slightly and said, Make your preparations. This time, you won't have that kid to look after you. Jin Bao said confidently, Don't worry. We'll definitely perform well this time. These images flashed through Jin Yuan's head rapidly, but they had lost their original color. They became pale white, only leaving behind Jin Bao's deathly still face. Tears constantly flowed down his face. He glanced at his younger brother one last time, but he dared not stop. He was like a headless fly, running around randomly in the pitch-black cavern. The heavy, beast-like breathing behind him grew closer and closer. A boulder suddenly blocked his path. He could no longer advance. He had actually reached a dead end unknowingly. How did this happen? If he had stayed behind and faced the enemy with Li Qingshan, would the outcome have been different? Yes, it would definitely have been different. Even a Black Hawk commander could not be more terrifying than this monster. Bang! Jin Yuan turned his head abruptly and saw a human head flying out of the darkness. It bounced a few times on the ground and landed beside his feet. It was the head of a puppet that he had released to block the monster. It had been smashed into pieces in a single exchange. A tall figure walked out of the darkness in front of him. His feet seemed to be wearing iron boots, clanking as he stepped on the ground. His eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light, and 4 long fangs protruded from his lips. He was panting like a hungry beast. Ah! Gold Ingot howled as he fired a string of fire crow bolts from his 1000-mechanism crossbow. Clang, 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 clang. When they landed on the black shadow, sparks flew everywhere. The sharp fire crow arrows were actually unable to penetrate the monster's skin, and the series of flame explosions were also unable to harm it in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to be completely enraged as it let out a roar. In the light of the fire, the monster's body was covered with a layer of iron armor. It wasn't worn on his body, but was tightly attached to his body, covering his entire body. Every inch of his skin, even his face, was covered with half of an iron mask, making him look extremely cold and ferocious. Don't come over. Senior apprentice brother, save me. The monster leaped up and pounced at Gold Ingot like a bolt of lightning. A sharp claw stabbed into Gold Ingot's chest and lifted him into the air. Then, it bit down on his neck and sucked large mouthfuls of blood. Gold Ingot struggled with all his might, constantly hammering the monster's body, but it was to no avail. His arms and legs gradually lost strength, and after twitching a few times, he fell to the ground. His last thought flashed through his mind. If I didn't run away, I could at least have died with Senior Apprentice Brother and the others. Senior Apprentice Brother, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a hurried bell rang out from the depths of the cave. The monster suddenly raised its head and carried Gold Ingot's corpse. It let out an unwilling roar and ran in the direction of the bell. The monster carried the 2 corpses to a wide cave, then lay down on Gold Ingot's neck and sucked his blood. The stone coffin was no longer on the platform in the cave. The thick chains that had originally locked the stone coffin were now tightly binding Hao Pingyang. To no surprise, He Yishe and Zhang Lanqing stood beside him. Their limbs were tied up as well. They were haggard and on the brink of death. Hao Pingyang became utterly furious when he saw Jin Yuan and Jin Bao's miserable deaths. He called out, "Jin Yuan, Jin Bao!" The chains rattled wildly. Zhang Lanqing and He Yishe were devastated as well. Ku. The zombie Taoist laughed madly. You want to deal with me with just a bunch of trash? Have you witnessed the power of an iron plate corpse? He had spent all these years hiding underground and studying corpse refinement painstakingly, but he had not only refined a bunch of useless corpses and zombies. These things could only be regarded as rudimentary items in the path of corpse refinement. They could be used to bully the weak, but they were basically useless against powerful Qi practitioners who were skilled in battle. Only by refining an iron plate corpse could he claim to know how to refine corpses. The zombie Taoist said, "Do you know just how much effort I spent to refine this iron plate corpse?" Hao Pingyang and the other 2 cursed aloud. The zombie Taoist said to himself, "I spent several years digging up graves and corpses everywhere. Who knows how many people I killed, but I only found 12 suitable corpses out of over 1,000. Afterwards, I refined a lot of refined metal into molten iron and poured it over these corpses layer by layer, dissolving and replacing their original flesh and blood. Just this process took me another 3 years, and I lost over half of the corpses. Afterwards, I constantly watered them with fresh blood and refined them with corpse refinement. Only then did the corpses gain intelligence and come alive. This took me another 3 years, but only this one succeeded in the end. The owner of this corpse was a top expert who practiced external martial arts. I poured molten iron on him and used true Qi elixirs to keep him alive. I didn't let him die until he had accumulated enough resentment and hatred before I started to refine him. Sure enough, this is the only one that was successful. I really can't be merciful. He sure shuddered all over. Having scorching molten iron poured over him was a terrifying form of torture. The zombie Taoist's words chilled his heart even more. The zombie Taoist laughed madly. Although it took a decade of hard work, it was worth it. It was worth it. The iron plate corpse was impervious to weapons and moved like the wind. Its body was as tough as a spiritual artifact. Even sixth-layer Qi practitioners could only avoid it if they encountered it. When Hao Pingyang barged into the dwelling with his junior brothers, the zombie Taoist, who had been prepared long ago, released the iron plate corpse. The zombie Taoist had been prepared long ago. He released the iron plate corpse, and the outcome was as clear as day. They were basically surrounded by two sixth-layer Qi practitioners, and they had the assistance of a group of zombies. They were heavily injured very soon. Jin Bao took advantage of Hao Pingyang clashing with the zombie Taoist and the iron plate corpse attacking the others to flee. Jin Yuan immediately followed him, but the iron plate corpse still caught up to him in the end, and he died a violent death. The zombie Taoist vented the depression he had accumulated for many years. He calmed down and said sinisterly, "Do you know why I'm telling you all this? That's because I want to refine you into iron plate corpses as well. With the experience from last time, it'll definitely be very easy this time." This was the terror of refining corpses. As long as he had the time, he could become an army all by himself. Hao Pingyang continued to curse loudly. All of the blood immediately drained from Zhang Lanqing and He Yisher's faces. If they were refined into iron plate corpses, just the process alone would be worse than death. He Yisher's willpower collapsed. He sobbed and begged, "Please don't kill me. I'll give you everything. Once I become a proper mechanism master, I'll be able to earn lots and lots of spiritual stones. I can't die here." Hao Pingyang said, "Don't beg him. He won't spare you. We disciples of Moism have to die like men even if we die. Master will avenge us." He Yisher said resentfully, "It's all your fault. If you didn't bring us here, it would all be your fault." Hao Pingyang was stunned. He was speechless. Zhang Lanqing said, "He Yisher, have you lost your mind?" He Yisher said, "I haven't. You're the same as him. Fifth or sixth layer, beating and cursing at us as you please. All of that is because of your talent and cultivation. What's so great about that?" Hao Pingyang's heart chilled. With his cultivation, he only had 30% of the profit. He could have easily found better companions. He just wanted to take care of a few classmates he was on good terms with, but he never thought he would end up like this. The zombie Taoist laughed aloud, as if he was watching a show. Then He Yisher fawned over the zombie Taoist. "Taoist, master, I'm willing to be your slave. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I just hope you can spare my life." The zombie Taoist said, "All right. If you want to be my slave, there'll be plenty of opportunities." After a pause, he said, "Just wait until you become a zombie. Compared to living people, zombies are much more reliable. TSK, with your talent, you probably won't be able to become an iron plate corp." He turned to Hao Pingyang. "You're not bad. It's a pity that Li Qingshan didn't come with you, or I'd have 3 iron plate corpses. Who in Jiaping City would be my opponent then?" As soon as He Yisher ravished with joy, he sank back into despair. His face was ashen. Even as a zombie, he was not as good as Hao Pingyang. That was extremely sarcastic. With a gentle smack, a small figure shot past quickly. "Who's there?" The zombie Taoist suddenly turned around and looked at the pitch-black entrance. He controlled the restless iron plate corpse before waving his right hand. 4 zombies leapt out. He had specially refined the 4 zombies, so they were much more powerful than the zombies in the morgue. Although they were not as powerful as iron plate corpses, they were equivalent to 3rd or 4th layer Qi practitioners. However, when the zombies leapt out, they did not make any sound at all. The zombie Taoist's expression changed. His connection with the zombies was severed at the same time. Who is it? Get your ass out here. Brother Hao, you really don't make friends. Li Qingshan walked in from the entrance. Zhang Lanqing said, Qingshan. The zombie Taoist was overjoyed instead of surprised. It's you. He studied Li Qingshan up and down. You really are great material. If you can be refined into an iron plate corpse, you might even be a little more powerful than this guy. Hao Pingyang said, Be careful, that's an iron plate corpse. It's too late. A cold light flashed through the zombie Taoist's eyes. He struck Yinling, and the iron plate corpse lunged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan retreated rapidly. At the same time, he drew his wind-entwining blade and swung it forcefully. It shot past the zombie Taoist and directly shot towards the chains around Hao Pingyang's limbs. Chapter 179. The zombie knows martial arts, don't even think about it. The zombie Taoist extended his hand and easily grabbed the wind-entwining blade that shot past him. He swung it forcefully at the stone platform, and the damaged wind-entwining blade immediately shattered. With a rip, the black wolf uniform that could block crossbow bolts was ripped open 3 times by the iron plate corpse's claws. Li Qingshan was forced out of the dwelling in an extremely horrible shape. He called out, Little Anne! Clang! The crossbow string tore through the air, producing a sharp sound. The zombie Taoist suddenly looked to the left. All he saw was the child standing silently under the moonlight on the roof of the morgue, holding 2,000 mechanism crossbows. He shot out 60 fire crow bolts, which turned into 60 specks of red light. They flew up, down, left, and right, sealing off all of the zombie Taoist's escape route. Luring me away? The zombie Taoist sneered. Since he could not dodge, then he would not. However, 6th-layer Qi practitioners possessed powerful true Qi aside from refining corpses. How could he be killed so easily? True Qi surged out violently from his sea of Qi. He took off his low-grade spiritual artifact robes and flung them before him. Channeling his true Qi into them, the robes turned into a metal screen. Boom! 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 The fire crow bolts landed on the robes and were immediately triggered, exploding. Although his Taoist robes had been reduced to ashes, the zombie Taoist was completely unscathed. He took out an identical 1,000 mechanism crossbow. Now try mine. He had just obtained this from Zhang Lanqing. He wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Zhang Lanqing had never thought that the weapon he had created would end up being his enemy's weapon. Little and did not block it forcefully. He retreated behind a stone pillar, and with a few clangs, a few fire crow bolts nailed themselves into the rock. They exploded loudly, blowing the stone pillar to pieces. However, Little and had vanished from behind. The zombie Taoist frowned. Suddenly, he turned the 1,000 mechanism crossbow around and aimed it at Hao Pingyang. What are you trying to do? He shot out a few fire crow bolts. Hao Pingyang lunged over with the broken chains in an attempt to launch a sneak attack. Little and did not think he could defeat the zombie Taoist with just the 1,000 mechanism crossbow. He wanted to use this opportunity to save Hao Pingyang. A few fire crow bolts accurately destroyed the chains. The zombie Taoist was observant and alert, so how could he not know? Hao Pingyang neither dodged nor retreated. He swung the metal chain viciously and blew up the fire crow arrow. He charged at the zombie Taoist furiously as if he wanted to perish together with him. He was filled with endless fury that he wanted to vent. Faced with Hao Pingyang, who lunged over like a mad tiger, the zombie Taoist stood there without moving at all. He constantly fired the 1,000 mechanism crossbow, but he was extremely restrained, pausing slightly after firing 2 or 3 bolts. He was not like Jin Bao and the others, who fired them all at once. The light from the explosion flickered on his face, illuminating the sneer on his face. How could he be defeated by an enemy he had just subdued? As soon as Hao Pingyang arrived 5 steps away from the zombie Taoist, the violent fire crow arrows forcefully blasted open the chains, creating a gap. Finally, an arrow passed through the gap between the chains and shot towards his chest. Hao Pingyang tried his best to use his true qi to block the attack, but he was also sent flying by the explosion. He fiercely crashed into the stone wall several dozen feet away, and his efforts were in vain. A qi practitioner who had lost their spiritual artifact was like a tiger that had lost its claws and teeth, and he was a feeble tiger at that. The zombie Taoist lowered the 1,000-mechanism crossbow with contempt. Suddenly, he was alarmed and hurriedly raised his hand to protect his waist, but it was already too late. A tiny figure shot over with unbelievable speed and snatched the bell from his waist. The zombie Taoist was surprised, but he did not lose his composure. He said coldly, "Do you think you can control the iron plate corpse just because you have the bell?" The bell was only a tool to summon and control the iron plate corpse. However, what truly controlled the iron plate corpse was his own will. The bell needed to be activated by him in order to be effective. Little An turned around and rushed out of the cave. All he saw was the iron plate corpse chasing Li Qingshan everywhere. Although he had the swift breeze talisman to accelerate him, his black wolf uniform had already become tattered. Fortunately, he had the ox demon forges its hide, which was why he was not too heavily injured. If it were not for the fact that he had to consider how to explain himself, he would have transformed a long time ago and killed the iron plate corpse. Although the iron plate corpse was fast and powerful, it was not intelligent. It did not know any techniques either, so it was not his opponent. Little An shook the bell, but the iron plate corpse did not seem to hear him at all. It continued to chase after Li Qingshan. Sure enough, it needed the zombie Taoist himself to control it. Little An placed down the bell and raised his hand. Li Qingshan dodged the iron plate corpse's claw by a hair's breadth. Suddenly, the iron plate corpse seemed to sense something. It turned around abruptly, and all it saw was a swathe of dark red flames filling the cave and surging over. A familiar hint of fear suddenly appeared in his resentful and bloodthirsty heart. The iron plate corpse did not possess true qi or demon qi. Its armor alone could block the attacks of any technique or spiritual artifact, but right now it struggled to block the invasion of the flames. The dark red flames swallowed the iron plate corpse, wrapping around it like a snake. It all poured into the iron plate corpse's mouth, leaving nothing behind. The iron plate corpse's movements suddenly halted. Faint, dark red light shone from the depths of its eyes. In its skull, its shriveled brain had been burnt away, turning into a furnace that began to dominate the iron plate corpse's body. Little An shook the bell, and the iron plate corpse immediately arrived before her. Of course, it was not the bell that was controlling it right now, but Little An's flames. Her flames could attach themselves to the skulls of inanimate objects and control their bones. The bodies of regular people or even qi practitioners were not worth controlling, as their flesh and blood would naturally decay. Bones that had not been refined were limited in strength, so it was not worth wasting her energy on. However, the iron plate corpse was different. After being refined, it would not decay even after 1,000 years, and it possessed tremendous strength. It was basically like it had been prepared for her. This was the absolute suppression that high-level abilities had over low-level technique. Their cultivations were clearly similar, but it did not even have the power to threaten her. Li Qingshan smiled. Well done. Just like that, he would have a powerful helper, and his strength would increase drastically. It would also be much more convenient for him to do anything. One of them was that he could kill the zombie Taoist in a perfectly justifiable manner. Little An copied Li Qingshan and shrugged. She smiled. In the dwelling, Zhang Lanqing and He Yishe, who had just seen hope, sank into despair once again. They believed that before long, the iron plate corpse would return with Li Qingshan and Little An's corpses, just like Jin Yuan and Jin Bao. Hao Pingyang pushed himself up from the wall with difficulty and stared at the zombie Taoist with a sharp gaze. However, he was currently injured, and most of his true qi had been depleted. He did not have any spiritual stones or pills to replenish it either, so he posed no threat to the zombie Taoist at all. The zombie Taoist was filled with confidence, but whenever he thought of little Anne, he would feel rather uneasy. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His connection with the iron plate corpse had actually been severed. He immediately lost all of his composure and charged out of the cave without any regard. This was the fruit of many years of hard work. He could not afford to lose it. No matter the price, he had to take back control of the iron plate corpse. Before he had even made it out of the cave, a tall figure blocked the entrance. It was the iron plate corpse. The zombie Taoist chanted a technique in a hurry and used a technique, but all of his orders were like rocks sinking into the ocean. He received no response at all. Little Anne shook the bell, and the iron plate corpse swung its claws, reaching towards the zombie Taoist. The zombie Taoist was filled with disbelief. How could the iron plate corpse that he had refined for so many years be taken away so easily? If that were the case, then all the corpse refiners in the world would be dead. However, the cruel reality was right before him. He had no choice but to believe it. He had only taken out a decade of hard work to enjoy it for a while before it was forcefully taken away. This feeling was like a child he had raised after so much difficulty, only to be called father by someone else. It was so disgusting that he wanted to vomit blood. Good! Hao Pingyang cried out. Zhang Lanqing and He Yisher beamed as well. They did not know how to refine corpses, so they had no idea how strange it was. They only felt that Li Qingshan's luck was just too great. He had actually managed to turn the tables unbelievably. His mind was in a mess, and so was his movement. There was a flash of blood, and 4 horrific wounds appeared on the zombie Taoist's chest. However, the pain made him return to his senses immediately. He turned around and fled. Where there was life, there was hope. He already had the experience of refining the iron plate corpse. As long as he could escape, there would always be a chance for him to make a comeback. The iron plate corpse blocked the zombie Taoist's way. It raised its hand and threw a punch, compressing the air and producing a sharp whistle. The zombie Taoist blocked with his palms in front of him instinctively, but the iron plate corpse used its terrifying strength to forcefully smash through his protective true qi, sending him flying. The zombie Taoist stared at the iron plate corpse with widened eyes. It's impossible for my iron plate corpse to be so powerful. He knew exactly how much power the items he refined possessed. The current iron plate corpse was much more powerful than when he controlled it just now. This was obviously the work of little Anne's pale, red flames. Her flames could turn even regular skeletons into powerful warriors, so it would obviously benefit the iron plate corpse greatly. And, when the zombie Taoist controlled the iron plate corpse, all he did was issue an order, and the iron plate corpse would attack instinctively out of its thirst for blood. It did not care about any moves or how it used its strength. However, little Anne was particular about it. Under the control of the flames, the iron plate corpse was basically like a clone. She could control it to make the most detailed movement. This was just like how an ordinary person had suddenly practiced inner force and understood move. Obviously, their strength would increase drastically. Before the zombie Taoist could even return to his senses, the iron plate corpse strode over. It seemed to move with some kind of footwork, making it impossible to determine where it was attacking. It was completely different from its straightforward method of attack. The zombie Taoist took a great step back and avoided the range of the iron plate corpse's claws. Afterwards, he stared at it in disbelief. The iron plate corpse raised its leg and kicked him in the face violently. The shockwave twisted the zombie Taoist's face, and he spat out a few teeth. Why did the iron plate corpse know how to whip its leg? He had never heard of an iron plate corpse using its leg to attack an enemy. It had always used its claws and teeth. Before the zombie Taoist could even land on the ground, the iron plate corpse caught up and grabbed his calf. With a shoulder throw, it threw him against the ground viciously before lifting him up and throwing him against a stone pillar on the side. The iron plate corpse's movements were like that of a master of external martial arts, using brute force to overcome technique. All that was left was speed. Li Qingshan could even tell that many of the movements were imitating his ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Little An had seen Li Qingshan practice these two fist techniques countless times. Right now, he was using them all through the iron plate corpse. The zombie Taoist did not even have the strength to fight back. Li Qingshan sighed. Sure enough, zombies know martial art. No one can stop them. P.S. I've accidentally dropped out of the top 40 in my monthly vote. There's not much difference between the people before me. I need to work harder. I need to work harder. I need to work harder too. The following scenes will only become more and more impressive. Chapter 180. The Death of the Zombie Taoist. Bang, 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 bang. The mighty sixth-layer Qi practitioner, the zombie Taoist, was tossed around by the iron plate corpse like a broken sack. He was thrown around until he became disoriented. He only did not die immediately due to the protection of his true Qi. However, he was unable to break free from the iron plate corpse's grip at all. Even if he lived, he would only allow Little An to play with him a little longer. Hao Pingyang and the other two cheered him on in the beginning, but they were all stunned now. Their backs became covered in a layer of cold sweat. As it turned out, the zombie Taoist had not unleashed the power of the iron plate corpse at all. If the iron plate corpse had been so fierce right from the beginning, the five of them would not have been its opponent even if they worked together. Li Qingshan went up and helped Hao Pingyang up. He took out a healing pill and a qi-gathering pill and placed them in his mouth. "Brother Hao, are you all right?" He glanced at Jin Yuan and Jin Bao's corpses. "I've come too late." Hao Pingyang thanked him with difficulty. Afterwards, his lips seemed to stick together, unable to say anything else. The threat of death receded, but pain and exhaustion immediately engulfed him. He was not without fear. "Rest up." Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and he settled down. He leaned against the stone wall and meditated. Li Qingshan then went to untie He Yishe and Zhang Lanqing. Their situations were similar to Hao Pingyang's. Zhang Lanqing still managed to thank him reluctantly, but He Yishe was directly stunned. His eyes widened and his mouth hung slightly agape. Escaping from death should have been something worth celebrating, but he was unable to do so. He was tempted to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Li Qingshan said to Little An, "That's enough." The iron plate corpse grabbed the zombie Taoist's head and smashed it against the ground. In the beginning, the zombie Taoist struggled desperately, letting out a few roars and roars, but now, he did not even have the strength to struggle anymore. Blood spurted from his head. This no longer seemed like a battle. It seemed more like a nasty game played by children. For Little An, she did not have Li Qingshan's abhorrence of evil. She could not differentiate the value of the zombie Taoist's life from the red and black ant. Of course, the zombie Taoist was better. It was delicious and fun. The bell rang, and the iron plate corpse stopped. Little An blinked at Li Qingshan, asking him if he had any other questions. Li Qingshan slid his hand across his neck, but the zombie Taoist was actually still conscious. He raised his bloodied head and looked at Little An. It's you, it's you." Perhaps it was a flash of inspiration right before his death, but he was absolutely certain that the person who had taken away all the corpses in the pit was her. She definitely was not an ordinary child. She was a monster even more terrifying than the iron plate corpse. The voice came to a halt. The iron plate corpse extended his right index finger, and his long, metal claw slid across the zombie Taoist's neck. Blood gushed out, but the zombie Taoist was still alive. He stared straight at little Anne. His many years as a Qi practitioner had bestowed him with an extremely powerful life force. The iron plate corpse bit down on his neck and drank to its heart's content, draining him dry. The zombie Taoist's blood surged through his body, transforming into new power. The zombie Taoist shriveled up completely, like a box of drinks that had been sucked dry. Hao Pingyang's eyes widened. He basically struggled to believe that the cunning and powerful zombie Taoist, who had almost killed them, would actually end his life like this. Although they were sworn enemies, he just felt like killing him would be a little more difficult. He would not do it in such a rather comical way. But in reality, when the weak faced the strong, they were like toys. In the face of absolute power, there was not even time for their blood to boil. There was only endless despair. Even death was so easy that it was almost laughable. Li Qingshan had experienced this once before, and he swore he would never experience it a second time. This willpower drove him to constantly grow stronger. As the three of them meditated, Li Qingshan patrolled around the zombie Taoist's dwelling. The dwelling had been carved out of the natural cavern, separated into many rooms. The stone room with the sarcophagus was only one of them. There was a bedroom, complete with all the necessary decorations. It was not just a simple stone table or stool. There was also a kitchen, complete with a stove and kitchenware. As it seemed, even the zombie Taoist liked to eat cooked food. In the darkness underground, he lived quite comfortably. The remaining rooms were all rooms for refining corpses. They were filled with corpses that were either waiting to be refined or half-refined. There were over 100 of them, all of which were turned into flames by little Anne. The pale flames of bone smelting returned the white bone fluid to her hand, merging it with the other bone fluid before being constantly refined by the pale flames. Li Qingshan knew that she was refining a second skull prayer bead. She had benefited quite a lot from the mission this time as well. She had devoured several hundred zombies. Zhuozhibwa and the Black Wolf Guards were equivalent to several hundred ordinary people. She had refined them all, which greatly benefited her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty. With the experience from the first time, in addition to the great increase in her own strength, the refinement this time was extremely fast. In an instant, the bone liquid solidified and turned into a perfectly round prayer bead. Together with the other skull prayer bead, they hovered and danced in the palm of her hand. She now had another spirit artifact that she could control. The skull prayer beads were far more agile and powerful than regular mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Regular Qi practitioners would only use a single flying sword or blade. If they split their attention, their strength would plummet, so they would be better off focusing on a single weapon instead. Unless it was a set of spiritual artifacts, but sets of spiritual artifacts were extremely rare, and they were not necessarily easy to control. Every single prayer bead was connected to little Anne's heart. They were basically clones of her, making them extremely nimble. Only when she gathered the minimum of 14 prayer beads would she be able to refine the skull prayer beads of the lowest grade. They were powerful enough to overwhelm Qi practitioners. With the path of white bone and great beauty, a high-level ability beyond the 9 heavens, the greater little Anne's cultivation grew, the greater her strength would grow. Right now, she could easily crush cultivators of the same level. Once she reached a higher realm of cultivation, she might even be able to surpass the limits of cultivation and kill powerful enemies. Li Qingshan rubbed little Anne's hair. I really can't feel proud when I see you. The ox demon's fist of great strength, the tiger demon's fist of bone forging, and the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression were all extremely powerful abilities. Li Qingshan's strength grew very rapidly when he practiced the 3 cultivation methods at the same time, but he just felt like they were slightly inferior to the path of white bone and great beauty. Little Anne pressed her cheek against the back of his hand, trying to comfort him. Li Qingshan pinched her smooth, young cheek and smiled. I have to continue working hard too. I can't let you surpass me. Let's go. With the abundant rewards this time, his strength would definitely grow by leaps and bounds. He wanted to open the Sumeru ring a little sooner and see just what Oxen had left for him, even though he had already vaguely anticipated this. The two of them returned the way they came. Hao Pingyang and the others had already retrieved their 100 treasures pouches. They had finished resting with the spiritual stones and pills inside. Hao Pingyang said, "I can't thank you with mere words. If you ever need my help in the future, you only need to let me know. I won't hesitate even if I have to climb mountains of blades or swim through seas of fire." Li Qingshan said, "You're too polite, Brother Hao. We agreed on this in the first place. It's just a pity that I couldn't get there sooner," or, Hao Pingyang's face darkened and he sighed heavily. As the leader of the mission this time, he felt very guilty over the deaths of Jin Yuan and Jin Bao. However, if Jin Yuan and Jin Bao had not fled in the face of danger, they would have been able to wait for Li Qingshan to save them even if the zombie Taoist had captured them. Li Qingshan said, "My condolences, Senior Brother Hao. After all, there's no such thing as absolute safety when carrying out a mission. You've already done your best." Hao Pingyang passed 100 treasures pouch to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "That's the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch." Ever since he saw what was in Zhuozhibu's 100 treasures pouch, he became extremely eager for the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch. He was also a 6th layer Qi practitioner, so he should not be too shabby, right? "Please distribute it, Brother Hao." Hao Pingyang took out a few books from his 100 treasures pouch before passing the 100 treasures pouch to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said in surprise, "What's this? Surely the zombie Taoist could not be so poor." Hao Pingyang explained, "Originally, everything in the 100 treasures pouch should belong to you, but our mission is to obtain a cultivation method for refining and nurturing corpses so that our masters and seniors can use it as reference. As a result, I'll be taking these books. If you need them, Qingshan, I can make a copy for you when we get out. There are still quite a lot of things in there, but I haven't looked through them in detail." As he said that, he passed the 100 treasures pouch back to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan turned him down. "I don't need this corpse refining technique. As for the other items, just 30% will do." Hao Pingyang said, "There's no need for that. If you don't want it, then you're looking down on me." Defeating the zombie Taoist this time was basically all thanks to Li Qingshan. Fortunately, he managed to stay alive, so how was he supposed to split it with Li Qingshan now? Zhang Lanqing also said, "Qingshan, just accept it. This is what you deserve." He sure wanted to say something, but he lowered his head again. He was afraid to say anything. He had been utterly humiliated. He had lost all his dignity. Now, Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing basically treated him like he was invisible. They did not ask for his opinion at all. He felt both wronged and resentful. Li Qingshan said, "All right. If that's the case, then I won't hold back." Hao Pingyang eased up slightly. "Let's go." He stowed the corpses of the Jin brothers into his 100 treasures pouch so that he could take them back to his hometown for burial. Li Qingshan stowed the zombie Taoist's corpse away. That was worth several thousand Qi gathering pills. However, the iron plate corpse could not be stowed away in his 100 treasures pouch, and it looked far too terrifying. As a result, he found the straw cape and bamboo hat and covered it with it, following behind them. They boarded the boat and returned the way they came, going upstream. Although it was not as hair-raising as when they first arrived, the atmosphere was much heavier. Hao Pingyang, Zhang Lanqing, and Zhang Lanqing all had their own thoughts. None of them were in the mood to joke around. Only the flowing water rippled in the darkness, chanting endlessly. Li Qingshan leaned against the side of the boat and admired the scenery in the cavern, but he struggled to calm down. He felt warmth in his arms. Little and leaned against him silently. Li Qingshan smiled at her and stroked her soft, curly hair gently. He sniffed the faint fragrance of sandalwood from her body and gradually calmed down. At this moment, a speck of light suddenly appeared in the endless darkness. Chapter 181. Kill 2 Hao Pingyang said, "We've reached the exit." The light added some color to everyone's faces. The light grew closer and brighter, before swallowing the boat in the end. Suddenly, their vision opened up. The end of the endless wasteland was filled with red clouds. They had not even been in the cave for half a day, yet they felt like a long time had passed. The three of them were even more touched by this. It really felt like a lifetime had passed. Lao Shishan emerged from the corner and glanced past everyone. In the end, his gaze stopped on Li Qingshan. "Are you Li Qingshan?" This was the first time he had seen this influential figure who had thrown the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping into such a mess. Seeing how he was only a second-layer Qi practitioner, Lao Shishan looked down on him. He was bold enough to oppose Zhuozhibwa with just that bit of strength. He really was reckless. He probably only managed to kill Qian Yannian out of sheer luck, but he was lucky enough to still be alive and well. Li Qingshan said politely, "Subordinate Li Qingshan greets the commander. May I ask for the commander's name?" "I'm Lao Shishan. You can just call me Commander Lao." Lao Shishan nodded slightly in a rather dignified manner. He furrowed his brows. "Have you seen Zhuozhibwa, Commander Zhua?" Li Qingshan said, "I've seen him in the morgue outside the town, but we weren't together. Instead, he entered the cave with these friends of Moism. I haven't seen him since." Lao Shishan sank into his thoughts. He understood that Zhuozhibwa had come in pursuit of Li Qingshan, but he did not doubt that Li Qingshan had killed Zhuozhibwa. Even with these disciples of Moism, it was impossible for them to be Zhuozhibwa's opponent or even the elite Black Wolf Guards. He understood Zhuozhibwa's strength the best as someone who had endured for many years. He could only attribute everything to the tremendous demon Qi. He had also heard rumors that many powerful demons hid in the depths of the cave. Zhuozhibwa must have been unlucky and encountered one of them. Li Qingshan asked, "Commander, why have you come here?" "It's obviously to hunt down the zombie Daoists. I'm about to enter the cave to investigate." Lao Shishan also had to prevent other people from suspecting him of being connected to Zhuozhibwa's death. Li Qingshan said, "Then there's no need for you to enter the cave, Commander. We've already killed the zombie Daoist. His corpse is in my 100 treasures pouch. I'm about to return and hand in the mission." Lao Shishan was extremely doubtful. "What? Just the two of you can actually kill the zombie Daoist?" Hao Pingyang was already in a bad mood, and after hearing this, he became even more displeased. He cupped his hands towards Li Qingshan and said, "Qingshan, we still have to hurry back to report, so we will bid farewell here." Li Qingshan ignored Lao Shishan and cupped his hands in obeisance. "Very well, Senior Brother Hao, I wish you a safe journey. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. There will be a time when we meet again. At that time, I will definitely drink with you." Hao Pingyang smiled slightly as well. "All right, it's settled then. When the time comes, I'll invite you to try the fine alcohol of the school of Moism." Zhang Lanqing said, "Count me in as well. We might not meet forever. In the 3rd month of next year, the 100 schools of thought will be accepting new students. Qingshan, you can't miss it." Hao Pingyang said, "If Qi practitioners in the world don't join a sect or the 100 schools, it'll be extremely difficult for them to achieve anything through their own comprehension and cultivation. You're still young and your talent is great. It's a good time for you to join the academy. Perhaps we might even end up as senior and junior brothers in the future." He glanced at Lao Shishan. "If you don't like living here, you can resign from your position in the Hawkwolf Guard and come to Clear River earlier to prepare for the entrance exam." Li Qingshan was touched by his sincerity. "If I can call Brother Hao Senior Brother, it'll be my honor. I'll definitely go next year." Lao Shishan saw how none of these people, including Li Qingshan, took him, a mighty sixth-layer Qi practitioner and Black Wolf commander, seriously, so his face turned cold. The Hawkwolf Guard isn't a market. How can you come and go as you please? Even if you join the 100 schools of thought, you'll still be a disciple of the school of legalism. What's that got to do with the school of Moism? Li Qingshan and Hao Pingyang glanced at Lao Shishan and ignored him. They told one another to take care. Zhang Lanqing clasped his hands. Qingshan, you have to come. He Isher lowered his head the entire time, saying nothing. It was getting late and the crows were noisy. After the three of them had left, Lao Shishan pointed at Li Qingshan angrily. Li Qingshan, tell me, just what's going on? Did you really kill the zombie Taoist? Were you tricked by a substitute? Where's the corpse? Let me examine it. If it was true, then he might have to take a share of it. The contribution from killing the zombie Taoist amounted to 12,000. It would be for the best if Li Qingshan handed it over obediently, and he would accept him as a trusted subordinate. It would be to everyone's satisfaction. Li Qingshan could vaguely sense what he was thinking. He said indifferently, once we return to Jiaping City, you'll obviously be able to see it, Commander. How rude of you! How dare you disobey my orders? Do you have any sense of propriety at all? Lao Shishan said furiously. He was currently at the height of his complacency. Not only had he condensed his sea of qi and reached the 6th layer, but Zhuozhibua was probably dead as well. If nothing went wrong, he would take over the position of Black Hawk Commander and become the leader of the Hawkwolf Guard. He would possess great authority from then on, so how could he tolerate such an arrogant subordinate? That's what Commander Zhua has always said to me. I have a word of advice for Commander Lao. Don't be arrogant when you're successful, or it'll be easy for extreme joy to turn to sorrow. Li Qingshan frowned. These guys, they've become a shitty commander. They don't even seem human anymore. How dare you lecture me? Lao Shishan was furious. He wanted to kill, but before he could draw his blade, his vision suddenly darkened. The tall, large figure in a straw raincoat suddenly appeared before him. Under the shadow of the bamboo hat was a vicious face half covered in metal armor. He was surprised. Zombie, Li Qingshan said, this is an iron plate corpse I stole from the zombie Taoist. It's very powerful. Do you want to try it, Commander Lao? Lao Shishan had some understanding towards refining corpses. This iron plate corpse seemed to be extremely powerful and would not be easy to deal with. His face became uneasy, and he lowered his hand viciously. Li Qingshan, I think the disappearance of Commander Zhua and the others has a lot to do with you. If you know what's good for you, then we'll count it as our contribution for killing the zombie Taoist this time. From today onwards, you'll belong to me in Jiaping City. I'll protect you. Otherwise, your contribution will just be a bunch of useless numbers. You won't even be able to fork out a single qi-gathering pill. Li Qingshan said, half? What a great appetite, Commander Lao. Lao Shishan said, and this iron plate corpse of yours, it's also an item of the unorthodox path. It needs to be taken away by the Hawkwolf Guard, and you'll have to hand over the method of operation too. Li Qingshan said, there's no room for negotiation? Lao Shishan said, there's no room for negotiation. Since you're my subordinate, you have to obey my orders, or I have thousands of ways to deal with you. Don't think you can escape just because you've gone to the 100 schools of thought. I have many good friends who cultivate in the school of legalism. Li Qingshan fell silent as if he was in thought. Afterwards, he raised his head. Then you can go die. What did you say? Lao Shishan raised his guard, but all he saw was that Li Qingshan did not move at all. He did not even give off the slightest murderousness. He just stared at him like he was looking at a dead man. Beside Li Qingshan, a white bead flew out of the hand of the handsome child, who gave off no aura at all, whistling through the air. The child was actually a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. Only then did Lao Shishan understand that Li Qingshan did not just want to kill him. He even had the power to kill him. Li Qingshan, you dare to assassinate your superior? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the laws of Great Xia? Lao Shishan summoned a flying blade identical to Zhuo Zhibua's and shot it out. As it seemed, it was also a standard weapon of the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan said, "Why the hell would I care about the laws with a bastard like you? I went through so much trouble to kill Zhuo Zhibua, yet you're still dissatisfied with a ready-made bargain. You even want to blackmail me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? What bullshit, Commander. I'll kill one anyway, and I'll kill two too. Die." Clang. The flying blade collided with the prayer bead in the air. The prayer bead knocked the flying blade away, but it only paused for a moment. Little Anne's current strength far exceeded the 6th layer. Lao Shishan had only broken through to the 6th layer recently, so he was still rather difficult to control artifacts, so how could he be Little Anne's opponent? You killed Zhuo Zhibua? Lao Shishan's eyes widened in disbelief when he heard that. He struggled to believe it, and Li Qingshan had clearly made up his mind to kill him, which was why he was bold enough to tell him this. Li Qingshan said, "Why do all the people I consider sparing become so annoying in the end?" Lao Shishan formed a seal with his hand, and the flying blade spun around in the air before stabilizing again, clanging against the prayer bead. Suddenly, another prayer bead flew towards his face. This child could actually control 2 spiritual artifacts. Lao Shishan was surprised, but he did not panic. He knew he could not do anything, so he began to consider retreating. As long as he returned to Jiaping City and reported this to the Hawkwolf Guard, Li Qingshan would become a wanted criminal. Don't even think about killing me with just 2 spiritual artifacts." He extended his hand and fished out the talisman he had prepared beforehand. He activated it with true Qi, but the talisman did not respond at all. He had lost all feeling in his hand. Turning around, he discovered his hand that held the talisman had vanished. Only half of his forearm remained. It was bare, revealing a neat cut of flesh and bone. Little Anne stood nearby, holding a hidden blade in one hand and Lao Shishan's severed hand in the other. It was currently burning, turning into flames. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised, as he had basically failed to see Little Anne's movements. Apart from her own speed, which was even faster than the prayer beads, she possessed no aura, no killing intent, nothing at all. It had been a very long time since he had seen Little Anne fight in close combat. He had never expected her to be so fast. Unless she demonified, it was impossible to grasp her movements. Thinking back carefully, ever since she had gone to the Qian family, Little Anne had devoured the essence of the flesh and blood of several thousand people. She had used the bones of several thousand people to refine her own bones. Unknowingly, her strength and speed had skyrocketed. The 2 skull prayer beads had been forged from the foundation of her own strength. Although the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty had a section on artifact forging and the various artifacts within it were each more powerful than the last, the fundamental goal was still to strengthen oneself, to forge one's white bones into the most terrifying artifacts in the world. This little girl was usually quiet, but he never thought she would already be so powerful. Moreover, her attacks were steady, accurate, and vicious. She had truly inherited his legacy. Chapter 182. Lao Shishan clutched his severed arm and hurriedly retreated, saying in shock, "What are you?" His eyes stared closely at Little Anne, wanting to use his aura to lock onto Little Anne, but all he got was a blank space. Little Anne stood in a patch of wild grass that almost drowned her. She put away her hidden blade and silently gazed at him. The 2 skull prayer beads did not take advantage of the situation to attack and returned to her hands. They were just things used to attract Lao Shishan's attention. The true battle had already ended. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the severed arm. Soon after, his entire arm lost all feeling, bringing only a slight stab of pain, followed by a deep numbness that spread throughout his entire body. A layer of pale red flames adhered to the severed arm and burned into Lao Shishan's body. Lao Shishan wanted to escape but fell to the ground, his eyes revealing deep fear. "What did you?" Before he could finish speaking, a fiery light shone from the depths of his eyes, growing brighter and brighter. The flames fiercely spewed out of his eyes, mouth, and nose, igniting him from the inside out. All of the flames flowed back into little Anne's palm and then disappeared completely. Everything was as natural as stabbing an ant under a large poplar tree. He then turned his head and looked expectantly at Li Qingshan, almost saying, "Hurry and praise me." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said, "Well done, as expected of my little Anne." Little and shyly lowered her head, her face blushing as the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Li Qingshan put his hands on his waist. "I really have to work hard. If this goes on, wouldn't a man like me become someone who lives off a woman?" He waved his hand and true energy swept up the 100 treasures pouch and the spirit artifact knife into his hand. He had originally wanted to return to Jiaping City with Commander Lao and also have someone as a witness to prove that he had nothing to do with Zhuo Zhibua's disappearance. But since Lao Shishan wanted to be an official, then he changed the story. Commander Lao was worried about Commander Zhuo and entered the zombie cave to search for him. In the end, they both got lost in the maze-like underground cave. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I believe it. In this way, he now had 300 treasures pouches of 6th layer Qi practitioners. There were also the 100 treasures pouches of the 7 elite Qi practitioners. There were a total of 1,000 treasures pouches, a huge fortune. He couldn't wait to return to Jiaping City, so he began to count his gains on the spot. 1,000 treasures pouches lined up, and he couldn't help but feel slightly excited. He first opened the 100 treasures pouches of the 7 Black Wolf Guards. These people had been in the Hawk Wolf Guard for many years, and they were all Zhuo Zhibua's trusted aides. They had always been taken good care of, so they all possessed considerable wealth. It was truly shocking. In the end, he found more than 4,000 Qi gathering pills in Xiananda's 100 treasures pouch. There were more than 1,000 Qi gathering pills. In addition, there were 300 herb pills, dozens of elixirs of higher grades, more than 100 spirit stones, more than 200 talismans, and tens of millions of silver notes. Opening a 100 treasures pouch was not just about collecting spoils of war. It was also a very interesting and special process, because all cultivators would view them as the most precious. The most commonly used 100 treasures pouch was in Dong Jin's tiny 100 treasures pouch, so apart from these items that Li Qingshan had noticed first, there were many other interesting miscellaneous items. He could tell a person's temperament and interests by looking at them. The 700 treasures pouches represented 7 different temperaments. There was a zither in Xiananda's 100 treasures pouch. There were also quite a few music scores. This old man's hobby could be described as elegant. If he had not followed Zhuo Zhibua into the pitch-black underground to oppose him, he would have found a bamboo forest deep in the mountains to play the zither and sing in the spring. Wouldn't that have been great? Gu Jian was actually a fetish. There were quite a few doo-doo and sweat towels in his 100 treasures pouch. Who knew where he had obtained them from, which made Li Qingshan look down on him. In the 100 treasures pouch of an unknown Black Wolf Guard was a thick stack of letters, which made Li Qingshan sink into his thoughts for quite a while. No matter whose husband or father he was, it was impossible for him to return home anymore. However, Li Qingshan did not regret killing him. Ever since he made up his mind to venture beyond the 9 heavens, the path he walked was destined to not be a path that allowed him to be soft-hearted. If he did not kill, he would be killed. That was the so-called reality. However, when killing had already become a habit, these enemies were basically no longer people in Li Qingshan's eyes. They were humanoid objects that could speak and fight back. All he needed to do was destroy, rip, crush, and pierce through them. Afterwards, their flesh and blood would be devoured by little ants' flames, as if they had never existed in this world. At that moment, the blurry figures recovered their concept of humans, which made Li Qingshan sigh emotionally. He maintained his original heart and humanity. The remaining three were the commander and vice-commander of the Hawkwolf Guard and the zombie Taoist. The 100 treasures pouches of the 3 6th-layer Qi practitioners were the ones that Li Qingshan valued the most. The first to be opened was the vice-commander, Lao Shishan. Although he had just broken through to the 6th layer, just his 100 treasures pouch was much larger. It was the size of a small house. However, the items inside were a little lacking. It was not even as much as what Xiananda had, which left Li Qingshan rather disappointed. Because Lao Shishan had always been pressured by Zhuozhibwa, coupled with the fact that he had just broken through to the 6th layer, he had used up a tremendous amount of resources in secluded cultivation. At the end of the day, the zombie Taoist did not disappoint Li Qingshan. There were almost 2,000 Qi gathering pills and 50 or 60 spiritual stones, which was equivalent to the wealth of 3 or 4 Hawkwolf guards. However, he did not have any talismans, so he always hid in the shadows and controlled the corpses. He did not have much use for them. Li Qingshan also found something very interesting. It was a strange map that resembled a mental map, but when he channeled his true Qi into it, countless three-dimensional lines appeared on the map. Li Qingshan could immediately tell that this was an underground map. It was over 100 times larger than what Hao Pingyang had discovered with his mechanical insect. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he basically would have struggled to believe that there was actually such a vast world underground in the pitch-black cavern. As a matter of fact, there were caves beneath his feet in Jiaping City, and the zombie cave was not the only entrance. There was another one near Jiaping City. The cave ended at the edge of the map. Clearly, it was nowhere near the complete map. There were many bright spots marked on it, but he was unable to tell what they meant. Li Qingshan stowed the underground mental map away carefully. At certain times, this map might even be more valuable than a high-grade spiritual artifact. It was exactly this map that allowed the zombie Taoist to move about underground, evade the Hawkwolf Guard's bounty, and appear everywhere at any time to collect corpses. The last one he opened was Zhuozhibwa's 100 treasures pouch. As he channeled his true Qi into it, the 100 treasures pouch unfurled into a huge space. It was even larger than the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch. It was like a huge warehouse filled with various items. Although Li Qingshan had roughly checked through it before underground, he still felt shocked when he saw it again. This was the largest 100 treasures pouch he had ever obtained. Just the 100 treasures pouch itself was a valuable spiritual artifact, and the items inside were definitely worthy of the 100 treasures pouch. There were over 3,000 Qi gathering pills alone. This was not a particularly large number for someone of Zhuozhibwa's status, but there were over 700 100 grasses pills. These were probably pills that Zhuozhibwa used for his daily cultivation, which was why he had not hoarded too many Qi gathering pills. Li Qingshan opened a small bottle. There were transparent pills that sparkled like dew inside. They were actually pearl dew pills that he had ingested in the past. In the past, just a single pearl dew pill had left all the Qi practitioners shocked. However, he opened a few bottles consecutively. They were all pearl dew pills. Counting them, there were 35 of them. The total value of the 100 grasses pills was greater than the Qi gathering pills, while the value of the pearl dew pills was probably even greater. Aside from that, there were a few other types of pills, several dozen in total. They were not labeled. He did not know much about pills, so he could not even name them. However, the auras they gave off were no weaker than the pearl dew pills. There was also a spare mid-grade flying blade, 33 mid-grade talismans, 120 low-grade talismans, and 211 spiritual stones. As a result, He had obtained close to 10,000 chi-gathering pills, over 1,000 hundred grasses pills, 100 high-grade pills, several hundred spiritual stones of miscellaneous quality, 7 low-grade spiritual artifacts, 3 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, and several hundred talismans. He did not have to worry about not having enough pills to support his cultivation anymore. If he ate all these pills and converted them into true qi and demon qi, just what level of cultivation would he reach? As soon as Li Qingshan thought about it, he became engrossed. It was a pity that he needed the recognition of a commander at the very least to complete the zombie Taoist's mission. He could not exchange them for pills for now. However, he probably would not be lacking pills for a very long time, so he was in no hurry. He believed that before long, the higher-ups would send a new commander over. However, he had lost 2 commanders and 7 elite Hawkwolf guards all at once. The higher-ups would definitely send people to investigate this matter. He needed to come up with an explanation. When Li Qingshan returned to Jiaping City overnight, it was not even midnight yet. He did not alarm anyone just like before. Returning to the mountain, he saw that his tiny building was lit. He shot a glance at Little Anne and silently approached the building. The aura of a Qi practitioner emanated from the building, but it was not powerful, only at the 3rd layer. Moreover, the aura was rather familiar. With a thought, he remembered who the aura belonged to. The window on the 2nd floor was suddenly flung open. Li Qingshan asked loudly, "Qian Rongji, what are you doing in my room?" The person in his room in the middle of the night was actually Qian Rongji. She sat on the bed, meditating. Her hair draped over her shoulders, and her clothes were disheveled. It was like she treated this place as her own room. Qian Rongji was slightly surprised before recovering her composure. She smiled. "I was obviously waiting for you." Her smile was charming and soul-stirring. Li Qingshan frowned. "You practiced a sex arts of charm?" And she had even reached the 3rd layer. Qian Rongji said, "It's a pity that I still can't charm you. Also, I've already given this building to me. It can't be regarded as your room anymore." Li Qingshan frowned. "What?" Qian Rongji said, "You don't need to be surprised. That's because everyone on the mountain believes you're dead for sure. They obviously won't leave this building for a dead person." Li Qingshan said, "But you moved in here." Chapter 183. Li Qingshan shivered. He felt that he had still underestimated this woman. She was definitely not the kind of person who sold her body to get a higher position, or a pervert with a twisted mind. Even someone like Zhuo Zhibua, who considered himself intelligent, could not compare to her. "Holy Church, what do you want to do? Did you come here just to tell me this? Or do you want something from me?" He narrowed his eyes. This was not the first time that Qian Rongji had provoked his killing intent, but she had always been able to cleverly not cross the line, giving him no reason to kill her. What about this time? Would there be an exception? Faced with Li Qingshan's string of questions, Qian Rongji smiled sweetly and said, "Do you know? The sect is determined to get that child by your side? You don't know the value of the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty to the sect. The sect master has already personally ordered that even if it means falling out with the Crimson Wolf commander, Hua Sungzan, we must get that child." And then? Li Qingshan's pupils shrank. The sect was willing to go to this extent for little Anne. And then you can't possibly hand over that child? The reason why I came back is because I was sent to supervise this matter. If Zhuo Zhibua cannot hand over that child to the sect, then someone stronger will immediately take action. If they still fail, then not long after, the 4 grannies of the sect, and even the sect master and vice-sect master, will come to Jiaping City. I don't know if this information is useful to you. Li Qingshan did not deny it. If he did not take precautions, then he would not be able to escape from this group of experts in Jiaping City. This information from Qian Rongji was extremely important. Why are you telling me this? Haven't you already joined the sect? The sect. Qian Rongji smiled contemptuously. She swayed her hips and walked forward. She hooked her wrist around Li Qingshan's neck and pressed her whole body against Li Qingshan's. Her soft breasts pressed against Li Qingshan's chest and gently rubbed against it. Because I like you more. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was even more vigilant. For ordinary qi practitioners, when they joined a decent sect, which one of them wouldn't be cautious as if they were treading on thin ice? How many of them could be as disdainful as she was? This wasn't ignorance or arrogance, but rather, she had been scheming from the very beginning. This kind of arrogance that was ingrained in her bones seemed familiar. When she pressed against his body, her soft and tender body exuded a sticky and gloomy feeling, making him unable to move at all. Qian Rongji's feeling was almost the same. The blazing violence in Li Qingshan's body made her feel an uncontrollable danger. Thus, a man and a woman were alone in a room, intimately touching each other, but it was difficult for them to have any ambiguous feelings. They could only feel the unbearable danger and coldness. Li Qingshan said indifferently, "Go away." Qian Rongji took a step back and fixed her hair. "Forget it, what a boring man. This is your reward." Li Qingshan took out a few things from his 100 treasures pouch. There were the aphrodisiac pills and 100 herb pills he got from Zhao Liangqing, the mid-grade flying sword, and the Minor Secrets book. Apart from the flying sword, he didn't need any of these things. Qian Rongji pursed her lips and smiled. "I like generous men." She took these things and first flipped through the Minor Secrets book. When she flipped to a certain page, her eyes suddenly lit up. Then, she threw the flying sword back to Li Qingshan. "But I'm not stingy. You won't need the rest of these things, so I'll take them." A mid-grade spirit artifact that ordinary qi practitioners yearned for was casually tossed around by 2 low-level qi practitioners. Li Qingshan said, "Then we'll meet again." Since he had received the news, he couldn't continue to stay in Jiaping City and wait for others to come and capture him. He didn't have the confidence to defend against a large sect that had mobilized in full force without regard for anything else. Moreover, he didn't need to defend against them. With the enormous amount of resources in his hands, finding a place to cultivate in seclusion and raise his strength was the most important thing. As long as he became strong enough, the door naturally wouldn't be a problem. Qian Rongji said, "Wait, do you want to obtain the 100 treasures pouch of a 6th-layer qi practitioner?" Li Qingshan said, "Where?" Qian Rongji said, "It's in this Jiaping City. The new floor master of the building is one of my senior martial brothers. Originally, the sect master's intention was that if Zhuo Zhibua couldn't capture that child, then he would do it." It was as if the dagger had been revealed, and her true motive was finally revealed. This person is the son of the vice sect master. He likes raping women from good families the most. As long as he sees beautiful women on the streets, he'll definitely pay a visit to their homes at night and do whatever he wants with his abilities as a qi practitioner. Li Qingshan asked in doubt, "The Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture doesn't care." It's very difficult for regular women to resist some of the tricks of the sect. There are quite a few who are infatuated with him. Even the few who are violent have to care about their reputation. They'll threaten them before giving them some silver. If the people don't report them, the authorities won't investigate them, so of course they'll just leave it at that. Li Qingshan said, "You want me to help you kill him?" "No, I want you to help me capture him alive. There's quite a lot of good stuff in his 100 treasures pouch. They're all yours. I just want the cultivation methods and the pills of the sect that you can't use, alright?" Qian Rongji asked with great sincerity. Li Qingshan sank into thought. With how generous this woman was, she really did have something else in mind. She actually wanted to use him against a fellow disciple. However, the sect had always been his enemy. He had already made up his mind to personally kill Grandma Shimen a long time ago. Since he was going to run now, it would be nice if he did it first. This was a request that he could not turn down. Qian Rongji said, "On the way here, he kept telling me that he wants to try the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty very much. It doesn't matter even if she's a little younger." Li Qingshan raised his head, and red light flashed through his eyes. "Then I'd like to try it." Extinguishing the lights, they left the residence. Qian Rongji saw little Anne in the darkness and was immediately stunned. This child is so clean. What she saw was not the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty. That strange sense of cleanliness was probably something that only she, who had experienced so much, could sense so deeply. She could not help but extend her hand, wanting to touch little Anne's cheek. However, she stopped herself, as if she was afraid that her own impurities would taint this purity. Little Anne extended his hand and patted the back of Qian Rongji's hand. He did not seem to bear any ill will towards this woman who had helped him comprehend the path of white bone and great beauty. Qian Rongji's hand shrank back slightly as if she was flattered. Then, she smiled. "No wonder you're unwilling to hand her over. Even I can fall out with anyone for her." Li Qingshan said, "You've always been one to fall out with anyone for your own benefit." Qian Rongji asked, "Is there something wrong with that?" Li Qingshan said nothing. Walking through the dark alleys, Li Qingshan stayed very close to Qian Rongji. He did not completely trust this silver-tongued woman. He was worried that he would see the four grannies lying in ambush as soon as he entered the building. He needed to maintain a distance where he could kill her in a single strike. Little Anne and the iron plate corpse trailed far behind, ready to provide support to Li Qingshan at any time. The building in the distance glowed with a dim light. It had already been bought back by the sect. It was currently being renovated, and it was about to reopen soon. He listened closely the entire time. Her heartbeat and breathing remained very steady the entire time. She did not panic at all. "Actually, you don't have to be so wary of me. Why would I do something that doesn't benefit me? Even if the sect kills you, they won't give me much of what you have on you. As someone else's dog, all I get is the meat they toss aside. However, I like to eat large, fresh pieces." Qian Rongji licked her lips. Li Qingshan tacitly agreed. He would never have to worry about her taking risks. She would be willing to risk her life for the sect and use herself as bait. Qian Rongji continued, "Actually, if Qian Yannian were willing to pass on the position of sect master to me, I wouldn't have destroyed the Qian family. For the sake of maximizing her benefits, hatred was nothing. But I'll drain the Qian family of everything they have before finding them one by one and slowly torturing them to death." Within her maniacal laughter, she seemed to be venting her gloom that she could not tell anyone else. It was exactly because Li Qingshan had seen through her that there was no need for her to go through the trouble of hiding. They arrived at the building. Li Qingshan erased all of his aura and stepped into the darkness. There were no ambushes or encirclements. The building was pitch black. Only the flying maidens on the ceiling continued to dance. Qian Rongji was astonished. She was clearly within reach, but if she didn't look, she actually couldn't sense Li Qingshan's aura at all. Just this sort of aura concealment technique was a powerful method of subduing enemies. It was perfect for assassination. When they reached the top floor, Li Qingshan sensed a powerful aura. It didn't seem to be any weaker than Zhuozhib was, and he revealed a cautious expression. Qian Rongji gave Li Qingshan a meaningful look, then pushed the door open and entered. Li Qingshan heard the obscene voice of a young man. "Junior sister, you're here. Did you miss me?" Qian Rongji's voice was cold. "Senior brother, don't go too far." This actually aroused a man's desire to conquer more than the flattering voice. The man said, "I want to go too far for you to see." Clothes rubbed against each other, and the sounds of hugging and kissing could be heard. "Senior brother, stop." Qian Rongji resisted. She hugged the man in her arms and turned around. She looked at the open door, her eyes faintly filled with excitement. Li Qingshan stepped on the thick carpet and walked in without making a sound. However, no matter how thick the carpet was, there would still be sound. It could hide from ordinary people, but it couldn't hide from the hearing of a sixth-layer qi practitioner. The man was just about to turn around to look when Qian Rongji's red lips kissed his. His consciousness was slightly disrupted, and his reaction was a beat slower. By the time he felt the whistling wind behind him, it was already too late. Li Qingshan covered a distance of several meters with a single step. He raised his hand and stuck a low-grade body-securing talisman on the man's back. He found this talisman in Zhuo Zhibua's 100 Treasures pouch. It was specially used to deal with qi practitioners who needed to be captured alive so that they could be interrogated for information. The talisman released a ring of spiritual light that covered the man's entire body. The man immediately froze, as if he had been frozen by an invisible layer of ice. The man was shocked at first, then angry. He circulated his true qi with all his might and attacked the invisible layer of ice. After all, it was only a low-grade talisman. It could only last for a moment against a sixth-layer qi practitioner, but it was already enough. Li Qingshan moved like lightning and grabbed the man's arm joint. However, a wave of true qi naturally protected his body. It was as if he was grabbing a tough rubber tube, and he couldn't use any strength. Chapter 184. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly. The muscles on his arm bulged, and explosive power erupted from his hand. There was a crisp crack. The man's eyes suddenly widened. What happened next was extremely simple. Li Qingshan struck out again, and with a series of crisp sounds, he crushed all the joints in the man's limbs. Just when the man wanted to cry out, Li Qingshan grabbed him by the neck. True qi swept up the 100 Treasures pouch on the side and returned it to Li Qingshan's hand. Without their 100 Treasures pouch, most qi practitioners were like toothless tigers. If they could not use their limbs either, they would be like paralyzed tigers. Everything was so easy that it exceeded Li Qingshan's expectations slightly. However, as long as a qi practitioner still had a sliver of true qi in their sea of qi, they would not be completely subdued. He was already prepared for what to do next, but all he saw was the man's face twist in pain. His true qi was in a mess, as if he had lost the ability to fight back, which left him rather surprised. If it were a qi practitioner like Zhuo Zhibua, even swords and blades would not be able to stop him from mobilizing his true qi. Of course, if it were Zhuo Zhibua, he would never have fallen for such a simple sneak attack. Even if he could not sense any aura or hear any sound, just his instincts for danger would be enough to turn the situation around. However, as the son of the sect master, this man had been spoiled since he was young. He had only tasted the gentleness of women. He had never been treated so roughly before, nor had he experienced such pain. It was so painful that he had forgotten everything. The immobilizing talisman lasted for a little longer before the overflowing true qi broke through it. Before Li Qingshan could do anything, Qian Rongji had already taken out a metal shackle and placed it around the man's neck and hands. The shackle flickered. It was actually a low-grade spiritual artifact, and it was a very rare low-grade spiritual artifact for restraining enemies. There was a black hawk engraved on it. In the blink of an eye, the two hawk claws grabbed the man's hands. The hawk's beak held the man's head in its mouth. It was clearly a product of the Hawkwolf Guard. It went without saying that it had come from Zhuo Zhibua. The man's already disheveled true qi was locked up by the shackle. Then, his eyes rolled back and he fainted from the pain. This left Li Qingshan somewhat stunned. Once again, he realized that a qi practitioner's strength could not be expressed simply by the numbers of the 5th or 6th layer. Willpower, temperament, and reaction speed were all important factors. Always an indispensable element. If this man had made sufficient preparations, he would probably be able to display the strength of a sixth-layer Qi practitioner. He might even be able to use the trump card his father had given him to kill Qi practitioners at the same level as him. However, when faced with an unexpected situation, his true strength would be revealed, and he would be unable to withstand a single blow. Qian Rongji said, "Bring him down." Clang. In the underground palace, Li Qingshan was a man with only iron armor on his body. Even if he didn't have a spirit artifact, a sixth-layer Qi practitioner would still be able to use the artifacts beside him. It was somewhat troublesome. The man roused from the pain. He was quite handsome, except his face was pale and twisted beyond recognition. He said in surprise and fury, "Qian Rongji, what are you doing? Why, you're Li Qingshan." He had seen Li Qingshan's portrait before he had set off. Li Qingshan said, "You're a member of the sect, right?" The man said, "I'm Weijie. My father is the sect master. If you know what's good for you, then release me. I can even spare your life." "What? The sect master? Qian Rongji, you tricked me. You actually made me offend such an important figure." Li Qingshan was shocked. He became fearful and said politely, "Young sect master, why have you come to Jiaping City?" Seeing that Li Qingshan was afraid, Wei Yingjie became even more aggressive. He said, "Hurry up and let go of me, then hand over that child with the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty beside you." The fear on Li Qingshan's face disappeared. He exhaled and said, "Looks like I didn't find the wrong person." Even if what Qian Rongji said wasn't completely true, it wasn't far from the truth. However, this guy was the weakest sixth-layer Qi practitioner that Li Qingshan had ever seen. With this kind of intelligence, he really didn't know how he had cultivated to the sixth layer. Qian Rongji smiled. "What an idiot!" Wei Yingjie seemed to understand something. "Qian Rongji, you traitor, let go of me. Otherwise, my father won't let you go." He struggled, and pain came from his crushed joint. He fell to the ground, not daring to move. Qian Rongji didn't pay any attention to him. She said to Li Qingshan, "See what's in the 100 treasures pouch." After Li Qingshan checked the 100 treasures pouch, he discovered that there weren't many Qi-gathering pills, only 500. However, there were quite a lot of spirit stones, more than 300. However, there were actually 2 middle-grade spiritual weapons. One was a flying sword, and the other was a bracer-like bracelet. There were naturally dozens of spiritual talismans, but there was a rare high-grade one. The design drawn on it was extremely familiar to Li Qingshan. It was the strength talisman of Vajra, but the lines were 10 times more complicated. It seemed like it was the life-saving talisman that his father had given him. However, this wasn't the first time Li Qingshan had seen a naked disciple. Even if you had 1,000 methods to put in the 100 treasures pouch, it would be useless if you didn't bring them with you. According to the agreement, Li Qingshan gave Qian Rongji a great formula. Qian Rongji immediately flipped through it. She had just entered the sect not long ago, and had only learned a bunch of sect rules. She would need to go through a period of testing before she would receive the true teachings. But now, not even 2 hours had passed, and she had gathered both great and small formulas. She had found a path to the highest realm of Qi practitioners. Li Qingshan took out a dozen bottles of passion pills and calming pills. These were pills used by the sect for cultivation, and he gave them to Qian Rongji. Qian Rongji accepted them with a smile. When Wei Yingjie saw the two of them divide his things in front of him, he couldn't help but be enraged. Ignoring the pain, a fierce wave of true qi surged out from his dantian's qi sea, rushing towards Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji like a raging wave. In the small stone room, a fierce wind howled. This was even with Jia Ying's restraint, otherwise, it would have been even worse. Qian Rongji pulled out the water splitter and slashed downwards, splitting the true qi into 2. The true qi hit the stone wall behind her, and a layer of fine sand fell down. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, did not move at all, allowing the true qi to hit his body. His body's extremely pure true qi automatically protected his body, and his physique was also strong, so he was not injured at all. If he had the coordination of his hands and feet to launch a move, it might have been a bit of a threat. But for something like this, it was completely meaningless, and instead, it was a waste of true qi. Li Qingshan suddenly took out a bottle of medicinal pills. This is? Qian Rongji's eyes lit up and she said, "This is also a special medicinal pill of the sect. It can purify true qi, and is a rare spirit medicine." Li Qingshan said, "If you say that, aren't you afraid that I'll snatch it?" Qian Rongji answered with a question, "Can you?" "I won't." Li Qingshan threw the pill of spring breeze and rain to Qian Rongji, not only because of the promise, but also because his true qi had been purified by the Summer ring, so he did not need this pill of spring breeze and rain at all. Qian Rongji smiled sweetly. This pill of spring breeze and rain was an extremely important part of her plan. "So I'm willing to work with you, and I might even be able to help you in the future. If you ever want to deal with the sect, feel free to find me. I'll definitely help you, and I'll just follow you and eat some leftovers." Li Qingshan felt that she had a kind of magnanimity that was rarely seen in normal girls. She was vicious and merciless and had lofty ambitions. Compared to those petty people who only knew how to scheme for personal gain, people like her were 100 times scarier. Leftovers? She was not willing to crawl on the ground forever, becoming a poisonous snake. She would continue to climb upwards, climb to the skies, and become a poisonous dragon that could overturn heaven and earth. He had a vague feeling that the sect might end up like the Qian family, destroyed because of this woman. Based on the theory that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, perhaps she really might be able to help him, but he would never like a person like that. After splitting up the items, he stowed his 100 treasures pouch into his bosom and left cleanly. He did not want to stay with this woman. After Li Qingshan's departure, Qian Rongji's expression eased up. She also felt much more comfortable. She sat down on the ground and flipped through the 2 cultivation method. At this moment, Wei Yingjie also seemed to understand his current situation. He pleaded, "Rongji, we're senior and junior, so why must you treat me like this? If you don't want to be a courtesan, then you don't have to be one. I'll go talk to my father." The sect's Qian Rongji had returned. Apart from asking her to help observe Li Qingshan's movements, she actually wanted her to take over Furong's position as courtesan. This was not an intentional insult. The women of the sect had to rely on the vitality of men to cultivate. However, it was also a test and test. Most women were unwilling to end up in a brothel and live a life where their lips were tasted by countless people. Only by completely accepting the sex ideals could they truly inherit their legacy. Before Wei Yingjie, Qian Rongji was rather noble and cold, which made him think she had betrayed him because she was dissatisfied with this. Qian Rongji did not even raise her head. She said indifferently, "Being a courtesan is nothing, but if I just rely on the vitality of regular men to pass my days, and I have to be squeezed dry by you, just when will I ever succeed?" In the sect, there was a master-servant relationship between male and female dual cultivation. The weaker one would definitely suffer some losses. If they followed someone else's rules and crawled step by step, they would be under someone else's control for the rest of their life. Wei Yingjie was taken aback. He forced out a smile. "You find your cultivation slow? I'll ask my father to give you more medicinal pills. He's in charge of all affairs in the sect." In his heart, however, he was thinking about how he was going to hack Qian Rongji into 1,000 pieces after he escaped. However, his acting skills were really mediocre, and Qian Rongji did not see his clumsy acting skills at all. Qian Rongji said, "That's right. If that old thing didn't make the women in the sect your human cauldrons and give you good medicinal pills, How could a piece of trash like you cultivate to the 6th layer of the ore refining realm? I heard that there's a very good little technique in the formula. I found it. As expected, only when the two formulas are combined will it be complete. Wei Yingjie suddenly seemed to understand something. Fear appeared on his face. You're going to use the vitality devouring technique. This was an extremely domineering technique. It was also a taboo in the sect. Zhao Liangqing had once wanted to use it on those kidnapped women. Dual cultivation was supposed to benefit each other. At most, it would be using the other person as a human cauldron to harvest, which would result in a deficiency of yin and a deficiency of yang. However, this vitality-devouring technique was an unbridled plunder. It would cause great harm to one party, and it could even lead to death. It was a taboo technique both inside and outside the sect. Chapter 185. Underground Training. Wei Yingjie understood why Qian Rongji didn't kill him. She wanted to use this method to rob him of his hard-earned true qi. He didn't care about the pain anymore and tried to gather his true qi. Qian Rongji laughed. If you dare to release your true qi again, I will chop off your arms and legs and turn you into a human stick. You can try if you don't believe me. Wei Yingjie panicked and didn't dare to release his true qi. Broken bones could be recovered with medicine, but if his arms and legs were chopped off, he would become a cripple. He still had a bright future ahead of him. There were many beauties waiting for him. If he became a cripple, it would be better to die than to live. Smart. Qian Rongji praised. She grabbed a handful of aphrodisiac pills and stuffed them into Wei Yingjie's mouth. Wei Yingjie shook his head and struggled. This aphrodisiac pill was an extremely powerful aphrodisiac. It was used to make women forget themselves. He forced Qian Rongji to eat 2 the day before yesterday. She couldn't even take one, so how could she eat so many? Qian Rongji laughed. Weren't you very happy when you let me eat it the day before yesterday? Her face suddenly turned cold. Eat it? If you don't eat it, I will chop off your arms and legs. Wei Yingjie hesitated for a moment and let out a scream. Qian Rongji chopped off one of his fingers and held it in front of him. Wei Yingjie was in pain, angry and hateful. But he was under the eaves, so he had to lower his head. He could only swallow the aphrodisiac pill reluctantly. Soon, a ball of burning desire exploded in his lower abdomen. He looked at Qian Rongji and his gaze was gradually replaced by desire. Qian Rongji smiled and ingested a pill of calming. After a long time, Qian Rongji put on her clothes. She was in high spirits, as if she had eaten a complete tonic. Her eyes were sparkling. The true qi in her body almost doubled. It stopped just now when she couldn't take it anymore. However, there was an additional surge of zhenqi that was incompatible with their own zhenqi. But since the two of them were both cultivators, it wasn't too big of a problem. Furthermore, the pill of spring breeze and rain that the sect concocted was precisely to solve this problem. He took a pill of spring wind and rain and meditated on the spot to purify his zhenqi. Wei Yingjie was panting heavily. He was extremely weak, and even if he wanted to release his zhenqi to resist, he was powerless to do so. After regaining some consciousness, he begged, I beg you, please let me go. No, he had to find a way to escape. Otherwise, he would be sucked dry by this woman. He quietly moved his fingers. No matter how unbearable it was, he was gradually getting used to the pain of his broken joint. As long as he endured the pain and infused his true qi into his hands and feet, he should be able to move. At that time, this woman, who was only in the 3rd layer of aura training, would definitely not be his match. You idiot, you sure have a lot of true qi. But take it slow, I have plenty of time. Qian Rongji smiled as she carried the water splitter and walked towards Wei Yingjie's body. What are you doing? Qian Rongji said, It's too dangerous. You better just chop it off. Blood splattered as a miserable howl echoed through the underground palace. Under the starry sky, Li Qingshan and Little and left Jiaping silently, as if they had never been here in the first place. He believed that Qian Rongji would act like she knew nothing too. That way, the incident in Jiaping City would only erupt after a while. He made his way to the back of the Hawkwolf Guard and dove into the clear river that flowed south. Afterwards, he crossed over and arrived below the cliff on the other side. After some effort, he finally found the cave recorded on the map. As a result, Li Qingshan dove in headfirst. He swam at the bottom for an hour before emerging, arriving in the waterless cavern. Right now, what he needed to avoid was not just the door, but the Hawkwolf Guard as well. If he was discovered by the Hawkwolf Guard, they would definitely take him back for interrogation, and he would not be able to hide from the door. Now that a sect had made up its mind, he doubted whether the Hawkwolf Guard could protect him, or in other words, Little Anne, from a group of powerful Qi practitioners. The Hawkwolf Guard had eyes all over the world. If he wandered around on the surface, he would be discovered sooner or later. However, deep in the mountains and forests, with the various techniques of cultivators, he would not necessarily be able to hide very well. As a result, he decided to go to the zombie Taoist's dwelling. The facilities there were complete, and it was extremely well hidden. It could allow him to enter secluded cultivation for a period of time and break through to the second layer of the Ox Demon's fist of great strength. The underground was not as flat as the surface. Instead, it was extremely winding. If it were not for the map, even people with a sharp sense of direction would become lost as they moved through the maze-like underground. It was said that the dark, cramped caves could make people feel suffocated. However, Li Qingshan was in quite a good mood. No matter who it was that possessed such a great fortune, they would never feel unhappy. He also had Little Anne to accompany him, so he did not feel lonely at all. In the pitch-black underground, he instead felt a wondrous sense of relief, as if a wild beast had returned to the wilderness. There was no need for him to put on various disguises to deal with humans. Right now, he was absolutely free. From a certain perspective, he really did seem more and more like a demon. Li Qingshan strode forward, while Little Anne sat on a huge skull that the skull prayer beads had turned into. He lowered his head and studied the underground mental map that the zombie Taoist had given him. Whenever he came across a fork in the road, he would point him in the right direction. Li Qingshan did not have the patience to look at that. They arrived at the zombie Taoist's dwelling. Li Qingshan was not in a hurry to begin cultivating. Instead, he lit a fire to cook. There was quite a lot of food stored in the 100 treasures pouches he had obtained, so he prepared a table full of food and alcohol very soon. Li Qingshan smiled. Let's celebrate first. In the darkness that lacked any light, the two of them clinked their cups and produced a crisp sound. Li Qingshan said, I might spend some time in secluded cultivation this time. Stay outside and don't run around, all right? Little Anne nodded obediently. Li Qingshan rubbed her head. He thought about how she would either fight or flee with him. It really did not seem like a life a child should lead. However, where in the world did not have conflict? Even if he went to the legendary 100 schools of thought, would it really be any different? He pressed the mechanism, and the huge stone door fell down, sealing off the training room completely. In the absolute darkness and silence, Li Qingshan took out a bottle of qi gathering pills. He would protect her. That was something that he would never doubt. Raising his head, he directly swallowed the entire bottle of qi gathering pills. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and converted the medicinal effects into true qi according to the method of the innate method of practicing qi. After who knew how long, the medicinal effects were completely digested in his body. He stood up and demonified, beginning to practice the ox demon's fist of great strength. The medicinal effects turned into demon qi again. This cycle constantly repeated itself. Between movement and stillness, Li Qingshan comprehended the ways of humans and demons at the same time. He became stronger with every moment. Time passed day by day, and he swallowed bottle after bottle of pills. The disappearance of the 2 commanders and 7 elite Black Wolf guards of Jiaping City finally caused an uproar, which reached the prefectural city of Clear River. Chapter 186. In the darkness, a droplet of water fell from the tip of the stalagmite on the ceiling, falling towards Li Qingshan's head. On the stone platform, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged, motionless. But within his body, a great change was happening. Extremely pure true energy flowed continuously in his yang heel meridian. Then, strand by strand, it seeped into his bones and body, cleansing his entire body. A month had passed, and he had already taken nearly 3,000 qi-gathering pills, an average of 100 a day. This was an extremely terrifying number, enough to make any cultivator dumbfounded. His demonic qi had once again grown by leaps and bounds, but the first to break through was the Xiantian training of qi. The droplet of water that fell was smashed to pieces by the surging Zhenqi 3 inches above Li Qingshan's head, but it still stirred up waves of Zhenqi, nearing the brink of a breakthrough. The Zhenqi that had been purified by the Sumru ring played an absolute role at this time. Without any obstacles, Li Qingshan broke through the 6th level of the Xiantian training of qi, reaching the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a faint smile. He was both gratified and emotional. He was gratified that the time he had spent was much shorter than the average qi practitioner. For example, Qian Rongji had also started cultivating from a young age, and she had taken a few years to reach the 2nd level of qi refining. The talent of the 2 could be said to be about the same, or in other words, equally mediocre. As for Diao Fei, who came from a sect and had the guidance of seniors, he was only at the 3rd level of qi refining at the age of 30. Li Qingshan's cultivation speed could not be said to be slow, but this could not be done without the support of a sea of medicinal pills. And without this Sumru ring, no matter how many medicinal pills he had, it would be useless. But refining the impurities in the medicinal pills would take 10 times the time. He felt refreshed and couldn't help but wonder how little An was doing. Li Qingshan suppressed his desire to come out of seclusion. He was already very close to the 2nd stage of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, so close that he was only 1 step away. He could not give up now. He needed to take advantage of this momentum to continue moving forward and master the 2nd stage of Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. He even had to open his Yin heel meridian and reach the 3rd stage of qi refinement. A 16-year-old at the 3rd stage of qi refinement could be considered a genius. The spirit turtle's demon core flashed, and demon qi rose up from his body like smoke and fire. He had assumed his demon form. After a month of cultivation, he had finally broken through the bottleneck of 30 feet. Although this underground cave was huge, when Li Qingshan raised his horns, he was about to touch the stalagmites on the ceiling. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become a monster like Godzilla sooner or later. No, he was even more terrifying than Godzilla. With 1 step, the entire city would collapse in an earthquake. With a loud roar, everyone's head felt like exploding. In the underground palace, Wei Yingjie had already completely lost his human form. His originally handsome face had completely caved in, and his skin was as withered and dull as an old man's. His eyes had lost all of their luster, and drool constantly dripped from his mouth. 10 days ago, he had been reduced to an idiot by the effects of the aphrodisiac pills he had ingested. Under Qian Rongji's Yuan devouring technique, all of his true qi had been devoured clean. His vitality had not been spared either. In the end, he had lost his last sliver of life. He, who treated playing with women as his hobby, had been toyed with to death by a woman in the end. It was truly lamentable. On his body, Qian Rongji's snow-white body was covered in sweat. It was so smooth and glossy that it seemed like it could break with a gust of wind. Her face seemed even more charming and enchanting, like a tender green vine wrapped around a withered tree or a beautiful flower in full bloom. Her face, which had always been calm because of the calming pill, was now filled with ecstasy. Under his father's cultivation, Wei Yingjia's true qi was extremely abundant. It was at least 10 times more than Qian Rongji's. Qian Rongji accepted all of them without hesitation. Her true qi had broken through to the 4th layer of qi refining, and it had reached a full state. She could look forward to reaching the 5th layer as well. Although the yuan devouring technique was terrifying, it could not completely digest the true qi of a 6th layer qi practitioner. There was bound to be some loss and dissipation. Otherwise, she could have reached the 6th layer directly. Qian Rongji was already quite satisfied that the could reach this level. Of course, it was not without its disadvantages. The true qi was too complex, and she needed more spring breeze and rain pills to integrate it. But she was not worried about this. As long as her realm improved, she would naturally have more ways to obtain better medicinal pills. From the beginning, she had never intended to rely on ordinary people to cultivate these two big and small arts. There were too many impurities, and the cultivation speed was too slow. Moreover, the difference in the true qi's attribute was too great, which made it harder to digest. There might even be the problem of conflicting true qi. Therefore, she did not want to find trouble with ordinary qi practitioners. Those from the same sect who also cultivated the Heart Sutra would be the best prey. A fire talisman turned the dried corpse into ashes. She thought, it's time to report to the sect that young sect Master Wei is impatient and has gone to the zombie cave to look for Li Qingshan. She took out another medicinal pill and swallowed it. Her true qi was once again suppressed to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Then, she took a bath and changed her clothes. She walked out of the underground palace and raised her head to see the clear autumn sky. She smiled brighter than the sun. Fate is in my own hands. In a room with a wide field of view, Wang Pushi threw a thick stack of documents on the long mahogany table in front of Hua Sengzan. What do you think? Hua Sengzan leaned against the armchair and crossed his legs on the table. With a wave of his hand, the documents flew up and lined up in the air. Hua Sengzan turned his head back and forth. His eyes moved rapidly as he glanced at each piece of paper, taking in every sentence in his mind. I saw them pass by here. We came out together with Qingshan, but I don't know where he is. He said himself that he has a grudge against Zhuozhibua. Our sect master said that he must bring that child back no matter what. It was as if countless voices were whispering to each other in different tones. A moment later, the papers flew back to the table and neatly piled up. Hua Sengzan opened his eyes. If what he sure said is true. Wang Pushi said, what is it? Hua Sengzan smiled. Li Qingshan tricked Zhuozhibua to death, and then he killed Lao Shishan. Absolutely detailed information could be processed by a clever brain, removing the false impressions and filling in the blank. It would never be too far away from the truth of the matter. Wang Pushi frowned. That's impossible. He's only a 2nd layer qi practitioner. How could he kill Zhuozhibua and so many Black Wolf guards? Hua Sengzan said, he's a 2nd layer qi practitioner who killed a 5th layer qi practitioner, and he might not have done it himself. He might have lured Zhuozhibua to some demon nest. You know that underground isn't safe. There are many places that even we are afraid of venturing into. Wang Pushi nodded. Underground could be regarded as a forbidden zone for humans. Hua Sengzan continued. It might also be a trap laid down by several hundred explosion talismans, like the fire lightning bombs of the school of Moism. As long as they choose a good location and trigger a small earthquake, killing a group of qi practitioners won't be too difficult. Anyway, there are just too many ways to kill them. If it weren't for Li Qingshan, do you want me to believe that Zhuozhibua lost his way underground? Li Qingshan lured away Zhuozhibua and the others, but he returned safe and sound. Old Wang, if you don't consider things like cultivation, isn't the outcome very simple? Only the victor can come back alive. Of course, the loser will die somewhere unknown. I also feel like Zhuozhibwa is done for. Wang Pushi gradually believed him. He had undergone the heavenly tribulation and reached foundation establishment, embarking on the path of seeking immortality and becoming an authoritative Scarlet Hawk commander. However, he had always admired Hua Sengzan's resourcefulness. He could not help but admit that there were indeed geniuses in the world. If it were not for that person, he probably would have broken through to foundation establishment a long time ago, or even surpassed him. Hua Sengzan said. Afterwards, Li Qingshan and Lao Shishan stayed together. In the end, the two of them vanished together. According to Heisher, Li Qingshan carried an iron plate corpse with him. With Lao Shishan's ability as a sixth-layer qi practitioner, he's certain to die against the iron plate corpse. Perhaps the kid is currently cultivating in seclusion somewhere with his spoils of battle. Wang Pushi said furiously, "That kid really is an ingrate. I shouldn't have let him join the Hawkwolf Guard in the first place." Hua Sengzan winked at him mischievously. "Back then, you never thought he could kill Fengzhang and actually report to Jiaping City, right?" Wang Pushi glared at him viciously. "He's pretty lucky." Hua Sengzan raised his head and looked at the ceiling. "Once or twice is luck. If he manages to escape death and defeat a powerful opponent every single time, it's not luck anymore, but strength." Wang Pushi said, "Though, his luck has run out." Hua Sengzan lowered his head and said in surprise, "What do you want to do?" Wang Pushi said, Obviously I want to apprehend him and bring him to justice. He's only been in the Hawkwolf Guard for a few months, and he's already plotting against two commanders. I've never seen a Black Wolf Guard as bold as him. He's completely lawless." Hua Sengzan said, "Look, that's just my speculation. It might not necessarily be true. Not to mention, there's no evidence, so why would he admit to it?" Wang Pushi said, "Are we just going to let it go if he doesn't admit to it?" Hua Sengzan said, "Zhuozhibwa is looking to die. He's even willing to mobilize so many people to plot against his own subordinates, yet he's not allowed to retaliate? He's stayed in Jiaping City for far too long, and he's become far too close to the sect. It's about time for someone else to replace him." Wang Pushi said, "Lao Shishan was silenced by that kid, so he deserved it?" Hua Sengzan curled his lip. "He probably deserved it. If he wanted to silence them, he should have silenced those disciples of Moism the most, especially that one called Heisher. His testimony seemed like he was eager to prove that Li Qingshan was the culprit, yet he ended up saving them instead. If he had even the slightest bit of malice in his heart, he would have let them die to the zombie Daoist's hands. Since he's already wiped the slate clean, and it can't be considered as purposeful murder, why should we act like petty people?" Chapter 187. In certain places and in the eyes of certain people, the deaths of two Black Wolf commanders was an earth-shaking matter, but in other places and in the eyes of other people, it was just a small matter. The difference in authority led to completely different perspective. Whether it was Wang Pushi who disliked Li Qingshan or Hua Sengzan who liked Li Qingshan, they both treated this as a small matter. They reached an agreement with just a few words. Wang Pushi said, "Fair enough. It's not like we need to do anything if we want to deal with that kid anyway." Hua Sengzan asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Pushi said, "Vice Sect Master Wei has already taken the 4 grannies to Jiaping City. His son of a bitch has gone underground to find Li Qingshan. He hasn't returned, so I think he's done for." "What, didn't you hear your mistress mention it?" Hua Sengzan said, "You said it yourself. She's his mistress, not his wife. He's the sect master, so he obviously has to consider the interests of the sect. The child really does seem to be quite important to them. They really don't take the words of a vice commander seriously. He had told them not to touch Li Qingshan. Now that the sect had ignored him and forcefully taken action, it was equivalent to ignoring his authority. Wang Pushi raised an eyebrow. You've undergone the heavenly tribulation. If we work together, I'd like to see just who in the 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture dares to defy your will, Hua Sengzan? 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and Black Wolf guards would definitely possess great authority in the entire Clear River Prefecture. Compared to them, the 10th layer of Qi practitioner was only a single step away, but it was worlds apart. Hua Sengzan smiled heartlessly. Cultivation is about going with the flow. It can't be forced. Wang Pushi said, whatever. We'll do as you say this time. We won't capture him, nor will we protect him. We'll just wait and see. I'd like to see whether the kid can survive this or not. Hua Sengzan leapt up and crouched down on the table. He patted Wang Pushi's shoulder. He's someone that Boss Gu admires no matter what. Old Wang, don't be upset. It might affect your cultivation. Wang Pushi said, so what? I'm also someone that Elder Gu, Commander Gu admires, and I was almost brought in by you. If I didn't have this spirit, I'd be a dying old man right now. I am going to the 100 schools of thought. Let's see which kid is willing to go down there and take over the position of vice commander. Regular Qi practitioners could only barely become a Black Wolf guard after putting their lives on the line. On the other hand, those who came from the 100 schools of thought were directly appointed as commanders. The gap between them was huge. After Wang Pushi left, Hua Sengzan's face darkened as he sighed. Even if he was extremely intelligent and prided himself on being a genius, what was the use if he couldn't close the gap? While the geniuses stood still and sighed, the mortals crawled on the ground. Bah! An extremely loud slap sent Qian Rongji flying. He rolled and hit the wall hard before falling to the ground. His cheek was already swollen. Blood oozed from the corner of his lips. He no longer seemed charming at all. Why didn't you stop him? Why did you only report it now? A gray-haired, middle-aged man in luxurious violet clothes roared out. His true qi surged, pressing down on Qian Rongji from afar. She was immobilized like a bug. The middle-aged man was the vice-sect master of the sect, a 10th layer qi practitioner, Wei Zhongyuan. He had already reached the highest level of the secret art, only a step away from foundation establishment. He was someone who stood at the apex of qi practitioners. To the left and right of the hall were 4 haggard old women. They all wore heavy makeup, and their appearances were strange. The smell of makeup could be smelled from 10 steps away. They focused on drawing their eyebrows and manicuring their nails. None of them even glanced at Qian Rongji. A few young male escorts followed behind them, serving her carefully. One of them was Grandma Shiman. 2 handsome young men were massaging her shoulders. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea. She didn't care about the pitiful state of her disciple at all. Qian Rongji's eyes were filled with tears. She said with great grievance, I really couldn't persuade young Master Wei. Sect Master, this really isn't my fault. You still dare to talk back. Wei Zhongyuan stretched out his hand and grabbed Qian Rongji. True Qi flew out 10 feet and grabbed her in the air. With my son's temperament, if he wasn't bewitched by you, bitch, why would he take the initiative to look for Li Qingshan? There's still no news of him. If it wasn't for the fact that Qian Rongji's strength was too low, he would almost suspect that it was Qian Rongji who did it. This was obviously not the wisdom of rational thinking. It was just anger. With a miserable shriek, Qian Rongji's bones creaked, almost about to be crushed. I really... The door swung open loudly, and a few Black Wolf guards swaggered in. What are you doing? When they saw the situation in the room, they all paled in fright. They had received news that a Black Wolf guard had been trapped in the building, so they had rushed over in a hurry. However, they never expected to see such a powerful group of qi practitioners. They had almost become speechless. What are you doing? Are you killing a member of the Hawkwolf Guard? Only then did Wei Zhongyuan remember that Qian Rongji had an identity like that. Grandma Shimen coughed gently. Sect Master, forget it. This isn't Rongji's fault. Let's hurry up and find little Jia. I've watched that child grow up. I don't want anything to happen to him. Wei Zhongyuan snorted coldly and tossed Qian Rongji aside viciously. None of the Black Wolf Guards dared to help her up. Qian Rongji propped herself up and knelt towards Grandma Shimen in gratitude. Thank you, Granny. Then she bowed towards Wei Zhongyuan. Thank you, Sect Master. If we can't find Jia, you'll be in for a treat. With a wave of his hand, Wei Zhongyuan made his way out of the door. The four grannies followed closely behind him. The young people giggled as they walked past Qian Rongji. They glanced at Qian Rongji in disheveled disdain and discussed loudly, "Look at her. She's just like a bitch." A young man beside Grandma Shimen said, "Isn't that right? She even wants to suck up to Granny. How shameless." Qian Rongji lowered her head. Her disheveled hair covered her face, such that no one could see the light flashing through her eyes. Fortunately, she had thought of sending people to ask for reinforcements from the Hawkwolf Guard. Otherwise, if she really did end up being killed by this crazy old bastard, it would be a waste. She was a 10th layer Qi practitioner. If she used the vitality devouring technique, would she be able to break through to the 6th layer and condense a sea of Qi? A few Black Wolf Guards glanced at Qian Rongji. One of them said, "Do you know what the consequences are now for going to the door? When will this building open for business? Seeing as we're all colleagues, we'll definitely go and take care of the business. Once you recover, Rongji, you have to serve us well." They all smiled obscenely as they brazenly studied Qian Rongji's slender figure. They were originally Black Wolf Guards who had been pushed to the sidelines by Zhuozhibua. They were filled with jealousy and contempt towards Qian Rongji, who had hooked up with Zhuozhibua as soon as she joined the Hawkwolf Guard. Now that Zhuozhibua had passed away, they all felt like it was time for them to make a comeback. They all felt extremely delighted, becoming arrogant from their success. Qian Rongji stood up. Under the soothing of true Qi, her swollen face returned to normal, only leaving behind some bruises. She wiped away the blood from the corner of her lips and smiled. Rongji just happened to want to carry out a mission, but I'm alone, so I'm afraid I won't be able to succeed. Please assist me, big brothers. Rongji will definitely repay your kindness properly. The Black Wolf Guards looked at one another. They were all tempted, and they became even more scornful. In their eyes, Qian Rongji was just a whore who had sold herself. Now that the person she relied on, Zhuozhibua, had passed away, she obviously wanted to find someone else to rely on. One of them was a 4th layer Qi practitioner, while the other 3 were 3rd layer Qi practitioners. They were basically the remaining backbone of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. They were very trustworthy. It was perfect for them to try out this woman. It was not like they were afraid of her playing any tricks with their strength anyway. When Qian Rongji and the 4 Black Wolf Guards went to the Eagle Hunting Tower to receive a mission and were about to set off, they just happened to run into Diao Fei. Diao Fei glanced at Qian Rongji and immediately dodged. He asked politely, "What are you up to?" The leader of the 4th layer Qi practitioners said, "A small mission. There's a demonic beast causing trouble, so we're going to take a look. Do you want to come with us?" "Hee, big brother, this is just a small mission. Aren't there a little too many people?" A Black Wolf Guard smiled obscenely, which led to another round of laughter. Together? Diao Fei was already trying to avoid this woman, so where did you get the courage to go on a mission with her? After the mission in Ancient Wind City, he had become extremely vigilant towards Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji. He swore that he would never travel with them again. He kept a low profile and moved around alone, accumulating resources and avoiding many problems. He was just about to break through to the 4th layer, When he heard that Zhuozhibwa had led a group of Black Wolf guards to hunt down Li Qingshan, he could not be like the other Black Wolf guards, firmly believing that Li Qingshan was dead for sure. In the end, 9 Hawkwolf guards had vanished, including 2 Hawkwolf commanders. He was not certain that Li Qingshan was behind this, but he felt like Li Qingshan definitely had something to do with it. As a result, he became even more certain of his belief that he could not travel with a tiger. While it was possible to prevent a tiger from attacking people, it was impossible to prevent a venomous snake from attacking people. His gaze towards the Black Wolf guards was rather strange. There was basically some pity. I still have matters to attend to. Afterwards, he left in a hurry. That guy sure is unsociable. Forget it. Let's go. The 4th layer Qi practitioner placed his hand on Qian Rongji's waist naturally and slid it down. Qian Rongji smiled. Although it would be slightly troublesome if she was compatible with foreign true Qi, how could she turn down a prey that had delivered itself to her? The next day, Qian Rongji returned to Jiaping silently. She returned to the underground palace on the 2nd floor with 4 round, gunny sacks. Whether it was geniuses or mortals, they all had to survive, using their own method. However, when mortals were unwilling to be mediocre and be at the mercy of fate, they wanted to possess everything that a genius possessed. They had to rack their brains and pay a price. This price was not just hard work and hardship. They even had to sacrifice their dignity, endure humiliation, give up their emotions, and throw themselves into the sea of bitterness of hell. Chapter 188. The strength of 2 oxen. When he swallowed 1,000 of them together, he felt like he had swallowed a huge bomb. He felt like there was a ball of fire in his stomach, about to burn through it. If it were not for the fact that he had already demonified and his body was much tougher than regular people, this entire process would have been enough to claim his life. Under the effects of the medicine, the demon Qi gradually became violent. It went out of control, rampaging about recklessly as if it was trying to rip Li Qingshan to pieces. If it were not for the ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging that had forged his body to the point of being as tough as steel, even regular demons would have exploded. With so many advantages, he would not be a man if he did not treat himself a little harsher. He ignored the pain in his body and forcefully moved his body. He raised his legs, lifted his shoulders, and punched out, guiding the demon Qi along a certain path. He repeated the 3 forms of the ox demon: stamps its hooves, the ox demon butts its horns, and the ox demon forges its hide countless times. He swore to himself that he would break through to the 2nd layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and obtain the strength of 2 oxen. Only then would he emerge and see little Anne. Above the wasteland, 5 figures flew over at high speed. They were Wei Zhongyuan and the other 4. Every single one of them was surrounded by streams of air. They did not touch the ground as they moved with the wind. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind, appearing extremely graceful. A farmer happened to be farming in the fields. When he saw this from afar, he immediately knelt on the ground and called out, "Immortals." The 5 of them did not even glance at him. They turned around together and flew over the river, kicking up waves. They followed the river and arrived at the entrance of the zombie cave. Just now, they stopped and stood on the surface of the water, gazing at the pitch-black cave that seemed like the mouth of a beast. There might be danger in the cave. The 2 commanders of the Hawkwolf Guard have probably died in there. It's very likely for an iron plate corpse to follow Li Qingshan, Wei Zhongyuan said cautiously, displaying his bearing as the master of a sect. With what we're capable of, an iron plate corpse is nothing. Grandma Dongmen said scornfully, "If it's a steel plate corpse, then it's worth dealing with seriously. If it's a bronze demon corpse, then I'll leave immediately without another word." The West Gate Granny smiled sinisterly. "Elder sister, you're already so old, yet you keep saying stupid things. There are many demonic beasts and monsters underground, and there are even demon generals. Encountering a demonic beast is a huge problem. If we encounter a demon general, all 5 of us will be buried underground. Grandma Dongmen raised her eyebrows. She hated it when people said she was old. She scolded, "Old thing, do you think I'm ignorant? Why would a demon general be in such a shallow place? If there really are demon generals, what right does the zombie Taoist have to build a dwelling here?" Wei Zhongyuan said, "Don't quarrel, there's no harm in being careful. This time we must rescue my son, kill that Li Qingshan, and capture that child with the aspect of outstanding beauty and heavenly fragrance. Let's go." With a flick of his sleeve, he took the lead and flew into the cave. The scorching heat in Li Qingshan's abdomen gradually spread to his entire body. His dark skin began to redden slightly. As soon as his sweat oozed out, it was reduced to white steam, constantly rising up from his muscular body. It was like he had entered a steamer. His movements for the ox demon's fist of great strength became slower and slower as well. In the end, he basically became as slow as Taiji fist. His movements slowed down. Even the thin air seemed to become viscous as well. However, with every punch he threw out, he could move the air in the entire cave. The air was like the demon chi in his body, clashing back and forth. It created a heavy, buzzing sound in the narrow cave. Cultivation had already reached its most crucial point. The 5 of them arrived at the first fork. Just when Wei Zhongyuan was about to sense for auras, Grandma Shimen was already prepared. She took out an oval-shaped wooden sphere. "What's this?" "A pathfinding hive. That kid surnamed He from the Mahist family sold it to me. He even told me to keep it a secret." Grandma Shimen twisted the mechanism and projected a complete map of the underground. It was the record left behind by the Mahist disciples when they entered last time. The 5 of them flew straight in the direction of the zombie cave. They were as fast as birds. The scarlet color on Li Qingshan's body became more and more obvious. It seeped out from within his body, making him look like a cast iron block. The red light in his eyes also became brighter and brighter. There was a sound of stretching metal. His body continued to grow, becoming taller and stronger. 33 feet, 35 feet, 37 feet. This process was extremely painful. However, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. He was full of joy. In a moment, the 5 of them arrived at the zombie cave. Without hesitation, they barged in and searched everywhere. However, all the rooms were empty. Only the training room was sealed by a huge rock. Grandma Shimen asked, "Is it here?" Wei Zhongyuan stepped forward without hesitation. He casually pushed out his palm, and the huge rock shattered with a loud bang. Li Qingshan's body suddenly grew by 12 feet, reaching 12 feet. He let out a roar, shook his arms, and spread them to the sides. He let out a roar. The lake water beside him was suddenly pushed away, crashing against the surrounding rock walls. It created huge waves that were several feet high. The falling waterfall almost flowed backwards. The bottom of the lake with a circumference of 30 feet around him was exposed. It turned out that Li Qingshan disliked the low ceiling of the training cave, so he came to this underground lake where he ambushed Zhuozhibwa and the others. The space here was 20 feet high, allowing him to stretch freely. It just so happened that he avoided the people of the sect. Li Qingshan laughed carefreely. He had finally cultivated the ox demon's fist of great strength to the second layer. The strength of his body increased to an extremely terrifying level. The lake water flowed backwards, forming a huge whirlpool beside him. It was enough to overturn a boat, but it could only submerge up to his waist. A figure flew towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stretched out his hand, and the figure landed in his palm. It was little Anne. He was also smiling, happy for him. Li Qingshan felt his body was filled with explosive power. He had never felt so good before. He waded to the side of the lake and pressed his hand against the rock wall. The rock that had experienced countless years of silence was so strong that it was difficult for swords and knives to damage it. But with just a light press, he didn't feel any resistance. His hand sank in, as if he was pressing into mud. Moreover, he faintly felt a faint connection with the rock. Then he did a new experiment. He took out a wind-entwining knife and slashed it at his chest. With a clang, sparks flew, and the wind-entwining knife bounced off. On his body, not even a white mark was left. Afterwards, he took out Zhuozhibu's mid-grade spiritual artifact knife and mimicked Zhuozhibu's speed and strength, stabbing himself. He felt a slight pain, but it did not pierce through either. With the completion of the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, not only had his strength increased, but his terrifying defense had also increased. If he included the Spirit Turtle's Profound Shell, then even Hao Pingyang's Yellow Dragon's Cannon of Devouring Light would not be able to harm a hair on him. With this demonic body, even if hundreds or thousands of sixth-layer Qi practitioners stood in front of him, they would still be tortured to death. Right now, the only question he had to consider was, with this power, would he be able to defeat a ninth-layer Qi practitioner like the Westgate Granny? A sliver of killing intent flashed through his eyes. The sect was determined to take little N away, which touched on his reverse scale. He made up his mind to kill them. However, he suppressed this killing intent soon afterward. The sect was still an undefeatable colossus. He needed to be even more patient right now. Wei Zhongyuan looked at the empty cultivation room. He's not here. No, he's been here before. The South Gate Granny wiped the stone table. There was not a speck of dust on it. When little N was bored, he would often order the puppets and iron plate corpses to clean up the place. Grandma Shimin said sinisterly, "He'll definitely come back. We can set up a trap here and wait for him." They all glanced at one another. One of them immediately hid in the darkness and erased all of their auras, waiting for Li Qingshan to walk right into their trap. It was possible to imagine that as soon as Li Qingshan set foot in there, he would be like a tiger in a stone cage. He would struggle to break free easily. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and looked at his appearance in the water. He smiled bitterly. His current appearance was like those tough, black basketball superstars from his past life. His rock-like muscles bulged, making him seem like a vicious beast as he stood there. He did not seem like a 16-year-old at all. He opened his mouth and rubbed his long, sharp teeth. He felt even more helpless. The first layer of the Spirit Turtle's method of Qi suppression just happened to suppress the first layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength and the Tiger Demon's Fist of Bone Forging. Now that Li Qingshan had reached the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, that was equivalent to breaking this balance. Immediately, the characteristics of many demons manifested. If he reached the second layer of the Tiger Demon's Fist of Bone Forging, he probably would not be able to suppress these changes and would not be able to revert to human form. Forget it. The most important thing about a man isn't his appearance. Li Qingshan said to Little Anne, "He's very courageous like this, right?" Little Anne nodded. She liked him no matter what he looked like. Li Qingshan said, "All right. Let's go back." He took a step forward and felt his foot soften. Looking down, he left behind a deep footprint. He exhaled gently and began to focus on controlling his strength. He walked forward step by step, no longer feeling like he was stepping on air. His footsteps became faster and faster. Gradually, he felt like there was a strange elasticity on the firm ground, allowing him to travel even further with each step. In the Zombies' Immortals Cave, the 5 Peak Qi practitioners of the sect waited silently. They waited for a long time. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. The stone table was covered with another layer of dust. As Qi practitioners, none of them were impatient people. However, if they kept waiting like this, when would they ever reach the end? Li Qingshan originally wanted to return to the zombie king's dwelling, but his stomach began to rumble. It was as loud as thunder. He rubbed his belly. I feel like I can eat 10 cows. Let's go eat something first. The food in the dozen or so hundred treasures pouches had all been devoured by him a long time ago. Although he would not starve to death even if he did not eat, as long as he had chi-gathering pills and could absorb the energy of the world through the spirit turtle's demon core, eating actual food still had its benefit. Moreover, it was an inalienable joy of life. Afterwards, he took out the underground mental map and found the closest exit that led to the surface. He made his way out. P.S. Li Qingshan has become Li Erniu. Everyone applaud and welcome him. I'm begging for monthly votes. Chapter 189. Searching for a place to cultivate. The exit was in a forest. It was currently late autumn, so the entire mountain was dyed red. Red, yellow, and green merged together to form an ever-changing landscape. The bright sunlight landed before him, and he blinked his eyes and sucked in a deep breath of the fresh air above ground. Sure enough, the surface was more suitable for survival. The zombie Taoist's dwelling was too deep underground, so he could not come out often for fresh air. It would be best if he could find a cave that was relatively well hidden and build a large house on top of it. Afterwards, he could go underground whenever he wanted, and he could come out whenever he wanted. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, the zombie Taoist did not naturally like staying underground. He had his own considerations. If he built his dwelling too shallow, it would be very easy for the Hawkwolf Guard to attack his base and raid his lair. The location of his dwelling was very particular as well. When Li Qingshan cultivated there, he would feel his true qi circulate much faster, and his Fengqi acupoint could sense that the spiritual qi of the world in the cave was much denser than other places. Spiritual veins crisscrossed underground. The dwelling must have been located on a certain spiritual vein, just like the word earth in the 4 words wealth, companionship, method, and earth. Although it was not at the level of a legendary blessed land, it was still very beneficial to cultivation. However, Li Qingshan's path of cultivation was not one of gradual progress. Instead, he relied on tremendous amounts of pills to forcefully build up his cultivation. The significance of the spiritual land was not particularly great to him. It was not like he would show himself before he finished all the pills on him anyway. Opening the mental map of the Green Province, Li Qingshan confirmed his location. He was 100 kilometers southeast of Jiaping City. He was close to leaving the territory of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City, which was exactly what he wanted. 15 kilometers to the south was a small city. It was called Salt Mountain City because it was located on a mountain of salt. The value of salt mines was no less than gold and iron. Although practitioners did not pay much attention to it, it was a place that people in the Jianghu would fight for. Whether it was to occupy a salt mine or to transport salt, experts were needed to protect them. Therefore, the practice of martial arts was very strong. Everyone on the street was armed with blades and swords. The greatest organization in the city was the Proud Sword Manor. They claimed to have 3,000 disciples, and the lord of the manor, Yu Shuquang, was a first-rate master of the current age, a leading figure in the orthodox world. His wielding of the sword had reached perfection, and he slaughtered all of the weak. He was basically the true controller of Salt Mountain City. Even the district magistrate had to bow to him when he saw him. However, great hero Yu also had his own worries. Most of the worries of the strong were when they encountered someone stronger than them and felt helpless. Villa Master Yu, I'll be taking these children with me. A middle-aged man spoke. He was dressed in green and carried a longsword in a green scabbard. His collar and cuffs were embroidered with patterns of green vines. His aura was that of a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator. There were 4 children around 12 or 13 years old standing beside him. All of them looked excited and reluctant. Yu Shuquang smiled along. All right. Please feel free to take them with you, Brother Liu. These children will definitely have a better future in the Green Vine Mountain. These children were his most outstanding disciples of the young generation. 2 of them came from poor backgrounds, and he had even spent money and effort to nurture them for a few years, just so that he could add a few more masters to the proud sword sect in the future. However, he had never thought that they would end up benefiting someone else. This disciple of the Green Vine Mountain had come over, and all he had to do was say a few words before taking them away. How could he not feel pained? Cultivation sects also required outstanding talents to replenish their blood. However, Qi practitioners were few in number at the end of the day, so it was impossible for them to go around looking for suitable talent. Directly going to the various large gangs of the Jianghu became an extremely time-saving and labor-saving method. Many cultivation sects would even establish their own gangs just to expand their influence and make it easier for them to recruit disciples. Our Green Vine Mountain obviously won't take advantage of you for free. Here's a Qi gathering pill. It'll benefit you greatly when you break through to the innate realm. Lu Fengrui placed down an embroidered box. There was a Qi gathering pill in the box pitifully, but he acted like he was rewarding Yu Shuquang arrogantly. Yu Shuquang cursed inside. Do you really think I'm a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world? Qi gathering pills were commonly used by Qi practitioners. With his wealth, even buying several dozen would not be a problem. It would not be of much help when he broke through to the innate realm. However, he acted like he was flattered. That's far too precious. At this moment, a disciple reported, Manor Lord, someone wants to see you. Yu Shuquang said furiously, Can't you see that I'm receiving an esteemed guest? The disciple said pitifully, But he said he's your friend, Manor Lord. Lu Fengrui said, If that's the case, I'll be taking my leave first. Yu Shuquang stood up in a hurry to send him off. He nodded and bowed along the way as he sighed inside. Zijian, oh Zijian, don't disappoint me. Cultivate well and come back to support me. After arriving at the main entrance, Yu Shuquang glanced out of the corner of his eye. He saw a figure as tall and burly as an ox sitting on a long bench, waiting. He wore a large, conical hat on his head, obscuring his appearance. Beside him was a large bamboo basket with a lid, so it was impossible to tell what was inside. The disciple whispered, Manor Lord, that's him. Yu Shuquang was confident that he did not have a friend like that, or it would be impossible for him to not remember such a special figure. No, it should be said that he had never seen such a burly figure in his life. The figure stood up with a whoosh and blocked Yu Shuquang's path. Great hero Yu, long time no see. In that moment Yu Shuquang basically felt his vision darken. The heavy voice was rather familiar. You are? Li Qingshan raised his hat slightly. Although his figure and skin had changed drastically, and even his face had become rather strange, Yu Shuquang still recognized him with a single glance. He cried out, You're... Lu Fengrui ignored Yu Shuquang and directly boarded the carriage and left. He had never taken Great Hero Yu seriously the entire time. Yu Shuquang was not in the mood to feel angry right now. The tiger butcher had come looking for him, so what good could it be? For a moment, he was stunned. Let's talk inside. Li Qingshan smiled. Originally, he wanted to express some goodwill, but when he revealed his long fangs, he seemed even more vicious and malicious. Yu Shuquang shuddered. He followed Li Qingshan back into the manor unknowingly. He had no idea what he had done wrong today. Li Qingshan had specially searched for a city that was slightly larger on the map and did not have Qi practitioners. That would make it easier for him to buy food and drink, which was why he chose Salt Mountain City. However, his appetite was just too great. If he went to buy it himself, it would be far too troublesome, and it would easily raise suspicion. If the informants of the Hawkwolf Guard saw him, it would be very inappropriate. As a result, He was in urgent need of someone with local influence to help him deal with these matters. He could vaguely remember that Yu Shuquang had once invited him to Salt Mountain City as a guest in an extremely friendly restaurant in Lakeside City back then. As a result, he had come looking for him. Yu Shuquang dispersed the disciple tactfully. He asked, surly, "Why have you come all the way here?" Li Qingshan said, "There are a few matters that I'd like to trouble you with." He casually placed down a stack of silver note. "There's around 1,000,000 taels of silver here. You can treat it as a deposit." "Sir, you can't do that. As long as I, Yu Shuquang, have a use for me, I'll do anything, no matter what." Yu Shuquang beamed with joy, but what he thought was, who would be bold enough to accept the tiger butcher's silver? "Take it," Li Qingshan said indifferently. "Yes." Yu Shuquang immediately stowed the silver away. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Who would be bold enough to refuse the tiger butcher's silver? Li Qingshan said, "There's a manor in the mountains to the southeast of the city. I want to buy it and stay there for a while. I'll use this silver." "Yes. I'll get someone to handle it right now." "No, I'll handle it personally. I guarantee that you'll be able to move in tonight." Yu Shuquang patted his chest and guaranteed. "I don't want anyone to know I'm here, including your relatives and friends, especially your daughter. If news of this gets out, definitely not. If I tell anyone else about this, then I, Yu Shuquang, will be destroyed by the heavens." Yu Shuquang immediately raised his right hand and swore an oath. Li Qingshan interrupted him. "There's no need for you to swear. I don't rely on this. As long as you're willing to help me, I won't mistreat you. I won't be like that person earlier, who only gave you a qi-gathering pill." Yu Shuquang was both ashamed and surprised. Li Qingshan had actually heard the conversation in the main hall 300 meters away from the entrance. Li Qingshan said, "Where's the qi-gathering pill?" Yu Shuquang took out the embroidered box in a hurry. Li Qingshan accepted it and tossed the qi-gathering pill into his mouth. "The quality is quite good." Yu Shuquang's face sank. Qi-gathering pills were extremely precious pills to masters of the Jianghu who cultivated inner force like him. They could easily be sold for 100 or 200,000 taels of silver outside. He was just bluffing when he said he wouldn't mistreat him. Li Qingshan took out a new pill from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it in the embroidered box. "Do you recognize this pill?" Yu Shuquang's eyes immediately widened. "This is 100 grasses pill." This was much rarer and more precious than qi-gathering pills. It was basically priceless. Even 200,000 taels of silver could not buy it. If he could ingest one, his chances of breaking through to the innate realm would increase slightly. Li Qingshan passed the embroidered box back to Yu Shuquang. "You can treat this as a deposit. I hope we can work well together." Fear and profit had always been the best methods to control people. Li Qingshan just happened to lack both. An hour later, Li Qingshan obtained the deed to the estate. He stood up and bade farewell. "Oh right, don't call me by my name in the future." "Then what should I call you?" Li Qingshan thought about it. "Just call me Nyo Air." Yu Shuquang was experienced in the Jianghu as well. He could tell that Li Qingshan wanted to conceal his name a long time ago, but he did not agree with Li Qingshan's taste in naming. Li Qingshan said, "Also, send 10 tables, no, 20 tables of food every day in the future." After cultivating underground during this period of time, his mouth had almost become bland. Standing in the estate in the call, the entire estate had already been cleaned. It had even been sprinkled with water. He had no idea how Yu Shuquang had managed to do it. The surroundings were shaded by the mountains and forests. The scenery was elegant, yet very quiet. At the same time, it was close to Salt Mountain City. It was the ideal place for cultivation for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan placed down the bamboo basket on him, and climbed out. He looked around and seemed very satisfied. Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map and compared it with the mental map of the Green Province once again. The map indicated that there was a cave that just happened to pass through here. It was only a few meters deep in the earth. As long as he put in some effort, he could make a tunnel. Chapter 190. If he really was discovered by the door, then he could flee underground. As long as he made a few turns and hid his aura, even the door wouldn't be able to catch him. The estate occupied an area of several hundred acres. Because it was built in the mountains, it had just been cleaned and covered with many yellow leaves. The winding path led to a secluded garden. The tranquility gave off an ancient aura. Who knew how many years it had been through? The original designs on the walls and beams had all been blurred, but it had lost some of its splendor. Instead, it had gained some accumulated weathering. Li Qingshan was extremely satisfied. It was even better than the Hawkwolf Guards building. He lowered his head. Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while. As he rubbed little Anne's head, he said, Once I soar into the sky and master my martial arts, I'll draw out everyone in the door one by one and bleed them dry. They'll be daydreaming if they think they can take you away, ha 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 ha. He laughed resplendently as he said, Yeah, no one can take me away. Little Anne was infected by his laughter. Probably just throwing money at Yu Shuquang was not enough for him to buy this place. He also relied on the deterrence of the violent gang that was the Proud Sword Manor. Just like how the bigger fish ate the smaller fish ate the shrimps, any disciple from the Green Vine Mountain could deal with Great Hero Yu obediently. It would be a piece of cake for Great Hero Yu to turn around and deal with a few wealthy merchants. What a cruel class society. Li Qingshan sighed. He wandered around the estate, trying to figure out where to start digging. Little Anne pulled out a book from the study. With a creak, the bookshelf flipped around, revealing a flight of stairs leading downwards. Li Qingshan gave him a thumbs up. Nicely done. Let's go in and take a look. As soon as Li Qingshan and Little Anne entered, the bookshelf closed up automatically. They were bold because of their skill, so they continued downwards without minding it. He discovered that it was a man-made secret room, divided into dozens of rooms, connected by many secret passages that led to the main buildings of the mansion. There was also a large amount of rice, flour, and oil stored inside. Li Qingshan had heard that many great families would build such secret passages when building their mansions. This was to prevent war and bandits from robbing them. They would have a place to hide, and perhaps they would be able to avoid extermination. However, this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. This saved him a lot of trouble. He took out the mental map and compared it again. Then, he came to a stone room, raised his right foot and stomped down heavily. With a thump, the floor was covered in cracks. With a rumbling sound, the earth and stones collapsed, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. When the dust settled, all he saw was a huge hole in the floor. Li Qingshan stuck his head into the hole and looked around. Sure enough, it was connected to the underground cavern. He smiled in satisfaction. With this path of retreat, he could cultivate in peace. Returning to the surface, the 20 tables of food had already been delivered. Li Qingshan ate heartily, eating extremely happily. Little Anne ate a little with him too before putting down her chopsticks and holding her cheeks as she watched him eat. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Little Anne went to the study to read, while Li Qingshan meditated in the courtyard. He swallowed 10 chi-gathering pills in a single gulp. As soon as they were digested, they were swallowed by the spirit turtle's Niden, all converted into demon chi. He decided to focus on the cultivation of the spirit turtle's method of chi suppression from today onwards, as if the spirit turtle's cultivation was too low, he would not be able to suppress the ox demon and tiger demon. He would not be able to assume human form, which would lead to quite a lot of trouble. The ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging could greatly strengthen his body, granting him extraordinary battle prowess. What determined his cultivation as a demon was still the tiny demon cores condensed from the spirit turtle's method of Chi suppression. The first layer of the spirit turtle's method of Chi suppression was condensing a demon core, reaching the sixth layer of human Chi practitioners. Once he reached the second layer, he should be able to break through his current cultivation and become a demon general. He would no longer have to fear the door. However, this process was 10 times more difficult than reaching the second layer with the ox demon and tiger demon. Of course, it was not exactly difficult. Instead, it would take up a lot of time. He really could not afford to waste several decades or even a century. He still wanted to find Gu Yenying one day and get intimate with her. With a rustle, a century would pass. Even if she did not age, it would already be great if he could remember her name. No matter how deep the love at first sight was, how could it resist the invasion of time? It would be best if he worked hard for it before this thought was worn away. He had even promised Xianyue that he would take her to the Dragon Province. Once a century passed, who knew how fast her cultivation would be after she ingested the pills from the provincial lord's estate. It would be best if she completed her cultivation first before he had even achieved any major accomplishments in his cultivation. If that happened, wouldn't his promise become a joke? And, if he spent too much time on the ground, Brother Ox above the 9 heavens would probably grow impatient, even though he had never seen him grow impatient before. In short, it could only be described as advancing valiantly. He wanted to use tremendous amounts of pills to forcefully carve out a shortcut that would allow him to ascend to the heavens. He closed his eyes and drew in the spiritual chi of the world from the outside while receiving the effects of the pills from the inside. He constantly gathered, absorbed, and converted them. The blue sky was bathed in moonlight. He spat out the spirit turtle's demon core, which spun as it flew into the air and shone with azure light. It expanded and contracted like it was breathing, and a sliver of moonlight was sucked into the demon core. However, his consciousness rapidly sank, like a spirit turtle sinking into a bottomless abyss, entering a slumber that would last thousands of years. It was almost a state of nothingness. The spiritual chi of the world constantly surged into his demon core and his body. The part of his body that was usually the most sensitive to the spiritual chi of the world, the Feng Qi acupoint on the back of his head, seemed to have become the perfect entrance. A lot of the spiritual chi of the world directly surged into his yang heel meridian, flowing through his meridians. Originally, this was something that only foundation establishment cultivators could achieve, but this young man who possessed both the human and demon paths had achieved it unconsciously. The extremely pure spiritual chi of the world was something that only powerful cultivators who had truly embarked on the path of cultivation could enjoy, yet it had all flowed into the body of a puny chi practitioner like him. Compared to the spiritual chi of the world, the chi-gathering pills refined from the herbs meticulously gathered by humans were like distillers' grains to fine wine. Li Qingshan's innate method of practicing chi had already reached the 6th layer, reaching the highest level of the 2nd layer. The true chi that could be stored in his yang heel meridian was already full. The 7th stage of the innate method of training of chi naturally appeared in his mind, and he began to circulate it in a completely unconscious state. First, it surged towards the Zhaohai acupoint on his ankle. Due to the lack of Li Qingshan's control, it was unable to condense into a cone to pass through the barrier. It all gathered there, unable to advance. However, with the support of the spiritual chi of the world, the true chi surged over like the tide. Before the first had even subsided, another wave would rise. It did not grow tired of it, nor did it stop. It did not require the support of any pills at all, nor did it consume any of the true chi. It surged towards the Zhaohai acupoint endlessly. Even if it were 100 times, it would not shake the dam at all, but what about 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or 100,000 times? Finally, the dam collapsed, and the true chi surged into the unveil meridian like a flood. Then, it faced the second barrier. Originally, failure at any of the barriers meant that all previous efforts would be wasted, and one would have to start all over again. Therefore, when chi practitioners broke through their meridians and acupoints, they would always prepare as many pills and spirit stones as possible. It was as if they were injecting new water into the river of true chi. However, right now, the river of true chi in Li Qingshan's body was connected to the boundless ocean, and there was an endless amount of spiritual chi of the world. No matter how many times his true chi was blocked by the dam, it would not dissipate. Instead, it would silently proceed, and then another 100,000 times. Extremely slowly and steadily, the acupoints were broken through one by one, reaching the final destination of the unveil meridian, the Qingming acupoint on his face. The acupoint's owner could not see clearly, so it was named Qingming. Once this acupoint was opened, chi practitioners could see far as if they were near, and small as if they were big. When Li Qingshan opened the unveil meridian, this acupoint was the only way. There was no difficulty at all. True chi poured into the Qingming acupoint and connected with the unveil meridian. It was like the convergence of two great rivers, forming a wondrous ring. Yin and yang chi flowed through the meridian endlessly. However, Li Qingshan had no idea about any of this. He had actually broken through to the third layer of chi practitioner unknowingly. Probably no one would believe him even if he told them about this. The wind swept through the tall trees, and a withered leaf could not hold on any longer. It fell from the branch and drifted over the white wall, landing on Li Qingshan's shoulder. A soft, white hand extended over and caught the leaf before tossing it aside. Little and held a broom he had found somewhere and swept the fallen leaves in the courtyard into a pile. The puppet and the iron plate corpse were responsible for scooping up the fallen leaves with a wicker basket and tossing them outside the wall. Thump, thump, thump. There were a few knocks on the door. Little N went over and opened the door. Two disciples of the proud sword sect unloaded several dozen large food boxes from the carriage and placed them on the stone steps outside. A gentle-looking young man said, "Little sister, this is today's food. Is great hero Nyo still cultivating?" Little N nodded. She seemed rather unaccustomed to this. In the past, it was always Li Qingshan who dealt with these social interactions. Li Qingshan was in a meditative state, so she had to deal with it. She was still very unused to it. The young man had already come a few times. He knew that Little N never spoke, so he did not mind. He said gently, "Do you want me to deliver the food boxes in today?" Little N shook her head. The young man was rather disappointed. He really wanted to see this great hero Nyo, who even his master worshipped like a god, or in other words, treated him like a great enemy. Yu Shuquang did not dare to slight Li Qingshan. As he said, he sent 2 of his trusted disciples to deliver 20 tables of food every day. He had watched these 2 disciples grow up, so they could be regarded as half his sons. He had reminded them countless times about the importance of this matter, and the importance of keeping their mouths shut, which only piqued the curiosity of the 2 young men. However, after coming a few times, all they could do was interact with this silent girl. The other young man said, "Little sister, who are you to great hero Nyo?" Little Anne was taken aback. Even if she could speak, she would not be able to answer this question. The gentle-looking young man waved his whip, and the carriage entered the forest very quickly, vanishing from sight. Only Little Anne stood at the entrance alone, tidying up the food boxes. Suddenly, her heart shivered slightly. Chapter 191. Little Anne opened her mouth. In the carriage, the 2 of them discussed, "Senior brother, I heard from the gatekeeper that Master Nyo is 9 feet tall and as strong as an iron tower." The gentle young man expressed his doubt, "Is he really that tall? I always feel strange. How can there be a master with the surname Nyo in this world? Why can't someone with the surname Nyo be a master? My surname is Ma. I'm not talking about you. Why are you so anxious? Alas, such a good child. When she grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty. It's a pity that she is mute. How pitiful! The carriage had already traveled a very far distance, far beyond the range that ordinary first-class masters could hear. However, in front of the house, little Anne, who was moving the food boxes into the door, heard everything clearly. Her face slightly darkened. She put all the food boxes in a secret room with a lower temperature, waiting for Li Qingshan to wake up and eat. However, Li Qingshan did not wake up. She sat alone on the stone steps, facing the autumn wind and falling leaves. She opened her mouth, clenched her fists, and used all her strength to try to say a word. When she recovered her body, she still could not speak. The disappointment on Li Qingshan's face was engraved in her memory. Although he comforted her and said that it was okay, she never wanted to let him down. Therefore, when he was not paying attention, she practiced hard. However, it did not go well. There seemed to be an invisible barrier across her throat, preventing her from making any sound, even a syllable. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break through it. Her voice was taken away by the witch, and it seemed that she would never be able to get it back. Once again, she failed. Once again, her face was full of disappointment. She was so sad that she almost cried. Could it be that the heavens blame me for being too greedy? Since she could already feel his warmth, and could stay by his side openly, she shouldn't be asking for more. After a long time, Li Qingshan opened her eyes and shook her head slightly. How did she accidentally enter meditation? Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Little and holding a broom that was taller than her, sweeping the fallen leaves. She smiled slightly in her heart. She was really bored, but also felt a little sorry. He casually asked, "Little Anne, how long has it been?" Little Anne was absent-mindedly thinking about what to say when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He quickly turned his head and said, "E." Li Qingshan stretched lazily and yawned. "What do you mean by Isa?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at little Anne. You. It was as if he was the one who couldn't speak. Little Anne covered her mouth and widened her eyes. She clearly hadn't succeeded. After a few months of hard work, all he lacked was this flash of inspiration. Li Qingshan propped himself up on one knee and gulped. Then, he stretched out his hands and spoke as calmly as he could. "Relax. Let's try again." Little Anne put down his hand, opened his mouth, and said tentatively, "E." The short note seemed to come from the depths of his chest. Like a drop of water falling into a still lake, it rang out with a long lingering sound. She had a perfect body condensed from the path of white bone and great beauty, and even her vocal cords were the same. Even though it was just a simple note, it was still as pleasant as the strings of a zither. Li Qingshan beamed. "Great, let's try again." Little Anne also gained a little more confidence. She took a deep breath and said, "E." Her long, drawn-out note was like the sound of a phoenix's flute, lingering for 3 days. Li Qingshan took a step forward and hugged her tightly. "That's great. I knew you could do it." Little Anne rubbed her eyes and tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Qingshan helped her wipe her tears. "Don't cry. If you keep crying, I'm going to cry too." He pinched her cheek. Come. Say something else." Faced with Li Qingshan's hopeful gaze, little Anne's face turned bright red. Finally, she said, "Ah." "What else?" "E." "Ugh, ah." Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed her head. "Forget it. Take it slow. It's just like cultivating." Speaking of cultivation, he examined his demon core and discovered that his demon chi had grown a little, but it was very little. Even though the spiritual chi of the world was endless, he could only mobilize a small portion of it right now. In comparison, it was much faster to take pills. However, he suddenly noticed something. Why am I in the third layer of Qi practitioner? True Qi flowed freely through his heel meridian without any obstruction. He had originally planned to take a while before he could break through to the third layer of Qi practitioner, but he had actually broken through without realizing it. This was truly a blessing from the heavens. It was rather sudden, and he was rather confused. Little Anne gestured with her hands and feet and babbled as she described what had happened. She had been by Li Qingshan's side the entire time, so she knew the changes to his body very well. So that's how it is. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. He did not think too much about how he could understand what she was saying at all. Although he could enter a dormant meditative state through the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression, he would become completely unconscious. He would only wake up when he sensed danger, so he would not be able to ingest pills and walk the path of a regular demon cultivator. As a result, he normally did not use this state. Although the spiritual Qi of the world was like fine wine, there was only a single jug, while Qi-gathering pills were like distiller's grains. He could eat an entire vat of them, and as long as he did not run out of them, he could eat as much as he wanted. He could accumulate demon Qi extremely quickly. However, he had never thought that this method of demon cultivation would actually have such a wondrous effect on practicing Qi. When he broke through to the second layer, he still used the traditional method of Qi practitioners. He constantly ingested pills as support to condense true Qi and break through, which exhausted him. In the end, if it were not for little Anne's help, he would have almost failed. Now, he broke through after a night's sleep. It was clear who was better with a single glance. With a strange expression, he discovered that using the methods of demons to practice Qi and using the methods of humans to cultivate as a demon was the best choice. Right now, he needed to be like a regular human cultivator, gathering as many pills as he could to accumulate demon Qi. Then, he needed to be like a demon, finding a place to nest and constantly absorbing the spiritual Qi of the world to cultivate true Qi. The two diametrically opposed paths could actually benefit and support each other. In the beginning, he felt that practicing both demons and humans was a very arduous task, but looking at it now, it was the exact opposite. Li Qingshan only felt enlightened. He laughed aloud and lifted little Anne up, twirling her around. I know what I should do now. At this moment, there was a rumble from underground that sounded like thunder, which was picked up by Li Qingshan's sharp sense of hearing. Is it an earthquake? Li Qingshan suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shaking slightly. Could it be that his stomp had caused some kind of change in the earth's crust? After a while, the tremors subsided. Li Qingshan also did not take it to heart. Today was a day of double happiness, and he was in an extremely good mood. He placed little Anne on his lap and teased her. After talking for a while, his stomach suddenly growled again. He rubbed his stomach. Is there anything to eat? Little Anne took his hand and brought him to the secret room. However, she could not help but be stunned when she saw that all the food boxes had been opened, but the things inside had disappeared without a trace. Li Qingshan smiled and said, When did you become so good at eating? Little Anne hurriedly waved her hands and babbled nonstop. Her babbling was like the sound of spring water, extremely pleasing to the ear. As intelligent as she was already very good at using 2 syllables. It was like a Morse code. Coupled with her expressions and movements, she seemed to be able to express all the meanings. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was like an expert decoder. He could accurately read her meaning and said in astonishment, There's still a thief who can steal from our heads. When they walked to the other rooms, the rice, flour, and oil had also been swept clean. The jars and jars had been knocked over on the ground. Little Anne was sure that she had not seen anyone come in. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He immediately went to the entrance of the cave he had opened and sniffed carefully. As expected, he smelled a strong demonic aura. There were also traces of the ground being turned over. The uninvited guest had just left. Little Anne babbled and analyzed seriously. Li Qingshan agreed. Yes, I think it's also the work of a demonic beast. Why would a human come to steal food? I wonder which blind demonic beast dared to steal from us. Then he smiled slightly. You haven't refined flesh and blood for a long time, right? Let's lure it out and make it your dinner to celebrate. Maybe we can even get a demonic core to earn. Little Anne babbled and expressed her worry. Li Qingshan was filled with confidence. Don't worry, I have a brilliant plan. The sky darkened. The secret room that had originally been emptied was now filled with over 100 jars of fine alcohol. The seals on every single jar were open, allowing the heavy fragrance of alcohol to permeate the surroundings. It suppressed the other smells, such as poison. The alcohol was mixed with various poisons and knockouts that Li Qingshan could find, or more accurately, Yu Shuquang could find. This was the brilliant plan he had thought of. In his past life, he had heard many stories about how fine alcohol could be used to subdue demons and monsters. Li Qingshan and Little Anne waited in the study. Li Qingshan smiled. What do you think of my plan? Little Anne raised her thumb to express her admiration. It's not that impressive. However, the two of them kept watch for half the night and did not hear any movement. Li Qingshan said suspiciously, Could it be that this guy doesn't like to drink? Little Anne said, In translation, it was definitely not like that. All the wine in the food box was drunk. Li Qingshan said, Then let's continue waiting. Before he finished speaking, another tremor came from underground. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. This monster is quite big. Let's see how terrifying human intelligence is. He put his ear to the ground and listened to all the sounds coming from underground. All he heard was the sound of wine jars being knocked over and smashed. There were also various other rustling sounds. He waited patiently, waiting for the wine to take effect before he gave the demonic beast a fatal blow. Half an hour later, the sound from underground disappeared. Li Qingshan nodded at Little Anne. Little Anne pressed a switch, and the bookshelf opened, revealing the secret passage behind. Little Anne grabbed Li Qingshan and had the iron plate corpse take the lead. Afterwards, the two of them and the corpse rushed into the secret room together. Li Qingshan had already hung his talisman pouch on his waist. There were also a few medium-grade immobilization talismans and all the lightning summoning talismans. He was fully prepared. They rushed into the secret room in a single breath, but when Li Qingshan saw what was inside, his excitement suddenly froze. He grabbed Little Anne beside him and covered her mouth. He stood where he was, afraid to move at all. P.S. Yaya begging for monthly votes. Chapter 192. Demon General Millipede. No vicious or terrifying demonic beast could make Li Qingshan behave like this. However, what he saw was not a beast, but a person. More accurately, it was a fatty with a fair complexion, lying among the empty jars of alcohol on the ground. His head was smooth and clean, and he wore a pink cloak that revealed his white belly. His body exuded a strong demonic aura and the smell of alcohol. As a result, Li Qingshan made a very simple calculation. What did a demon and a human form equal? Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and swallowed the curse he was about to blurt out. The person who had come to eat his food was actually a demon general. He had only seen two demon generals in his life, a cat and a rat. Xianyue was doted on by thousands of people. Even the rat was the king of the Black Rat Mountain. It was bossy and majestic. A mighty demon general would be someone on the same level as Wang Pushi in the human world, standing above billions of people. How could he do something as lowly as stealing food? As a result, he had never considered this from the very beginning. Afterwards, he was viciously slapped in the face by the cruel reality. Perhaps he still held a sliver of hope that the poison in the alcohol would take effect. However, the bald demon general's rising and falling belly and his thunderous snoring completely dispelled all of Li Qingshan's hopes. This bastard was not poisoned at all. He was drunk. Li Qingshan and Little N exchanged glances. Li Qingshan backed off slowly, and Little N controlled the iron plate corpse to back off slowly too. They had originally dug a hole to guard against wolves, but who would have thought that they would make it through a bear hole? They could no longer stay in the manor. Clang! The bald demon general in the pink cloak scratched his belly and knocked over a jar of alcohol. However, it was like a clap of thunder in Li Qingshan's ears. He immediately stopped. Only after a long while did he continue backing off slowly after seeing that there was no more movement. True Qi formed a thick cushion of air under his feet, ensuring that he would not make any sound at all. Under Little An's control, the iron plate corpse landed on the ground nimbly. The bald demon general suddenly opened his eyes. In a strange posture, he wriggled and stood up from the ground. First, he stood on his calves, then his thighs, and then his upper body. He looked at Li Qingshan and Little An with a wooden expression. Li Qingshan only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, and then broke through the sky and emerged. It was a fiendish demon's instinct for danger. He was even more convinced that this demon general was not someone he could deal with in his current state. He waved his hand and threw out 10 talismans, all of which were body-securing talismans. 7 of them were low-grade talismans, and 3 of them were middle-grade talismans. He did not hope to kill the enemy, but only hoped to freeze the demon general in place for a moment so that he could escape with Little An. The bald demon general did not seem like he had completely woken up from his drunkenness. The 10 talismans were stuck to his entire body with great precision. There was even one on his face. Li Qingshan thought about how lucky he was. At the same time, he stuck a middle-grade Swift Breeze talisman on his leg and immediately rushed out of the secret room. As soon as he turned around, his eyes narrowed, and he came to a sudden halt. The bald demon general was standing right in front of him. Their faces were basically right next to each other. The body-securing talismans on him rapidly melted away, until there was nothing left, revealing his wooden face. Only from this angle did Li Qingshan discover that the demon general was not particularly fat. His entire body was round and elongated. As he stood there, he was actually slightly taller than Li Qingshan. He bent over and stared straight at Li Qingshan with his bulging eyes. It was an indescribably terrifying and strange sight. With a thought from Little An, he moved his finger, and the iron plate corpse rushed over and grabbed the demon general. Li Qingshan used this opportunity to retreat in a hurry. The bald demon general shuddered, and a pink gas sprayed out from his body. The iron plate corpse that lunged over seemed to have stepped into a pool of sulfuric acid. With a sizzling sound, white smoke rose up from its body. Its tough body that had been refined from refined metal was completely corroded away in the blink of an eye. All that was left was a ball of pale red flames, which flew back into Little An's hand. The iron plate corpse that could kill 6th-layer Qi practitioners had actually only made a single move, and it had not even extended its hand. Li Qingshan was shocked. He became extremely fearful of the pink gas. The bald demon general moved extremely quickly. There was no pattern to his movements, but he could not escape. However, he could not escape just by running. He unleashed his violent demon Qi and immediately became 10 meters tall, smashing through the ground above him. He grabbed Shaoan and tossed her away. "You go first." The pink gas spread over rapidly, enveloping Li Qingshan. Sizzling sounds rang out everywhere in the secret room. Large swathes of the stone floor softened and collapsed. Pitiful Li Qingshan still wanted to use poison against him. Only now did he witness what true poison was. Within the steaming pink gas, An azure, spherical barrier composed of countless hexagons protected Li Qingshan's surroundings, blocking the corrosion of the pink gas. Li Qingshan eased up inside. Fortunately, the defenses of the spirit turtle's profound shell were tough enough. All he needed to think about now was how to escape. With a stomp of his iron hooves, all of his explosive power poured into his hoof. The ground cracked and collapsed inch by inch, and his body of steel creaked. He seemed to use this power to rush into the air. However, the bald demon general assumed an extremely strange posture again. He leaned forward and aimed his bald head at Li Qingshan. His tall body shrank drastically, like a spring that had been squeezed viciously before suddenly loosening up. Li Qingshan only saw a blurry figure smash towards him, 10 times faster than he had rushed into the air. Thump! A large crack appeared on the indestructible spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan was sent flying horizontally, smashing through who knew how many walls and becoming deeply embedded in the soil. He was filled with shock. Having just achieved the strength of 2 oxen, he had absolute confidence in his strength, but the demon general was actually more than 10 times stronger than him. The bald demon general bounced onto the ground and rubbed his bald head in a daze. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan, as if he had never thought that he would fail to smash through Li Qingshan's spirit turtle's profound shell. At this moment, 2 prayer beads whistled down from above as they revolved, directly striking the bald demon general's bald head. The demon general raised his head, and a petite figure landed behind him with lightning speed. Green-red flames blazed all over her body. She used all of her strength, turning a portion of her flesh and blood into flames as she stabbed out with the most violent strike of her life. Li Qingshan was surprised instead of delighted. He called out, "Idiot, run!" The demon general was not someone that could be defeated with a little trick like this. Ignoring the poison, he threw out a punch as hard as he could. The demon general did not dodge. He said slowly, "Your demons? Why are you hitting me?" Although it was rather muffled, Li Qingshan still heard it clearly. Suddenly, like an invisible hand had pressed a pause button, Li Qingshan's fist stopped before the demon general, while little Anne's hidden blade was still 3 inches away from the bald head. Even the descending skull prayer beads stopped above the demon general's head. Li Qingshan slowly pulled back his fist and laughed dryly. "Fair enough. Demons don't fight demons." He shot a glance at little Anne. "Why don't you come over here?" Little Anne stowed the hidden blade away and the prayer beads away, and returned to Li Qingshan's side. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and clasped his hands. "May I ask for Sir Demon General's name? I am Heishan. I've cultivated in the mountains for 500 years and have barely managed to assume human form. I didn't want to offend Sir Demon General, so I've truly sinned." "I'm Millipede. What do you mean by offending? What sinned?" Millipede asked blankly. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He was certain that Millipede was not angry about what had just happened. This fellow's brain did not seem to be working very well. His reaction was very slow. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Wasn't a millipede a millipede? This fellow was actually a millipede demon. No wonder he was so strong and fast. Furthermore, his reaction was so slow. He had once heard Xianhua talk about demons. Demons with flesh and blood were generally divided into 4 types: scale, fur, feather, and kuan. Scale referred to the water race, fur referred to land beasts, feathers referred to birds, and insects referred to insects. Among them, insects were the most numerous and varied. There were countless insect demons, and no one knew how many insect demons there were in the world. This was because insects were born with no intelligence and acted purely on instinct. That was why there were many demons that could become demons. However, there were not many demons that could form a demon core or reach a higher realm. However, insect demons were usually the strongest. Be it in terms of strength, speed, endurance, or vitality, they far surpassed demons of the same level. An ant could carry 400 times its own weight, while a flea could jump 100 times its own distance. It could jump once every 4 seconds for 78 hours. There was no need to mention the vitality of a cockroach. These tiny creatures at the bottom of the food chain would immediately leap to the top of the food chain once they had the chance to become demons, becoming the most terrifying predators. However, insect demons had a fatal flaw. They had very low intelligence. Even if they could form a demon core and gain intelligence, they would not be able to become intelligent. This was the so-called weakness of intelligence. An idea formed in Li Qingshan's mind. He questioned, "Millipede, why are you eating my food?" Millipede said, "I didn't know it was yours." "No, it's all mine. It's something from underground." Li Qingshan asked, "Do you still want to eat?" "Yes." Millipede opened his mouth, and saliva flowed out. Li Qingshan said, "There's no more food here. There's plenty above ground. Hurry up and eat." Millipede shook his head like a rattle drum. "You can't go above ground." "Why?" A hint of fear appeared on Millipede's stiff face. "It's an order. I can't disobey it." Li Qingshan was delighted. He had been able to get information out of him so easily. This Millipede was indeed stupid. He was much easier to deal with than that clever Xianyue. Intelligence was always the most important standard for a living being. Humans relied on this advantage to suppress thousands of demons with their own strength. If one's brain was not enough, it would all be for naught, no matter how powerful they were. "There's nothing left here. I'll go up and get you some more, all right?" "All right, all right. Hurry up, hurry up." Millipede's eyes lit up as he urged. It was that simple. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. It was so simple that he felt a little embarrassed. In order to be more convincing, he asked, "Then what do you like to eat?" Chapter 193. Millipede thought about it seriously. Li Qingshan was nervous. He was afraid that he would say, "Eat you," and that would be the end of him. Fortunately, Millipede said in the end, "Yellow seeds and white seeds." Li Qingshan froze for a moment before realizing that he was talking about millet, rice, and alcohol. This guy was actually a vegetarian. Then he remembered that most millipedes in this world were vegetarians. Of course, most monsters did not care about this. Even if it was originally a goat, after eating grass on the hillside for half its life, after becoming a monster, eating meat and drinking wine was not a problem. This guy was probably too stupid to change his eating habits. "I'll go get it now." Li Qingshan brought little Anne with him as he tried to jump into the hole above his head. "Wait!" Li Qingshan's heart sank, but he heard Millipede say, "And colorless water." "Water? I meant a bar. I guess. All right, then I'll go get it." As expected, Millipede didn't stop him. He didn't even think of using Little Anne as a hostage. He urged, "Hurry! Hurry!" Li Qingshan jumped out of the secret underground room. The back garden happened to be above the hole, so the house didn't collapse. He ran out with Little Anne and lay down on the ground. He looked up at the dark blue sky and took deep breaths. It felt like he had caught a huge shark. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, the shark wasn't very smart and couldn't leave the water. Otherwise, it would have been fatal. Little Anne lay down beside him and also looked up at the night sky. Faint clouds floated past, but her expression seemed a little worried. Li Qingshan suddenly sat up and grabbed her by the armpits, making her stand up. Then he scolded, "You're too disobedient. I told you to go first, so go first. Why did you come back?" Shaoan waved his hands and argued in a babbling voice. Li Qingshan glared. You just learned to talk and you're already talking back. You were lucky to be able to help me in the Boundless Mountain, but that doesn't mean you did the right thing. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. I'm doing this for your own good." Little Anne was so angry that her eyes turned red. She turned her head away and said nothing. Li Qingshan said, Don't cry. Little Anne's tears streamed down. Li Qingshan's heart immediately ached. Hardening his heart, he said, "It's useless even if you cry this time. I'll teach you a lesson." Little Anne suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan with an expression that he had never seen before. His chest heaved up and down violently, like a volcano brewing lava. He suddenly erupted and shouted, "Ya, how many times will you leave me behind before you're satisfied?" His voice went from indistinct to clear, his expression mournful and heartbroken. After saying that, he turned around and ran into the house. "You!" Li Qingshan was completely stunned, as if he had been struck by a lightning talisman. Little Anne finally said her first complete sentence. This should have been something worth celebrating, but the contents of her words made him feel a slight pain in his heart. Once again, he slumped to the ground, feeling the so-called troubles of growing up. In the large hole in the garden, Millipede asked, "Are you done?" "No." Li Qingshan roared. "Why so loud?" Millipede asked woodenly. "It has nothing to do with you." Li Qingshan roared again. "Just you wait." "Oh!" For the first time, Li Qingshan realized the seriousness of the problem. Little Anne was slowly growing up. She would definitely become more and more assertive, and might even reach the legendary rebellious phase. It was inevitable that there would be friction between a family. No, it should be said that the closer they were to a family, the easier it was to have friction. As the head of the family, he had to consider this point. He had to consider this and pay attention to how he communicated with her. He had to guide her growth, but how exactly should he do it? His mind was a mess again. It was 10 times more complicated than cultivation. So, he lay there and thought about many things. He thought about how his parents had treated him, and about the education he had listened to on TV in his previous life. Li Qingshan sat up abruptly. "Yes, first of all, we have to communicate as equals." He climbed up from the ground and walked to the door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, but it was empty. The door suddenly opened and a petite figure jumped into his arms. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback before breaking out into laughter. He could sense her attachment to him, so he rubbed her hair. "Sorry, I was being too impressive earlier. I've never thought about abandoning you. I just want to protect you." "I also want to protect you." Little Anne's words were still not very smooth, but her expression was very serious. Her expression was extremely cute, and Li Qingshan was both moved and pitiful. He smiled and said, "Okay, King Little Anne, this little one has already been blessed by you. Come, give me a kiss." He pushed aside her bangs and gave her a big bite on her smooth forehead. The black iron tower-like demon young man and the petite, fair, and tender girl formed an extremely unique scene. Instead of saying something like, "The tiger in your heart sniffs the rose" in a sour tone, it would be better to say, "The cow chews on the peony, recklessly wasting God's gift." Little Anne's face was completely red. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a light kiss on his face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. Li Qingshan touched his cheek. The warm, soft feeling lingered there, and he could not help but chuckle. In the big hole, Millipede shouted again, "I'm hungry!" Li Qingshan curled his lip. "Let's think about how we're going to deal with this, big bro." Little Anne covered her mouth and giggled. Li Qingshan was rather reluctant to leave this secret place of cultivation that he had just constructed, and Millipede did not seem to be very dangerous either. And when he considered Millipede's habits, he seemed to be a docile and harmless insect. After being touched, Millipede would usually curl up into a ball and play dead. At most, he would release some irritating gas or something. Now that he thought about it, the pink gas that Millipede had released was the result of coming into contact with the iron plate cork. However, it was not some regular irritating gas, but venom that could corrode metal and corrode bone. If the sect came knocking right now, all Li Qingshan needed to do was take them into the hole and collect their corpses. 9th layer Qi refinement, 10th layer Qi refinement, they were all useless in front of a demon general. Even if the sect master came, he would most likely lose against a carapaced demon general. After quite a while of consideration, Li Qingshan carried the bamboo basket on his back and arrived in Salt Mountain City with little Anne. He found Yu Shuquang. "I'll be leaving for a while. Don't let anyone approach my estate." This was the result of his consideration. Demon generals were far too dangerous. Although they seemed very stupid and could be used as they pleased, it also meant that their actions were unpredictable. But correspondingly, it meant that his actions were unpredictable. If one accidentally angered him, they would meet an extremely miserable end. From a certain perspective, Millipede was even more dangerous than Xianyue in the past. At the very least, Li Qingshan knew what Xianyue wanted. They had even developed feelings for each other. Even if he angered her, she would not kill him. Betting his life on the feelings of an idiot was truly an unwise decision. Before he obtained the power to protect himself, he decided to maintain his distance. "I can't afford to provoke him, but can't I just hide?" Yu Shuquang jerked away. "El Great Hero Nyo, where are you going?" "That's none of your business." Li Qingshan pondered slightly. Obviously, he was going to provoke someone he could afford to provoke. Yu Shuquang said, "Then go. Go." Before he had even finished speaking, Li Qingshan had already vanished. He kicked up a fierce gust of wind in the room, causing the door to creak. Yu Shuquang was rather reluctant to part with him. The tiger butcher was terrifying, but he was very reasonable and generous. All he had done was buy an estate and deliver food and drink for a few days, yet he had given him 1,000,000 taels of silver and 100 grasses pill. He was an extremely ideal backer. If he could do a few more things for him and exchange them for some pills and medicines, there was a great chance for him to reach the innate realm. He made his way off the bed and took out an envelope from the drawer. He carefully took out the letter inside and read it under the light. His daughter's letter said that she had ingested the legendary innate pill and had already begun practicing Qi. The edges of the letter were frayed, and it was obvious that he had read it countless times. But every time he read it, he would reveal a gratified smile. The little girl who held her cheeks and listened to his stories of chivalry had finally grown up and walked ahead of her father. However, after smiling, he felt a sense of loss and worry. The world of Qi practitioners and the world of people of the Jianghu lived in two completely different worlds. In the Jianghu, he was the revered great hero Yu who was chivalrous and righteous. However, even when he faced the weakest Qi practitioner, he still had to bow and bend his back and deal with him carefully. Only ignorant commoners would treat Qi practitioners like gods. He understood very well that the human heart was just as vicious no matter where it was. He only hated himself for being too used to her admiring gaze and making those chivalrous stories sound too convincing. In the end, that stubborn lass really believed in the path of chivalry. Perhaps he would suffer a great loss if he didn't say anything. When he thought of this, he became so worried that he could not sleep. Sigh, he could not help her at all now. He was not even 40 years old yet, but he felt like he had suddenly aged. He carefully put the letter back into the drawer. His desire to break through to the innate realm was stronger than ever. Starlight shone through the treetops and into the cave, landing on Millipede's dumbfounded face. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. He raised his head to look at this rare sight, and his saliva dripped down. "It looks like sesame. So slow." Li Qingshan left Salt Mountain City and ran for dozens of li. He found the cave entrance and entered it. He traveled underground and arrived in front of the zombie cave abode. He suddenly stopped and raised his nose to sniff the air a few times. His expression instantly changed. Although it was very faint, he would never forget that familiar scent of cosmetics. It came from that perverted Grandma Shiman. Other than that, there were 3 other different scents of cosmetic. People from at least 4 gates had been here before, and it was very likely that they were the 4 grannies of the 4 gates, which meant that they were 4 ninth-layer chi practitioners. He did not expect them to be able to find this place. He felt that he had been too careless. If he had been trapped in the cave abode by these people, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 194. The tiger snake trap smell would always be something that human cultivators overlooked the most. Li Qingshan possessed a sense of smell that was 100 times greater than regular wild beasts, as well as an instinctive sense for danger and killing intent. It was impossible for him to be ambushed so easily. He erased all of his aura and gripped a wind-entwining blade firmly. He prepared all of his talismans and approached the zombie dwelling slowly. His nose constantly sniffed out the lingering scents in the air, doing his best to determine how many people were hiding in the dwelling right now. He had come exactly for the sect, so how could he flee? Of course, if there were too many people, he would retreat, but if there were too few, he would go and kill them. If he worked with Little Anne, he still had quite a good chance against a 9th-layer chi practitioner. When he finally set foot in the dwelling, it was empty inside. Only the lingering scent gradually drifted away. Why would these great chi practitioners wait for a junior in the pitch-black underground? However, they only waited for a few days before leaving to search for Wei Yingjie's whereabouts. Li Qingshan was slightly disappointed. As it seemed, he still had to go through some trouble. In the middle of the night, Li Qingshan climbed up the Hawkwolf guard silently and arrived before his original residence. Sure enough, there was an aura inside, but it was much more powerful than what he had expected. However, there was no mistaking the scent. Qian Rongji had actually broken through to the 5th layer. She was even a little faster than him. He got Little Anne to stand guard outside as Li Qingshan climbed up the building alone. He pushed open the window and saw Qian Rongji meditating and practicing qi. She did not seem perverted at all. Instead, she seemed rather solemn. When Qian Rongji heard the sound of the window frame, she immediately grabbed her weapon and talismans, assuming a defensive posture. Afterwards, she was surprised. "It's you," Li Qingshan said. "It's me." Qian Rongji's body relaxed. She did not ask Li Qingshan why his body had changed so drastically. Her eyes lit up. "You've reached the 3rd layer. You really are a genius." The first time she met Li Qingshan was only a few months ago. At that time, Li Qingshan was only in the 1st layer of the aura refining realm. Li Qingshan said, "Your cultivation surprised me even more." Qian Rongji said, "Even a loser has his own way of living, but it's a pity that I can't beat you." Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and said, "What if you can defeat me?" Qian Rongji smiled and said, "You will know when the time comes." Li Qingshan didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he asked directly, "How's the door?" "Lu, who is in charge now?" "Don't ask me. I was implicated because of Wei Yingjie's disappearance, and now I've been expelled from the family. I've knelt on the ground and begged Grandma for a long time, but it's useless. I've been tested for so long in vain, but I didn't even get to learn a set of martial arts. Don't you think it's pitiful?" Qian Rongji's face was full of bitterness and grievance, as if she didn't kill Wei Yingjie with her own hands. "Implicated?" Li Qingshan sneered, "Same old rules. If you can lure Grandma Shimen out alone to a certain place underground, then everything related to the door in my 100 treasures pouch will belong to you." Qian Rongji's eyes widened. "You can kill a 9th-layer chi practitioner?" She knew that Li Qingshan had other trump cards, and his strength was at least above the 6th layer, but she didn't expect him to have reached this level. She originally thought that with the speed of her cultivation, it would only be a matter of time before she caught up to Li Qingshan, but at this moment, her confidence suddenly disappeared. Not only did the distance between her and Li Qingshan not shrink, it seemed to be increasing. She also understood why he didn't care about her potential threat. That was because he had absolute confidence in himself. With such a huge difference in strength, no tricks or schemes would work. This man was probably different from any man she had ever met. He was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. So, it's best if you maintain a bit of respect for me. That's good for both of us. Qian Rongji stopped smiling. I understand. The vice head of the door, Wei Zhongyuan, and the 4 grannies went to the zombie cave to look for you, but they couldn't find you, so they split up to look for you. The building is spread all over the place, and we're well informed. As soon as you appear, you'll be discovered. Li Qingshan said, You lured them to the zombie cave? Qian Rongji said, I said Wei Yingjie went there to look for you, but I didn't say you killed him. In any case, you've already become sworn enemies with the door, so it doesn't matter to you. You wouldn't be stupid enough to hide there, would you? Li Qingshan's heart felt stifled, but he said boldly, Of course not. Continue. She said it so calmly that he couldn't act up. Qian Rongji smiled faintly. The building lost 2 building heads in a row, so the door didn't send anyone new. If you want to deal with the door, then I suggest Wei Zhongyuan. He's grieving over the loss of his son, so he's mentally unstable and easy to control. Cultivation? 10th layer Qi practitioner. I refuse. Li Qingshan said resolutely. 10th layer Qi practitioners had opened all the meridians and acupoints in their body, and connected the 12 main meridians and 8 extra meridians. They were only 1 step away from the foundation building realm. The difference between them and 9th layer Qi practitioners was almost the same as the difference between 6th layer Qi practitioners and 5th layer Qi practitioners. Although he was confident in his own strength, it wasn't to the extent of arrogance. Qian Rongji revealed a disappointed expression. Her plan to use Wei Zhongyuan to break through had failed, but she also felt a lot more relieved. At the very least, Li Qingshan currently didn't have the strength to fight against a 10th layer Qi practitioner. Then Grandma Shimen, but I need time. I need time to plan, and I need time to explain my cultivation. Also, the higher-ups will send a new Black Eagle commander. So what? I'll apply for the Black Wolf commander. As long as I advance to the commander level, even if the door suspects me, they won't dare to casually deal with me without evidence. Of course, I still have to thank you for helping me make room. She was full of schemes in front of other people, but before Li Qingshan, she would always be extremely honest. This was not because she had any special fondness for Li Qingshan. Instead, she had to speak according to the person and speak according to the person. She knew that this was the only way she could work with Li Qingshan and maximize her own benefit. Only then did Li Qingshan remember that she was already at the 5th layer. She did indeed have the right to become a Black Wolf commander. They had joined the Hawkwolf Guard together. Before he knew it, she had already reached this step. She really was a woman who could not be underestimated. After leaving behind a talisman for contact, Qian Rongji smiled. In a month at the very least, or 3 months at the very most, I'll send Grandma Shimen to you. Li Qingshan nodded. He wanted to use this time to ingest the remaining pills and reach the highest realm of strength he could, so that he could increase his chances of victory as much as possible. Once he won, he could use the pills in Grandma Shimen's 100 treasures pouch to maintain his cultivation speed. The deal between the two of them was for a 9th layer Qi practitioner. Then, Li Qingshan said, "Oh right, can you help me identify these pills?" He had obtained several dozen bottles now, containing several high-level pills. However, he had no idea what their effects were or whether they could be ingested. Qian Rongji was from a clan after all. She had learned proper alchemy from Qian Yannian, so she should be able to identify them. As expected, Qian Rongji's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the pills Li Qingshan took out. She listed out the names and effects of all the pills like she was familiar with them. Most of them had similar effects to Pearl Dew pills, so they could be ingested for cultivation. However, there were also 2 bottles of Qi eruption pills that could instantly unleash one's potential, 2 bottles of concealing pills that could conceal one's presence, and 3 bottles of healing pills that could heal wounds. If he did not recognize their effects, it would be a waste to ingest them. In the end, Li Qingshan took out 3 goose yellow pills. And what are these? Although he did not know alchemy, he could feel that the spiritual energy contained in these 3 pills was very special. It was extremely pure, yet exceptionally gentle and calm. It did not seem like pills used for cultivation. Qian Rongji said, "These are innate pills. They are worth much more than pearl dew pills, but they are not meant for Qi practitioners." Li Qingshan was very clear about the value of pearl dew pills. They were something that countless Qi practitioners fought over. Since these innate pills were not meant for Qi practitioners, they were meant for ordinary people. Could it be? Qian Rongji said, "That's right. They are pills that can help ordinary people practice Qi. However, it does not have a 100% success rate. It also depends on one's aptitude." Qian Yannian spent a lot of effort to find one for his beloved son. Even after he ingested it, he was still unable to advance to the innate realm. That's why only the big clans would concoct such pills. Li Qingshan understood that if it was not for the fact that they were wealthy and had an endless supply of pills, any Qi practitioner would be more willing to exchange for a few pearl dew pills to increase their own cultivation rather than use them to nurture their descendants. He first kept the innate pills and said, "Pick a bottle, consider it as a reward." Without any hesitation, Qian Rongji chose the concealing pill, which happened to be the one that Li Qingshan needed the least. He then kept all the pills and was about to leave. Suddenly, Qian Rongji asked, "Is the child with you?" Qian Rongji said, "I want to see her." Seeing Li Qingshan's hesitation, she took out a bottle of Qi gathering pills. Li Qingshan said, "I won't trade her." His calm words sounded like the ringing of a bell in Qian Rongji's ears. The hand that was holding the Qi gathering pills suddenly didn't know where to put it. She even felt ashamed of herself. Forcing a smile, she said, "You're all very lucky." Her smile revealed an indescribable envy and jealousy, and even a hint of sadness. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He called little N in, but she said, "There's no need. You can leave." After Li Qingshan left, Qian Rongji leaned against the windowsill, a trace of confusion in her eyes. In her heart, there was an indescribable, extravagant hope that someone would say something like that to her. Just once was enough. But would someone say it? Would she believe it even if he said it? She laughed at herself. In her will, the word trust no longer existed. The unlucky should avoid being too close to the lucky. Otherwise, even this determination would be lost, and there would be nothing left of her. She had long since stopped praying for luck. Kneeling on the ground and praying to the heavens was useless, no matter how many times she tried. Praying to others was also useless. It would only encourage their smiles. Everything had to be won with her own 2 hands. She looked at her right hand. It was beautiful and fair, with 5 sharp fingers. Her eyes gradually regained their calm, indifferent calmness. The corner of her mouth curled into a cold arc. Her right hand suddenly clenched. "Tear the smiles in the sky to pieces. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 195. Diving underground once more, Li Qingshan found a huge karst cave with the help of the underground mental map. He said to little Anne, "Looks like we'll have to work hard for a while. This place can't compare to Salt Mountain City." "All right." Little Anne replied obediently. Her voice was muffled and soft. Apart from the first cry, she couldn't say anything else clearly. However, it was still very pleasant to listen to, like a spring breeze caressing one's face, making one's heart feel at ease. In a forest of stalagmites, Li Qingshan checked the elixirs. Half of the qi deposition pills had already been used, leaving only about 4,000. He had only used 100 herb pill, leaving about 1,000. As for the high-grade elixirs that could be used for cultivation, there were close to 100 of them. The resources could be considered plentiful. Li Qingshan kept a talisman close to his body. This talisman was called a message talisman, and there were 2 of them. As long as one was within 1,000 miles, the other would respond when triggered. Although it couldn't transmit complicated information, it was enough to send a signal. As for what method Qian Rongji was going to use to lure Grandma Shimin out, Li Qingshan didn't ask. She had to adapt to the situation. In any case, this woman was incomparably familiar with such things. He wasn't worried that she would betray him. Although she didn't have any morals to speak of, she always put profit first, which made her easy to guess. If she betrayed him, just based on the fact that she had colluded with the enemy, the sect wouldn't let her off. He just needed to wait quietly at the right place at the right time. This reminded him of a fairy tale he had read in his previous life. The tiger caught the fox, and the fox said that as long as the tiger didn't eat him, he would bring other animals over. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that the tiger had the ability to eat the animals that the fox brought. He tilted his head back, poured the qi deposition pills into his mouth, and began to cultivate. 6 days later, Li Qingshan began to miss his manor in Salt Mountain City. Not only did he miss the delicious food and wine, but it was also because of Little Anne. In this empty cave, there was nothing for Little Anne to do. Whenever she was bored, she would prop up her cheeks and watch him cultivate. This made Li Qingshan feel very guilty, and he often had to stop his cultivation to play with her for a while. If he were alone, then it did not matter what he did. Even if he used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and went into seclusion for a year or so, it would be nothing. But as long as she was by his side, he wanted to make her live a comfortable life as much as possible. Looking around, all he could see were dark and barren rocks. It was nothing like his ideal place. It was not beneficial to the mental health of children. Li Qingshan made up his mind. Since there's nothing else here, let's go back and take a look. That millipede must have run out of patience and left. The villa was quiet, but the autumn was getting stronger. Li Qingshan pushed open the front door and went straight to the back garden. He pushed aside the sparse vegetation and looked into the cave. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Millipede's eyes were closed as he lay in the cave. He seemed to be dead, as if he hadn't moved at all. Suddenly, he snapped open his slightly protruding eyes. He stared straight at Li Qingshan and said with a muffled voice, "Where's the food?" He completely failed to realize that Li Qingshan had stood him up. Li Qingshan grinned. "I'm coming." Afterwards, he turned around and left with Little Anne. He was uncertain whether it was because he had been moved by his gluttonous spirit, or perhaps it was because he was just too easy to fool, which made him feel rather uneasy. In the Proud Sword Manor, Yu Shuquang looked at Li Qingshan in surprise and joy. "Great Hero Nyo, you've finally returned." Li Qingshan nodded. Yep, I'm back. There's something else I need to trouble you with." Yu Shuquang saw how cautious he was, so he said emotionally, "Feel free to tell me, Great Hero Nyo. Whether it's climbing a mountain of blades or plunging into a pot of boiling oil." Li Qingshan interrupted him. "It's not that serious. Prepare 3 items for me and deliver them to the villa." "You mean?" Yu Shuquang could not imagine what items Li Qingshan would ask for. Even if he wanted it, it should not be him. "Millet, rice, alcohol." Li Qingshan took out another 1,000,000 taels of silver and slammed it on the table. "That's it?" Yu Shuquang was so surprised that his jaw almost fell off. He was asking for regular food from him in such a formal manner. Li Qingshan said, "Prepare some other grains, fruits, and vegetables. The more, the better. Of course, you can't skip the 20 banquets every day either." You have to do this as discreetly as possible. Don't let too many people know about it. Don't worry, great hero Nyo. I'll send people to prepare it immediately. I'll have as much as you need. Yu Shukwang patted his chest and guaranteed. As the chief of the Jianghu, even if he could not find anything else, obtaining some food was a piece of cake. Li Qingshan said in a seemingly unintentional manner, "Oh right, I obtained a few innate pills recently." With that, he turned around and left. The speaker had intentions, while the listener obviously had even more intentions. Yu Shukwang's eyes slowly widened. As a person of the Jianghu, he did not know a lot about the thousands of pills that Qi practitioners possessed. However, there was one that he absolutely had to know about, and that was the innate pill. It was the holy pill that all martial artists yearned for. Who did not want to ascend to the heavens in a single step and set foot in a brand new realm of cultivation? Yu Shukwang wanted it too, and it was not just any random thought. The 3 words that Li Qingshan had casually mentioned were like a carrot tied to the front of a donkey. Even if he knew he would not be able to eat it, he still wanted to give it a try. Not to mention that Li Qingshan had sounded like he could give him one. He immediately gathered a few of his trusted disciples and passed down orders sternly. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan had told him to do it discreetly, he almost could not help but carry out this matter personally so that Li Qingshan could see his performance. The efficiency of a powerful local organization was startlingly high when it began operating. An hour later, the items that Li Qingshan wanted began to arrive endlessly. Catch! Li Qingshan picked up a bag of rice and tossed it into the hole. Millipede extended his hand and tore at it. The crystalline rice flowed out with a rustle. His mouth widened to an exaggerated degree, which made Li Qingshan think of a character in a cartoon. In the blink of an eye, a bag of rice had flowed into his mouth. He smacked his lips. Delicious! Afterwards, he continued to stare at Li Qingshan. Eat more if it's delicious. Once you're full, don't bother me. Li Qingshan casually tossed down another bag of rice. Millipede only cared about eating the rice. He did not have the energy to pay attention to him. Another bag of rice went down his stomach, but he still looked as if he had not had enough. Li Qingshan simply tossed down dozens of bags of rice. The charm of the innate pellet had far exceeded Li Qingshan's imagination. Following that, rice, flour, and all sorts of other foodstuffs were delivered by the disciples of the Proud Sword Manor. There were also all sorts of fruits and vegetables, some of which even Li Qingshan did not know the names of. Li Qingshan held a few bags of rice in his arms and a few more on his shoulders. He was like a super dock porter, running back and forth between the front door and the back garden, tossing bag after bag of foodstuffs into the hole. Millipede, who always had a wooden expression, was currently grinning from ear to ear. As a glutton, he saw all sorts of foodstuffs falling from the sky. His mood was similar to that of a money grubber who saw gold and silver coins falling like rain. He was dazzled and did not know what to eat first. Li Qingshan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to little Anne, "Keep an eye on things. I'm going to cultivate for a while. Remember not to go into the cave. Be careful that I don't eat you too." Little Anne obviously did not take these words to heart. He agreed with a smile and squatted by the entrance of the cave, watching Millipede eat. He found it very interesting. In the evening, the 20 tables of food that Li Qingshan had requested arrived. He brought them to the entrance of the cave and sat down. He opened the food box and began wolfing down the food. It had to be said that watching Millipede eat was very appetizing. Li Qingshan ate above the cave while Millipede ate below. Little Anne looked down at Millipede and up at Li Qingshan, finding it very interesting. After transforming into a fiendish demon, they could use heaven and earth yuan qi as a substitute for food. Even if they didn't eat for a long time, with the amount of heaven and earth yuan qi a fiendish demon general could absorb, they could still survive even if they cut off their source of food. However, His instinctive appetite would not disappear. It would only grow stronger with time. Humans chose to go without food because there was too much foul air in the 5 grains. It would affect cultivation if it accumulated in their stomach. However, the cultivation path and constitution of demons were completely different from that of humans. For demons, eating and drinking to their fill was never a bad thing. Their powerful bodies could absorb and digest any foul air. The process of human cultivation was like a sculptor carving an exquisite piece of art. He would carefully choose the most suitable cultivation method and the most suitable pill. Then, he would meticulously divide the cultivation process into many steps and slowly advance towards his goal. He wanted everything to be within his control and constantly improve. Only then would he be able to stand above others and become an immortal. The process of cultivation for demons was like a painter casually painting a landscape. It was rough, bold, and free. The painter was not even the demons themselves, but the creation of the world. It was like a strange rock that had been polished by wind, frost, rain, and snow over thousands of years. It just so happened that it had more characteristics than other rocks and was known as a demon. Milliped's mouth suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan. Snow-white rice dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He said in a muffled voice, "Wine." Li Qingshan was drinking to his heart's content when he noticed Milliped's gaze. He tossed the wine jar in his hand down. "For you." Milliped gulped it down, then asked for more. After tossing down 4 or 5 jars of wine, Li Qingshan had drunk quite a bit as well. In his excitement, he forgot about little Anne's warning and jumped down the cave with the food and wine. He raised his jar and knocked it against Milliped's, then tilted his head back and drank to his heart's content. Milliped stared at Li Qingshan in a daze. He had no idea what he was doing. When Li Qingshan had drunk half the jar, he seemed to suddenly realize something. He hurriedly drank his wine, looking at Li Qingshan as he drank. However, he still let Li Qingshan finish his wine first and laughed. Milliped was immediately displeased. He shoved a jar of wine into Li Qingshan's hands, then picked up a jar for himself and clinked it against Li Qingshan's jar. He hurriedly opened his mouth and drank the wine. Chapter 196. The sun set and the moon rose. Moonlight shone into the cave, illuminating the 2 men as they drank. One was bald and dressed in pink, the other was built like an iron tower. Alcohol was a wonderful thing that could bring people closer, but it had to be drunk. Li Qingshan was drinking to his heart's content. He sat in the pile of grain, smelling the natural fragrance of the grain, and letting down his guard. Drinking with the silly Millipede was more enjoyable than any banquet he had ever been to. There was no scheming or conflict of interest. Eating was for the sake of eating, and drinking was for the sake of drinking. After drinking over 100 jars of alcohol, the 2 men's stomachs bulged, and their eyes became hazy. Milliped's shiny bald head was even more dazzling in the moonlight. Li Qingshan couldn't help but reach out to touch it. "You're not bad. You don't have any bad intentions." "No, you don't have any." Millipede smiled foolishly. "You're good too. Underground, do you want to go?" Li Qingshan shook his head like a rattledrum. No, I still have things to do. If you want to eat, come find me. It's my treat." Millipede was a bit disappointed, but after hearing Li Qingshan's words, he said yes. Suddenly, his eyes became hazy, and he fell to the ground, snoring like thunder. Li Qingshan laughed and scolded him. "You eat and sleep, and eat after you're full. You don't have any distracting thoughts. How enviable." He raised his head and yawned, sinking his body into the golden grains of millet. The mountain of millet collapsed, covering most of his body like a blanket. He also fell into a deep sleep. Little and came down and cleaned up the leftovers. He squatted at the entrance of the cave, keeping watch for Li Qingshan. In a daze, Li Qingshan realized he had become a child again. His small hands and feet, wearing clothes full of patches, he ran wildly through the boundless wilderness, chasing the sun in the sky. Sweat poured down, but he didn't wipe it. His feet were pierced by sharp stones, but he didn't care either. He tripped and fell to the ground. He rolled over and got up from the ground. Without stopping, he stared at the sun in the sky. A huge green mountain blocked his way. He couldn't stop in time and bumped into the mountain. However, it wasn't as hard as he had imagined. An incomparably huge bull head stretched out from the side of the mountain. It looked at him with its moist eyes and said in a booming voice, "What's the rush? It's not like the sun will run away." Startled, he climbed up the back of the ox that was like a mountain ridge and looked at the sun in the sky. The sun really did not run away. He touched his waist and found a bamboo flute. It was rough but familiar. He picked it up and played it. The sun and moon alternated. The warm noon sun hung lazily in the sky, shining its warm light into the cave. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and yawned. He saw that Millipede was still asleep. He had no idea when he would wake up. Leaping out of the hole, he felt refreshed. The autumn scenery in the distant mountains was pleasant, making him feel refreshed and carefree. It seemed like he hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. Ever since he came to this dangerous place in Jiaping, he was surrounded by enemies and danger at every step. He could only continuously cultivate and break through again. Even when he was sleeping, he would think about how to increase his cultivation and how to deal with his enemies. The string in his heart had been stretched taut, and a lot of fatigue had accumulated in his heart. Even he himself didn't notice it. After drinking to his heart's content and having a great dream, the string finally relaxed. Thinking back to last night's dream, he laughed and said to himself, "Yes, what's the rush?" He took out the long-forgotten flute from the depths of his 100 treasures pouch. The sound of the flute echoed in the autumn mountains. Millipede opened his eyes and listened quietly. From that day onwards, Little noticed that Li Qingshan smiled more often and played the flute more often. He would often pull her along and ask her to teach him how to write, or take her for a stroll in the nearby forest of withered leaves. As they walked, he would suddenly stop and look at Little with a solemn expression. Little immediately became nervous. She clenched her fists and thought to herself, "It's coming." Li Qingshan's lips quickly opened and closed. Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skin. Don't eat grapes until you spit out the grape skin. Little hurriedly stammered, "Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skin. Don't eat grapes until you spit out the grape skin." This was a trick that Li Qingshan had come up with to train her to speak. It was called Qingshan, Teach Me Jingles, but now Li Qingshan was completely immersed in seeing her red face and the cute sight of her lisping out the jingle. He reached out and pinched her little face. "That's what you get for laughing at my ugly handwriting." Little turned her head away in annoyance, not letting him pinch her. However, she was in an extremely good mood. Although being obedient did not affect his cultivation, she still yearned for his concern and not to be separated by a stone door. Holy Church. In reality, Li Qingshan did not stop cultivating. He still ate the pills every day, but he was much less nervous now. No matter what he did, he paid attention to the path of relaxation. If he was always tense on a daily basis, it would be easy for him to be overly nervous when something big happened, and his mind would not be as sharp. Moreover, his responsibility was not just to protect her. Before he knew it, more than a month had passed. All the qi-gathering pills had been used up, and the demonic aura on Li Qingshan's body had reached an unprecedented level. There was still no news from Qianrongji, but he was not anxious. Instead, he began to eat the 100 herb pills. The first snow of the year came very early. When the first snowflake landed on the tip of Li Qingshan's nose, he was staring at Millipede like a tiger watching its prey. He was glaring at Millipede fiercely, while Millipede was looking at Xiao-an nervously. More accurately, he was looking at the dice cup in Xiao-an's hand. A few wine jars were turned upside down, forming a table. There were bowls of wine on it. Li Qingshan and Millipede sat opposite each other. Little Anne sat at the side, acting as the dealer. Little Anne rolled up her sleeves, revealing her lotus-like arms. She smiled and opened the dice cup. Li Qingshan laughed. 15 points, drink. He grabbed a handful of peanuts from the pile of food beside him, peeled them, and tossed them into his mouth. Millipede chuckled, picking up the wine bowl and drinking. Compared to the first time Li Qingshan saw him, he was much more energetic and a little chubbier. Little Anne picked up a long peanut kernel and said to Millipede, "Does it look like you?" Her words were clear, like the tinkling of spring water or the humming of a zither. The Qingshan will teach you jingles. Homeschooling had achieved initial success. Millipede looked at himself, then at the peanuts, and nodded. "Yes. Here." Little Anne placed the peanut kernel in Millipede's palm. Millipede immediately tossed it into his mouth. "You ate yourself." Li Qingshan was about to say something, but his expression froze. Little Anne immediately turned to look at Li Qingshan. "Come on." Her jingles were spoken even faster than Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan smiled at her and took out the messaging talisman. The talisman burned quickly, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye, scattering with the wind. Qian Rongji's message had finally arrived. Li Qingshan stood up abruptly, and so did Millipede. His mouth was wide open, his face full of shock. Li Qingshan pressed down on his shoulder and pushed him back down. "I'm going out to do something. I'll be back soon." Li Qingshan didn't ask for Millipede's help, nor did he plan to use him against the door. He was a great drinking buddy, and that was all. He had to take care of his own business. Li Qingshan and Little Anne, one big and one small, disappeared from the cave. Little Anne even turned around and waved at him. Millipede sat there in a daze. Suddenly, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Snowflakes fell into his bowl of wine. He took a bite of his favorite rice, but it seemed to have lost some of its flavor. He scratched his bald head in confusion. In the house, Qian Rongji was deep in thought with a frown. She went through the plan in detail, including how to start, how to deal with the aftermath, and how to escape if they failed. She made sure there were no loopholes. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow and turned around. "You're finally here." Li Qingshan happened to be standing behind her. Apart from the fact that he still seemed extremely sturdy, he had basically returned to his original state. This was the result of strengthening his cultivation of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression recently. He saw the unusual black wolf uniform on her with a single glance. "You're a black wolf commander now?" Qian Rongji stood up and spun around, showing off. "How is it? Not bad, right?" "Not bad. Thank you. Looks like you've been doing well recently." "It's been all right." They greeted each other like old friends, using fake etiquette to maintain their fragile alliance. Before Li Qingshan could ask, Qian Rongji said, "The fish has already taken the bait. According to your request, I'm only fishing for the west gate." Li Qingshan asked in confusion, "How did you do it?" Luring people out of the door was not difficult, but luring out Grandma Shimen without alerting the other people outside was anything but simple. Qian Rongji did not explain. She gently stroked the black wolf tablet on her waist and smiled. "This is my job. It's all up to you now. If I don't get what I want, I won't let it go. As long as you do your job, you obviously don't have to worry about me." With absolute confidence, Li Qingshan adjusted himself to a peak condition. He needed a battle. His relaxed nerves were gradually being pulled taut as his battle intent rose up. Qian Rongji changed the topic. "Though, I still have to prepare for the worst. Before we confirm the number of enemies, I'd advise you to hide your presence properly." Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Qian Rongji said calmly, "No plan is absolutely perfect. Even I can't eliminate all accidents. I don't need to say more about this. Before thinking about victory, think about failure. Of course. Even if Qian Rongji did not say it, Li Qingshan would also prepare for the worst and not completely trust her. She said this to clarify that even if something unexpected happened, it was not her who wanted to harm him. Li Qingshan smiled. Anyway, you only have one life. Cherish it. Of course. Qian Rongji also smiled. She knew that no matter what she said, she would not be able to deceive Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not expect that the place Qian Rongji chose would be here. He lifted the edge of the bamboo hat and looked at the towering Qian family's mansion. It was normal for her to choose a place she was familiar with. However, she had killed nearly 1,000 people here. Ordinary people would avoid it, but she did not. Everything was the best choice. Li Qingshan came to the other side of the mountain and found a cave entrance in the withered grass and fallen leaf. He entered it and gradually widened. In the end, it became a huge natural cave. Li Qingshan measured the height and even tried to transform. Then, he began to make preparations. He constantly observed the cave. First, he pasted 7 talismans on the hidden stalagmite at the top of the cave. Then, he passed the talismans to little Anne. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, this time, it was an extremely dangerous beast. Chapter 197. You sure cultivate quickly. Grandma Shimin squinted her eyes and studied Qian Rongji. Her eyes were filled with deep doubt. The sacred church. A few young men gathered around Grandma Shimin, massaging her limbs. As they looked at Qian Rongji in the valiant uniform of a Black Wolf commander, they were filled with jealousy. Qian Rongji knelt down and begged. Rongji only obtained the demon's demon core by chance, which is why she's like this. However, it's not a long-term plan at the end of the day. Please accept me back under your wing, Granny. I definitely won't disappoint you. Grandma Shimin gently stroked the face of a handsome young man. If what you said is true, it's not like I can't consider it. Granny does like you very much. She felt extremely delighted to be bowed to by a Black Wolf commander. The handsome young man looked at Qian Rongji arrogantly, as if Qian Rongji was kneeling to him. Qian Rongji was overjoyed. Rongji definitely isn't lying. When I became a Black Wolf commander, I discovered through the informants of the Hawkwolf Guard that Li Qingshan had once appeared in ancient Wine City with that child. I specially sent people to investigate, and we only found where he was hiding after great difficulty. Not only does he possess the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch, but it's very likely that Zhuozhibwa and the other Hawkwolf Guards were harmed by him too. He possesses wealth worth several thousand spiritual stones at the very least. Granny definitely won't be disappointed. This was her scheme. If a measly Qi practitioner possessed great wealth and another powerful Qi practitioner learned about it, they obviously would not contact their companions. Instead, they would find a way to keep the wealth for themselves. Just when Grandma Shimin's wrinkled face blossomed into a smile, an old voice rang out from outside. Old woman, how could you forget about your younger sister when you have such great benefits? Grandma Shimin's expression suddenly changed, while Qian Rongji's heart sank. It was Grandma Dongmen's voice. The east gate Granny leisurely walked in, a delighted smile on her face. Grandma Shimin and Grandma Dongmen had always been enemies. They paid attention to each other's movements at all times. As soon as Grandma Shimin left the prefectural city, Grandma Dongmen sensed her. Suspicious, she tailed her silently. The people who pay the most attention to you are not your friends, but your enemies. Grandma Dongmen ignored Grandma Shimin's gloomy face and said to Qian Rongji, Qian girl, take us there quickly. That guy is very alert. We can't listen to someone's stupid idea and waste a few days. The Great Wall. Qian Rongji looked at Grandma Shimin awkwardly. Grandma Shimin said with a calm face, let's go. Since things had come to this point, it was useless to be angry. She could only take it as a comeback for this old thing. The three of them arrived in the mountains behind ancient Wind City and stopped outside a pitch-black cave. Qianrongji said, "Grandma, Li Qingshan should be hiding in there. Lead the way." Yes. The blow from the failure of her plan did not throw her off balance, nor did she reveal any openings. She planned carefully. As long as she could prove that Li Qingshan had indeed appeared in ancient Wind City, the two old women should not vent their anger on her too much. And, before she left, she specially told the Eagle leader she trusted that she was going to ancient Wind City with them to investigate the disappearance of Hawkwolf guards. It was basically a protective talisman. If she did not succeed once, there would always be a next time. As long as she kept trying, there would always be a time when she would succeed. Following the winding path, he continued forward until he reached the huge cave. Qianrongji's expression suddenly changed drastically. She almost cursed aloud. Li Qingshan did not hide his presence. He just sat down on a boulder and meditated casually. Grandma Shimen and Grandma Dongmen walked past her. Grandma Dongmen even patted her shoulder and said, "Well done." She did not notice her pale face. Qianrongji said with some difficulty, "Please capture that Li Qingshan, grannies. I'll wait outside for now." Grandma Shimen nodded without minding it at all. She only looked at Li Qingshan. "Go wait in the carriage. We'll be out very soon." Grandma Dongmen's eyes lit up. "Old woman, go easy on him. It's rare to see a child as strong as him. Let me try the vitality-devouring technique again." The vitality-devouring technique. Grandma Shimen's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Qianrongji's back in thought. Qianrongji sensed the sword-like gaze sweep past her, but she did not move faster. Holy Church! Grandma Shimen suppressed her suspicions. She turned around and scolded, "I knew you're going to be horny. I'll give this kid to you. I'll take 10% more of his belongings." Grandma Dongmen agreed with a creepy smile. She looked at Li Qingshan with an extremely greedy expression. "But don't suck it dry. We still have to ask about Yingjie's whereabouts and that beautiful child." Grandma Shimen looked around. She could not find little Anne. Didn't Wei Zhongyuan ask Ma Bai to do the divination? That unlucky child is probably dead. The murderer should be in the north. It's most likely this kid. Qianrongji's heart trembled. There was actually such an exquisite divination technique in the world. If it was not for Li Qingshan, she would have been exposed long ago. She made her way out of the cave in a single breath. As if she was exhausted, she leaned against the stone wall and sat down slowly. She slammed the wall viciously, leaving behind a deep handprint. If Li Qingshan were captured, then the matter of her killing Wei Yingjie would definitely be exposed. She would have to face the wrath of a 10th-layer Qi practitioner, or even the entire sect. The Hawkwolf Guard could not protect her, nor would they protect her. All she could do now was flee immediately. The further she fled, the better. However, the world was so vast, so where could she run to? She could only flee underground like Li Qingshan. Why didn't Li Qingshan flee? Look at that woman. No matter how high her cultivation is, she's like a dog. The carriage stopped nearby, in an empty clearing with sparse vegetation. A few handsome young men gathered together, pointing at the disheveled Qianrongji. "You're the dogs." Qianrongji glanced at them scornfully. The young men were stunned. The youths were stunned. One of them angrily said, "You actually dare to talk back?" Another sinisterly said, "Just because of this sentence, Granny can cut you into 1,000 pieces." They were relying on the West Gate Granny, a big tree. Normally, no one would dare to say even half a word of complaint to them. Qianrongji smiled. "But the old granny isn't here right now." She walked over with her water-splitting barb. Even if she was fleeing, she had to drag a few of them down with her. What are you trying to do?" The young men were fearful. They backed away slowly, turning around and fleeing towards the carriage. Qian Rongji swung her hand, and there was a flash of light. All 8 of their legs were severed at the base. The horse neighed a few times uneasily and raised its hoof. Qian Rongji glanced at it, and it immediately quietened down. However, there were some who couldn't calm down. A few young men were rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. Qian Rongji skillfully stopped their bleeding. She channeled a stream of innate qi into each of them, so that they could stay awake and not faint from the pain. They could enjoy the torture. "You bitch, Granny will definitely kill you. Just you wait." Ah! The young man in red cried and cursed. The water-splitting barb slashed across his face, cutting off his nose and completely destroying his handsome face. Qian Rongji patted his bloody face. "I hope your granny will continue to love you, ugly noseless ghost." The other 3 young men didn't dare to curse anymore. They looked at Qian Rongji with fear and resentment. Their beautiful faces were the most important thing to them. They might be able to recover if their legs were cut off, but once their faces were destroyed, they would completely lose their granny's love. Then, shrill screams like those of evil spirits resounded in the forest. Qian Rongji cut off another 3 noses and crushed them, cutting off all their hope. She didn't choose to run away. Instead, she faced the cave not far away and sat down amidst the screams. If Grandma Shimin came out and saw her beloved gigolo in such a state, she would definitely tear her into pieces. However, she had completely calmed down. She knew what kind of person Li Qingshan was. Since he didn't run away, he must be confident that he wouldn't run away. Since he dared to fight, why wouldn't she? At worst, she would just die. Having come this far, she had already disregarded life and death. She would never take a step back. Qian Rongji's guess was right. Li Qingshan was indeed fighting. When he smelled 2 scents entering the cave, he knew that there was a problem with the plan. However, it shouldn't be Qian Rongji's plot. If she wanted to harm him, she could have summoned all the people in the clan. If it was just Grandma Shimin, he was confident that he could win. However, if Grandma Dongmen was added to the mix, his chances of winning would fall to less than 70%. If he didn't dare to fight when he had 70% confidence, could he still be considered a man? Therefore, he didn't hide. Instead, he sat there and adjusted every inch of his body to its best state. He was like a ferocious tiger preparing to hunt, quietly waiting for the prey to approach. Li Qingshan glanced at the pale-faced Qian Rongji and confirmed his conjecture. When he heard how the 2 old ghosts spoke again, they basically treated him like a piece of meat on a chopping block. As he moved, his murderousness rose up. Grandma Shimin looked at Li Qingshan, who was sitting still, and said strangely, "This brat isn't running away? He must be scared silly. Don't be afraid, good boy. Grandma won't hurt you." Grandma Dongmen smiled coquettishly as she used her arts of charm. No matter how impressive body-tempering arts were, it was still a piece of cake for her with her strength as a 3rd-layer qi practitioner. Grandma Shimin sneered. She knew that the arts of charm were not very effective against Li Qingshan, but she purposefully did not warn Grandma Dongmen. She was waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, shaking up the entire cave. The spirit turtle's demon core bobbed up and down in his body, suppressing all stray thoughts. Grandma Dongmen was surprised. "What are you laughing at?" Li Qingshan stopped laughing. "2 old and ugly monsters, yet you're acting coquettishly like a little girl. How laughable. Even if you can fool others, can you fool yourself? Why don't you look in the mirror and count how many wrinkles you have?" That immediately stabbed the 2 grannies where it hurt the most. They hated people mentioning their appearance and age the most. Grandma Dongmen was furious. "Brat, you're looking to die." With a wave of her hand, a tremendous, pitch-black true qi turned into a huge, black wave and swept towards Li Qingshan. Bang! 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 The thick stalagmites in the path of the true qi were smashed to pieces. Rubble flew everywhere like a huge, black snake slithering on the ground. It arrived before Li Qingshan in the blink of an eye. It raised its head high and bit down viciously. With a great rumble, the boulder Li Qingshan sat on was smashed to pieces. Chapter 198. I've trained before. In addition to the 5 elemental energies, there were also yin and yang energies, which were collectively known as the mysterious yin energy and the mysterious yang energy. This sect cultivated both yin and yang energy. Men cultivated the mysterious yang energy, and women cultivated the mysterious yin energy. Their energies were black and white, and when cultivated to the extreme yin energy gave birth to yang energy, and the extreme yang energy gave birth to yin energy. Please bear in mind that not only is this not an evil technique, it is an orthodox Taoist technique. The yin and yang qi were ever-changing, and the cultivation methods they produced surpassed the true qi of the 5 elements. Moreover, their attributes varied greatly. The zombie Taoist practiced profound yin true qi, but his profound yin true qi was only for refining and nurturing corpses. It did not have the ability to bewitch people or steal their essence. Li Qingshan was secretly shocked. The Xian yin qi had never been known for its ferocity, yet it could have such an effect. 9th-layer qi practitioners were indeed not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped Li Qingshan. A giant black hand viciously grabbed at him. Grandma Shimen opened her right hand and said gloomily, "Let's see where you can run to this time." "Why should I run?" Li Qingshan said proudly. He spread his hands apart and took out the cursive sword calligraphy. Incomparably pure true qi surged madly into it, and the strokes were like blades and swords, lighting up one by one. The last time he tried out the cursive sword calligraphy was in Qingyang City. The innate method of practicing qi was only at the 2nd layer, but now that he had reached the 7th layer, his true qi had increased by more than tenfold. A total of 21 strokes lit up on the cursive sword calligraphy, stabbing into the black hand. Sword qi shot out and the black hand disintegrated inch by inch. A top-grade spiritual weapon. Grandma Shimen was shocked and shouted, "Black mud vortex!" The thick black true qi formed a huge vortex in front of her. It spun at high speed, as if it wanted to swallow everything. This was the strongest protective spell that Grandma Shimen knew, and she was confident that it could withstand the bombardment of any qi practitioner's spells. 21 strands of sword qi pierced into the black vortex at the same time, and the vortex immediately stirred. Grandma Shimen's face was solemn. She operated the spell with all her strength, and the black mud vortex rotated at an extremely fast speed, shattering and annihilating the 21 sword qi. With a roar, the genuine qi vortex collapsed. Grandma Shimen lowered her body, and a sword light flashed past her shoulder, bringing out a splash of blood. Li Qingshan immediately took out a piece of spirit stone. The pure heaven and earth essence qi slowly flowed into his body through his palm, and his true qi quickly recovered. He was also shocked. Originally, he only wanted to block the attack of the big black hand and take the opportunity to escape. He didn't expect the cursive sword 9 astronomy. Advertisement for Jonwon words. TXT download, Supreme Spiritual Weapon? Grandma Shimen's expression changed drastically. This cursive sword calligraphy wasn't complete, so even Grandma Shimen couldn't determine its rank. She only knew that it was extraordinary. Her embarrassment turned into anger, and she also felt extremely greedy. "This thing is mine, old woman. Don't fight with me." Grandma Dongmen's eyes lit up. She closed her eyes, held a spell with both hands, and chanted. The profound yin true qi all returned to her side, and it surged like black water as if it was alive. A sense of danger rose in Li Qingshan's heart. It must be an extraordinary spell for a level 9 qi practitioner to spend so much effort to prepare. But instead of retreating, he advanced. Holding the wind-entwining saber with a backhand, the acupoints under his feet produced a cushion-like true chi, and he stepped on the stone wall as if he was walking on flat ground. He took 7 steps in a row, and jumped above Grandma Dongman's head. With a flash of cold light, the wind-entwining saber was unsheathed with a clang and slashed down with the momentum of splitting a mountain. Grandma Shimon's spell had just been broken, and she couldn't save him in time. Or rather, she didn't want to save him at all. She had just made a fool of herself in front of Grandma Dongmen, and she certainly had to make up for it now. She just stood by and watched, thinking, this kid's body refining technique is really powerful. Together with that supreme spiritual weapon, if he suddenly attacks, maybe even a level 6 chi practitioner will fall into his trap. Grandma Dongmen suddenly opened her eyes, clenched her hands, and pointed at Li Qingshan with her index and middle fingers. Snake-binding curse. The black true chi turned into thousands of pitch-black snakes and swarmed up, but the momentum alone was enough to frighten ordinary people. The wind-entwining saber was entangled by dozens of black snakes, and it couldn't move an inch forward as if it was stuck in a swamp. His body was also entangled by layers of snakes, leaving only a human shape. Li Qingshan focused his mind and put all his strength on the wind-entwining saber. His eyes passed through the black true chi and stared at the top of Grandma Dongman's head, and he shouted, "Break!" His arms suddenly expanded violently and turned green. The demonic energy broke through the black snake's restraint, and he slashed down violently. Grandma Dongmen, who had just put on a complacent smile, suddenly froze. This is... Grandma Shimon also noticed that something was wrong. She took out a small crimson needle. Although the needle was small, it was very bright. It turned out to be a superior-grade spiritual weapon. There weren't many superior-grade spiritual weapons in the first place, and needles were even rarer, so it was more difficult to refine. Once it was refined, it would be extremely powerful. Not only was it extremely fast and stealthy, but it could also break through all protective true chi and spells. In a fight, it could instantly kill a chi practitioner without a protective spiritual weapon. The flying needle pulled out a thin red line and almost reached first, stabbing at Li Qingshan's head. One of the skull prayer beads flew over and hit the flying needle. The other turned into a huge skull and bit at Grandma Shimon. Little and rushed out of the floating soil and jumped out of the darkness, stabbing at Grandma Dongman's back. 3 talismans were stuck on her hands, feet, and sword, increasing her speed, strength, and lethality to the highest level, just to launch this fatal attack. Li Qingshan pretended to be weak in order to find an opportunity to form such a killing momentum. If he could kill one of the grannies first, he would definitely win this battle. Layers of light emitted from Grandma Dongman's body, enveloping her whole body. The saber slashed and the sword stabbed, making 2 loud bangs. The light trembled, but it didn't break. Li Qingshan and Little and took advantage of the counterforce and jumped back lightly. A nick appeared on each of the saber and the sword. They both felt regretful. Grandma Dongmen had an extremely powerful protective spiritual weapon. The East Gate Granny shrieked and flew to the side. It had been many years since she had experienced such a life-threatening crisis. If she hadn't spent a large sum of money to buy a middle-grade spirit artifact, the luminous heart-protecting mirror, she would have almost died a violent death. When she looked at the luminous heart-protecting mirror again, she saw 2 deep marks on it, and its spiritual energy had been greatly reduced. She was both shocked and furious. Looking at Li Qingshan, he was already 3 meters tall. His body was as black as iron, and there were 2 horns protruding from his forehead. His red hair hung down to his waist. She shouted, "There's something wrong with this kid. Attack with all your strength." She raised her hand, and a comb flew out of her sleeve. It expanded in the wind and flew toward Li Qingshan. The comb was shining with spiritual light. It was also a high-grade spiritual weapon. She didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. Even the beautiful child was very strange. But she believed that as long as they were serious, Li Qingshan would definitely be no match for 2 ninth-layer aura refining cultivators and 2 high-grade spiritual weapons. However, she saw Li Qingshan take out a talisman. She could tell at a glance that it was a mid-grade thunder-summoning talisman. She sneered in her heart. It wasn't a thunderstorm, so this mid-grade thunder-summoning talisman couldn't even penetrate her protective true qi. She was sure that Li Qingshan had exhausted all his tricks. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. His killing move wasn't over yet. The thunder-summoning talisman was activated, but it did not strike Grandma Dongmen. Instead, it turned into countless tiny bolts of electricity, illuminating the pitch-black cavern. It also illuminated the 8 talismans Li Qingshan had stuck on them. The electricity flowed through them. The 8 talismans were activated at the same time, forming a scorching bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket. It struck Grandma Dongmen in the air. Her weak protective true qi was unable to stop it at all. It was pierced in a single stroke, and her radiant heart-protecting mirror shattered immediately. She shrieked out and fell out of the air as smoke rose from her body. What a vicious kid! Grandma Shimon's face darkened when she saw this. Deep wrinkles appeared on her face. She used a high-grade golden shell talisman to block the skulls that spewed flames. At the same time, she controlled the flying needle to stab Li Qingshan again. It was both swift and urgent. Even the skull prayer beads were unable to catch up. Li Qingshan's face narrowed. He expanded to 10 meters tall and extended his hand to grab the out-of-control comb. He released the spirit turtle's profound shell. With a clang, the flying needle stabbed into the spirit turtle's profound shell and became stuck, unable to advance any further. Grandma Shimon was surprised. Her flying needle had actually failed to penetrate the protective technique. When she looked at Li Qingshan's terrifying figure again, an idea flashed through her head. She cursed aloud, "This is that little bitch's trap." At the same time, Little En arrived before Grandma Dongmen and stabbed down with his sword, giving her no time to catch her breath. With a clang, the sword landed on a patch of golden light. At that critical moment, Grandma Dongmen stuck a high-grade golden shell talisman on herself. High-grade talismans were extremely precious. They were reluctant to use them unless they had no other choice. Little Anne was emotionless. The hidden blade stabbed down like a storm. His arm had basically become a blur, and the golden light receded bit by bit. Grandma Dongmen was surprised, but she did not panic. She used the opportunity to ingest a healing pill and held a spiritual stone in her hand, recovering her true qi. She was charred all over, but just a few lightning-summoning talismans were not enough to kill her. She was utterly furious, powering the spiritual comb desperately. The spiritual comb in Li Qingshan's hand trembled, but how could it rival his strength of 2 oxen? Just when he smiled, there was a sudden flash of light, and several dozen blades of light shot out from the teeth of the comb. They were no weaker than the sword qi from the cursive sword calligraphy. They were all there, unavoidable, and he could not block them with the spirit turtle's profound shell. Clang! 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 There was a series of metallic clangs as the blades of light landed on Li Qingshan's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Little and did not even look at it. His attacks became even more violent. The thin hidden blade could not be used anymore, becoming riddled with cracks. Grandma Dongmen's golden shell talisman had been weakened to the limit as well. It was on the verge of shattering. Several dozen terrifying wounds crisscrossed on Li Qingshan's body. Some of them were bone-deep, but none of them were fatal. Wounds like that were nothing to demons. With a surge of demon qi, the wounds closed up rapidly and vanished. Grandma Dongmen's complacent smile froze on her face. Impossible! Even demons can't have such tough skin. Little did she know that after Li Qingshan achieved the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, his Ox Demon forges its hide had reached a new height as well. "I've practiced it," As soon as Li Qingshan said that, he arrived before Grandma Dongmen and threw a punch. Chapter 199. The golden armor talisman was broken. A mysterious smile appeared on Grandma Dongmen's burnt face. She was holding a talisman between her skinny fingers. Huh! Li Qingshan was startled and felt that something was wrong. The talisman was activated. Cold light bloomed and cold air spread everywhere. Ice crawled up Li Qingshan's arm from his fist and sealed his whole body. His fist moved forward with difficulty, but it finally stopped in front of Grandma Dongmen. Li Qingshan's huge body turned into a big ice cube. His face was still full of shock. The terrifying murderous aura that almost suffocated Grandma Dongmen was also frozen in an instant. Little An was not spared either. He was sealed in ice and could not move. Li Qingshan was not the only one who had a trump card and a trump card. Grandma Shimin sneered, "You are finally willing to use this supreme-grade cold wave talisman." She knew Grandma Dongmen had this trump card, so she usually gave her some leeway. Today, she was finally forced to use it. She could not help but feel happy. The East Gate Granny had survived, but her face was filled with sorrow. Who knew how much effort she had put into cultivating for a century before she managed to accumulate a supreme-grade talisman? This was a true talisman that could save her life. Even if she killed Li Qingshan, it probably would not be enough to make up for her losses. She thought fiercely. If she knew this would happen, she would not have come. Wouldn't it be better to let this old man die in the trap? She looked at Li Qingshan again. Her eyes were full of hatred. She wanted to skin him, break his bones, and torture him to death. Grandma Shimin looked at little An and sighed. It's a pity for this child. Otherwise, we could erase his original memory and control him with the mind-bewitching spell. We would have one more powerful weapon in our sect. The effect of the cold wave talisman was not only to freeze, but also to freeze the body and destroy the meridians. It was almost equivalent to a strike from a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, and it was impossible to survive. Grandma Dongmen said, "This child is very strange, it's good that he's dead. This Li Qingshan is actually a monster. How could he hide his monstrous qi so well? He could even pretend to be a qi practitioner." In the blue and white ice, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly turned. "Holy Church!" Grandma Dongmen exclaimed. "He's not dead yet. Do it now, or we'll all die here today." Grandma Shimin was also shocked. How could this be possible? Thump, thump, thump. Li Qingshan's heart beat like a war drum, faster and faster. His blood vessels expanded, his muscles bulged, and he let out a soundless roar. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ice. Grandma Shimin didn't dare to be careless. She controlled the flying needle and stabbed Li Qingshan's heart with her other hand. She also held a supreme-grade spiritual talisman in her other hand. Suddenly, a streak of golden light shone, dazzling her eyes. Little An turned his frozen flesh and blood back into blazing flames. He stuck a spiritual talisman onto his white bones. It was a high-grade strength talisman of Vajra. A huge golden humanoid broke out of the ice. It had complete facial features and wielded a golden sword. Its effects were definitely not something an inferior spiritual talisman could compare to. At the core of the golden humanoid was a tiny, white skeleton. As it was illuminated by the golden light, it actually faintly shone with a golden hue, giving off a hint of Buddhist aura. It turned around and glared at Grandma Shimin, vaguely giving off the feeling of a Vajra's glare. Grandma Shimin's expression froze. Her mind was shaken and she was taken aback. She had always cultivated the arts of charm to affect the minds of others, so her mind was naturally powerful. At this moment, she was actually intimidated instead. The path of white bone and great beauty resonated with the strength talisman of Vajra, unleashing unimaginable might. The Vajra warriors were the protectors of the Buddhist kingdom. Even if they were tainted with a sliver of their spirituality, they were definitely not something that any Qi practitioner could withstand. Both their strength and mind would be suppressed. The Vajra glared furiously, subduing the 4 demons. The Bodhisattva lowered his eyebrows, showing mercy to the 6 paths. There was no way little, and would let go of such an opportunity. He strode towards Grandma Shimen. The white bones were emotionless, but the Vajra was even more furious. He raised the golden sword high and swung it down with the power to slay all evil. Holy Hall! The threat of death brought Grandma Shimen back to her senses. The golden sword was already inches away from her. She screamed and cast a technique. Profound Yin True Qi surged out of her body and formed a protective barrier of True Qi. She made up her mind and also took out a supreme-grade spiritual talisman. She hesitated for a moment, wondering whether she should retreat immediately or activate that supreme-grade spiritual talisman. Whoosh! The Vajra slashed through the protective barrier of True Qi and severed her hand that held the supreme-grade spiritual talisman. Grandma Shimen clutched her severed arm and cried out in retreat. She wanted to use her True Qi to retrieve the talisman, but the Vajra grabbed the talisman with one hand, causing her True Qi to miss. Then, it slashed down a second time. She did not dare to stay any longer. She cast a technique to increase her speed and ran out of the cave. However, when she looked up, she saw that Grandma Dongmen was even ahead of her. She could not help but curse in her heart. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Boom! The ice shattered and shot out. Li Qingshan broke out of the ice and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" He took a step forward and cast the Ox Demon Trample. A crack spread from the soles of his feet and quickly caught up to Grandma Dongmen. However, the target was not her. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The cave collapsed and completely sealed the cave. Grandma Dongmen had just turned around and did not even have the time to speak. The tiger demon roared and released endless sound waves and wind blades. They swept over and pushed her against the stone wall. Before she could slide down, Li Qingshan caught up. A punch landed on her body. Black mud vortex. Under such circumstances, Grandma Dongmen was still able to cast a technique and offset most of the force. However, she still spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in an instant, Li Qingshan threw out 100 punches and shattered the black mud vortex. He smashed her whole body into the stone wall and turned her into meat paste. When Li Qingshan turned around, he saw that little N was chasing Grandma Shimen in all directions. With the sharpness of her flying needles, she actually pierced through the golden body. However, she did not injure little Anne's well-tempered white bones. Grandma Shimen suddenly felt a pair of red eyes staring at her. The huge figure was approaching quickly, and she was covered in the shadow of death. She could not help but feel desperate. Even without Xiao An's extraordinary performance, Li Qingshan was absolutely confident that he could take on the West Gate Granny 2 against 1. While the West Gate Granny had been forced into a corner by Xiaoan, he reached out with his huge claw and grabbed the West Gate Granny. He tightened his grip, and her protective True Qi shattered. The West Gate Granny followed in the East Gate Granny's footstep. She did not even have the time to shriek before she was crushed to pieces. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief and showed a bright smile. He had won this fight. Because his demonic Qi was of the water attribute, the supreme-grade Cold Wave Talisman did not cause much damage to him. Even so, there were large areas of frostbite on his body. If it had been another supreme-grade talisman, he might have been in danger this time. There were also many mistakes in this battle. First, he did not estimate the power of the cursive sword calligraphy. Otherwise, if he had included it in his plan, he would have had the chance to seriously injure or even kill Grandma Dongmen. Secondly, he underestimated the miraculous effects of the Vajra Titan Talisman on little Anne. Of course, there was no need to demand perfection. Li Qingshan was also constantly learning how to fight in battle. In comparison, the West Gate Granny and East Gate Granny had made even more mistakes. If they had been prepared right from the beginning and used their full strength instead of fooling around, Li Qingshan's chances at victory would have dropped to 50% at the very least. It was this kind of careless attitude that gave Li Qingshan the chance to strike first. He did not cooperate at all and only responded in panic under the endless attacks. The result of his defeat was practically written in the beginning. But what 9th layer Qi practitioner would be serious about a 3rd layer Qi practitioner? His greatest weapon wasn't the cursive sword calligraphy, nor was it the Vajra strength talisman. Instead, it was his outward weakness. At any time, he could take advantage of an unsuspecting opponent to strike first and seize the initiative. The flames devoured Grandma Shimin and Grandma Dongman's corpses and returned to little Anne's body. Then, she slowly condensed a body of flesh and blood. She smiled sweetly at Li Qingshan and handed over 200 treasures pouches, 2 superior-grade spiritual artifacts, and a supreme-grade talisman. Li Qingshan returned to his human form and opened the 100 treasures pouch to take a look. He was shocked. The space inside was vast, something he had never seen before. There were countless medicinal pills, spiritual stones, talismans, and cultivation methods. However, there was not a single Qi-gathering pill. Instead, there was a medicinal pill called the Qi-gathering pill. Its medicinal power was slightly inferior to the Pearl Dew pill, but it was 10 times stronger than the Qi-gathering pill. There were a lot fewer impurities, and there were 1,000 of them. There were also dozens of other medicinal pills. However, what surprised Li Qingshan the most were the 2 embroidered boxes filled with talismans. Inside were 2 light purple medicinal pills that gave off a strange fragrance. The embroidered boxes were obviously used to prevent the medicinal power from being lost. Li Qingshan did not dare to look too long and hurriedly closed the embroidered boxes. Something that a 9th layer Qi practitioner treasured so much was definitely not ordinary. When he had the chance, he would carefully inquire about the name of this spiritual medicine. There were many talismans. Apart from 2 or 3 superior-grade talismans that caught Li Qingshan's attention, the others were not worth mentioning. There were only 2 spiritual artifacts, but the difference of 1 grade was at least 10 times the value. Just these 2 superior-grade spiritual artifacts, the Scarlet Flying Needle and the Spiritual Comb, were worth more than the sum of all the spiritual artifacts that Li Qingshan had obtained, apart from the cursive sword calligraphy. Apart from this, there were not many spiritual stones, only a few dozen. They must have used all their wealth on the supreme-grade talismans, superior-grade spiritual artifacts, and the purple spiritual pill. Li Qingshan hugged Little Anne and rubbed his hair. He smiled and said, "We're rich." He gave Little Anne 100 treasures pouches each. Little Anne said, "We're rich." Li Qingshan took out 100 herb pills and meditated on the spot for a while, recovering his true Qi and demonic Qi to their peak state. Only then did he raise the wind-entwining saber and open up the cave again. When he and Little Anne came out of the cave, they saw Qian Rongji sitting on the empty ground not far away. They couldn't help but be surprised. "You didn't leave?" Qian Rongji smiled and said, "I haven't even gotten the things I wanted. How could I leave just like that?" She had a calm expression on her face, but she was actually very nervous. Only now did she relax. She was even more shocked by Li Qingshan's strength. He had actually killed 2 9th layer Qi practitioners. Although this cultivation technique focused on bewitching the enemy's mind and couldn't be considered good at fighting, the strength of a 9th layer Qi practitioner could not be faked. In her eyes, Li Qingshan became more and more mysterious and unfathomable. She then looked at Little Anne, who seemed to be filled with mystery. She couldn't help but sigh. This child was still so clean. Chapter 200. Yu Zijin, her enchanting voice left Qian Rongji stunned for quite a while. She even smiled. Hello. However, she only watched from afar and did not approach her. According to their agreement, when Li Qingshan gave Qian Rongji the pills and techniques related to the sect to her, Qian Rongji finally lost her composure. There were 9 bottles of first-rate pills of spring breeze and rain, as well as 3 bottles of profound Yin pills specially prepared for cultivators who cultivated profound Yin true qi. As for the other pills like pills of passion and pills of calming, there was no need to mention them. However, what caught her attention the most was not these, but a book called The Method of Bewitching Heart. This was a technique specially used to bewitch people with the method of bewitching heart as its foundation. Only the upper echelon of the sect had the opportunity to learn it. Regular disciples could only learn some regular techniques of charm. The method of bewitching people was basically like adding wings to a tiger for someone like her who was skilled at controlling and manipulating people. Li Qingshan suddenly said, "Give me 2 bottles of pills of spring breeze and rain." Qian Rongji handed them over generously. When Li Qingshan wanted to give her 2 bottles of qi amassing pills in exchange, she waved her hand and turned him down. She said fervently, "I can draw out the others too." Li Qingshan cut her off. "You better think about how you're going to stay out of this." The 2 grannies of the sect could not be compared to people like Zhao Liangqing. Their disappearance would definitely lead to a huge commotion in the sect, and they would become extremely careful. Moreover, he would have to be extremely careful in his actions. If he were to face 2 9th-layer aura refining cultivators, his chances of winning would only be 50-50. If he were to face the 10th-layer aura refining vice sect leader and the unpredictable main sect leader, it would be almost certain that he would die. Qian Rongji's smile froze. She had thought through this as well. Once the sect investigated the whereabouts of the 2 grannies, it would not be difficult for them to discover that she had come into contact with them. She needed to deal with them extremely carefully, so how could she take any more risks? Her plan seemed easy, but she was actually dancing on the edge of a blade. "Thank you for reminding me, but I'm still a woman after all. I'm blinded by some petty profits and become short-sighted. You don't need to thank me, I'm just doing this for myself." Li Qingshan casually threw the 2 bottles of qi-gathering pills into her hands, took little and with him, and disappeared into the woods. Qian Rongji stared at the gathering qi pill in her hand, reflecting on the gains and losses this time. She considered herself to be resourceful, ruthless, and decisive, but when it came to big matters, she showed her lack of tolerance, and could not compare to Li Qingshan. The distant mountains were covered with pure white snow. The sparkling snowflakes fell on the wine bowl and overflowed. A big hand picked up the bowl of wine and drained it in one gulp. Li Qingshan smacked his lips. The taste of the wine had faded and was now even colder. It had a different taste to it. There was no sign of Millipede. It seemed that he couldn't wait any longer and had returned underground. Thinking of Millipede's invitation, he shook his head and sighed. What fun could there be underground? After drinking with Millipede so many times in the past few days, he already knew that this was an order from the demon commander. If he thought deeper, it was an order from the number 1 demon king of the Green Province, the Dragon King of the Sea. If Millipede reverted to his original form and went to a human city, he would be a monster that could destroy a city. This arrangement was probably to maintain peace between humans and demons. Suddenly, a gust of wind assaulted him from the back of his head. Li Qingshan tilted his head slightly, and a snowball brushed past his cheek. He turned his head, only to see Little and covering her mouth and snickering. Li Qingshan said, "All right, don't regret it." Before he could finish speaking, another snowball flew over. He was about to tilt his head to dodge, but the snowball also changed direction and smashed into his face, sending snowflakes flying everywhere. A white prayer bead flew back into Little Anne's hand. Li Qingshan wiped away the snowflakes on his face and widened his eyes. I'm angry. Little Anne stuck out her tongue and fled out of the cave. Looking back, just as expected, Li Qingshan had caught up. He bellowed out, "Great snowball technique." The drifting snowflakes all gathered in Li Qingshan's hand, condensing into a huge snowball several feet in diameter. He pushed it towards little Anne. "Hiya! Hiya!" The carriage driver waved his whip and urged the horses on, pulling the carriage over the snow. He was dressed in the uniform of the Proud Sword Manor. He was Yu Shuquang's trusted disciple, the gentle young man who was often sent to deliver things. His name was Yulian. The carriage turned around a forest and saw a manor surrounded by snowy mountains. The carriage stopped at the entrance and Yulian said, "Master, we're here." A swordsman with a full beard alighted from the carriage. He held his chest high and raised his head in an extremely impressive manner. He was Yu Shuquang. His face was beaming, and he wore red silk robes. Only when he arrived at the entrance did he bow slightly. He knocked on the door gently, rather nervously. "Is Great Hero Nyo here?" Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. He pressed his ear against the door and listened carefully. The sound grew closer and closer. Rumble! Oh no! Yu Shuquang used his movement technique and flew up. A huge, white ball smashed through the vermilion door, brushing past his feet and rolling down the mountain. Yu Shuquang was still shaken. If he had been hit by that thing, he would have lost half his life. However, that thing seemed to be a snowball. However, he had never seen such a large, tough snowball before. Li Qingshan stood in the courtyard and saw Yu Shuquang from afar. He called out loudly, "Great Hero Yu, why have you come?" Yu Shuquang went up in a hurry and bowed. He looked around and was stunned. There were traces of the huge snowball rolling past everywhere. A corridor had been destroyed, and a few of the woodshed in the east had collapsed. What are you doing?" "I'm having a snowball fight." Li Qingshan grabbed Little Anne by the collar. "I'm showing this girl power." Little Anne's seaweed-like, curly hair hung down. She said nothing obediently. She basically seemed rather timid. However, Li Qingshan knew that she was afraid of strangers the most. Once she was in front of outsiders, she would become very quiet. Yu Shuquang shivered. The tiger butcher really was violent. He had actually thrown such a huge snowball at such a cute child. If it struck, she would die. Yu Shuquang was afraid of persuading him otherwise. He even began to hesitate about his original plan. Li Qingshan asked, "What are you doing here?" Yu Shuquang gritted his teeth and fished out an invitation from his sleeve. He had invited Li Qingshan to attend a banquet in the Proud Sword Manor at noon the next day to celebrate Yu Zijian's breakthrough to the innate realm and becoming a Qi practitioner. Li Qingshan asked, "Has your daughter returned?" Yu Shuquang said, "Not yet. She'll probably be here tonight." "Then congratulations." Li Qingshan asked Little Anne, "Do you want to go?" Little Anne looked at Li Qingshan hesitantly, as if she was trying to guess what he was thinking. Li Qingshan said, "Then I want to go." It had been quite some time since he had taken her out for a walk. He said to Yu Shuquang, "All right, I'll go. However, I don't want to expose my identity, so arrange a private room for me." Yu Shuquang was overjoyed. He agreed in a hurry. At noon the next day, the light snow had just cleared up. However, not a single piece of snow had accumulated on the outdoor square of the Proud Sword Manor. The disciples of the manor had swept it clean. Lanterns and streamers decorated the entire place. Everyone was in high spirit. To the people of the Jianghu, the four great joys of life probably could not even compare to the joy of breaking through to the innate realm. Breaking through to the innate realm represented entering a brand new world, possessing unimaginable possibilities. Perhaps power and wealth were just fleeting, but longevity was what everyone yearned for. A high-level Qi practitioner could even live for over 200 years. Yu Zijian had become a Qi practitioner, so the status of the entire proud sword manor would rise with her. Regular disciples like them could all benefit as well. And, although Yu Zijian was Yu Shuquang's beloved daughter, she did not possess the arrogance of a young miss at all. Not only was she kind to regular disciples, but she also liked to uphold justice and uphold justice. The people of Salt Mountain City all praised her. When a person like that received the blessings of the heavens, others would always feel happy for her from the bottom of their hearts. However, there were also many young disciples who secretly sighed in sorrow, cutting off the possibility of becoming the son-in-law of the proud sword manor. Perhaps the story of a rich young lady marrying a poor boy could be repeated a few times in real life. However, Qi practitioners would never marry a regular person. Sect Master Lu, you've come. Please come in, please come in. Yu Shuquang personally stood at the entrance of the hall to receive the esteemed guest. As he faced his fellow members of the Martial Arts Society, he was so complacent that he almost raised his head to the sky. Yu Zijian sat in the main seat in the hall with some discomfort, accepting everyone's congratulations. She saw the various renowned figures of the Martial Arts Society and uncles greet and congratulate her. She found it extremely strange. As it turned out, becoming a Qi practitioner was actually such a good thing. When the banquet was about to begin, Yu Shuquang excused himself to everyone and took Yu Zijian to the back. "Father, where are we going?" Yu Shuquang said. "I'm taking you to see an esteemed guest. You have to be a little more polite when the time comes." Yu Zijian was rather confused. Earlier, when she wanted to be polite, Yu Shuquang would not even let her. He insisted on her maintaining her bearing as an innate master. Just who was it that could make her father treat her so seriously? In a dimly lit room with all the windows and doors shut, Yu Zijian saw an extraordinarily tall, sturdy figure. He wore a huge, conical bamboo hat on his head, and there was a bamboo basket beside him. An extremely sumptuous banquet was laid out before him. Yu Zijian could not sense the presence of a Qi practitioner or even a cultivator, but it did not diminish his dignified bearing at all. She became slightly more solemn. Yu Zijian said, "This is Great Hero Nyo Air." Yu Zijian's seriousness immediately collapsed. "Damned girl, don't laugh," Yu Shuquang barked. He was afraid that she would anger Li Qingshan. Before he could say anything, Yu Zijian said apologetically, "Great Hero Nyo, I'm not laughing at you. Please don't take offense." She also found it very inappropriate to laugh at someone else's name to their face, but the contrast earlier was just too great, so she could not help herself. Li Qingshan's impression of Yu Zijian was limited to the girl in violet beside Hua Qinglu. Now that he heard her speak, he took quite a liking to her. He studied her. Her hair was not adorned with pearls or jade. Her fine, black hair was tied into a thick bun, with 2 strands draping down her cheek. It made her seem even more clear and beautiful. She was still dressed in bright violet clothes, with a deep violet sash around her waist, accentuating her unique, slender waist. Moreover, her bearing was natural and gentle, and her words were light and casual. Although it had not reached the level of love at first sight, she was still a cute young woman that moved his heart. Just looking at her made him feel refreshed. There was a saying that those who could hear the sound of a hairpin falling through a curtain, yet they did not think about it, were either foolish or intelligent. Fortunately, I'm between foolish and intelligent. Chapter 201. Your daughter really is a smart and polite woman. My trip here this time has been worth it. The last time Li Qingshan saw her, he had been surrounded by a group of people from the Jianghu. He was constantly worried about Grandma Shimen outside. Even when he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Hua Qinglu. Now that he saw Yu Zijian again, he was rather surprised. "You're too kind, you're too kind." Yu Shuquang smiled, but he was in thought inside. Don't tell me Li Qingshan is interested in my daughter? The first thought that crossed his mind was, absolutely not. How could he entrust his daughter to a murderous butcher? However, upon further thought, he felt that it might not be impossible if Li Qingshan really was interested. He had seen Li Qingshan's original appearance before. He knew he was only 16 or 17, the same age as Yu Zijian. He could be regarded as a dignified young man. He had only become like this to hide from powerful enemies. It had already been mentioned before that in the eyes of the experienced Jianghu, Li Qingshan's appearance was much more pleasing to the eye than the pale-faced scholar. Coupled with his startlingly powerful ability, he would just have to see what this girl was thinking. However, these thoughts of his were destined to be fruitless. That was because as Li Qingshan studied Yu Zijian studied Li Qingshan as well. The shadow from the bamboo hat almost completely hid his dark face, only revealing a beardless chin. Although his yellow robes had been specially made to be several sizes larger than a regular person's, they were still unable to hide his bulging muscles. All young women yearned for love, but the ones they yearned for were graceful gentlemen, handsome gentlemen, not a super fierce man like him. Probably only a thirsty, resentful woman would be interested in someone like him. However, when the sharp gaze that emerged from the darkness swept past her, she could not help but shiver slightly. She lowered her head in a hurry. The gaze seemed to possess a dangerous and invasive nature, such that she dared not look directly at it. As he lowered his head, he saw that the ground was littered with pig and chicken bones. It was obvious that Hero Nyo's mouth had not been idle while he was in a daze. However, he had completely wronged Li Qingshan. The quality of the banquet Yu Shuquang had prepared far exceeded what he usually prepared. Whether it was roasted whole lamb, crystal pork knuckles, or stewed beef, they were all delicious. They were all his favorites as a carnivore. There was even a steamed bear paw, which was absolutely delicious. He spread his belly and ate a lot of food, but he didn't spit out the bones when he ate meat. Instead, like a wild beast, he chewed the bones into powder and ate them together. The bones on the ground were all leftovers from Little Anne's meal. She followed Li Qingshan, and her appetite for food had increased a lot. When she ate, she chewed slowly and looked elegant, but she was not much slower than Li Qingshan, who was wolfing down his food. However, she refused to eat bones. Although she refined white bones, she had no interest in the bones of cooked animals. Actually, the food she ate did not even reach her stomach. It was all refined with her true flames. She purely wanted to taste it. Yu Shuquang's respectful attitude made her directly treat Li Qingshan as a senior on the level of an uncle. It was impossible for her to develop any romantic feelings towards him. Zijian. Yu Shuquang tugged at Yu Zijian's sleeve. Yu Zijian returned to her senses and raised her head. "You're too kind, great Hero Nyo." As she listened to Li Qingshan's heavy voice, her heart became even calmer. However, she felt that this great Hero Nyo was slightly familiar, so she asked without any hesitation, "Have we met somewhere before?" Li Qingshan shook his head and asked with a smile, "Do you have 100 treasures pouch on you?" "I don't," Yu Zijian answered honestly. Originally, Hua Chenglu wanted to give her one, but she was afraid that she would never be able to return the favor, so she did not accept it. And she had heard that as long as she joined the 100 schools of thought, she could receive her own 100 treasures pouch. This is the first 100 treasures pouch I've ever obtained. I'll give it to you as a congratulatory gift. Li Qingshan took out a rather damaged 100 treasures pouch. It was the one he had obtained from Qian Rongji's dead older brother. Although he found this girl to be quite nice, he did not actually have any delusions that he would give her an extremely precious gift to please her. However, the gift was too light, and it was unsuitable. It would be better if it was suitable. He just happened to have many 100 treasures pouches on him. All Qi practitioners could not lack them, but these 100 treasures pouches could not be stored together, so he could only fold them up and carry them on him. He had almost become a disciple of the beggar's gang, and he had an unprecedented number of over a dozen pouches. It was perfect for him to get rid of one this time. Yu Shuquang beamed. He had heard about 100 treasures pouches a long time ago. The 100 treasures pouch was even rarer than spiritual artifacts. Li Qingshan had been so generous right from the start, which made him feel like his hard work during this period had not been for nothing. That's far too precious. Yu Zijian declined in a hurry. She glanced at Yu Shuquang and wondered what great hero Niu's relationship with her father was. Why had she never heard of him before? Li Qingshan smiled. I'm just afraid you'll find it old. If you don't like it, I have others. You can exchange them. That's not what I meant. Yu Zijian waved her hand in a hurry. Yu Shuquang coughed gently. Great hero Niu wants you to accept it, so just accept it. Only then did Yu Zijian accept the old 100 treasures pouch happily. Her feelings were no different from Li Qingshan's in the past, but it was exactly because it was old that she was able to accept it calmly. Li Qingshan said, There are still many people waiting up ahead. There's no need to waste time here. You should go. Yu Shuquang said, We'll be taking our leave first. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell the servants. They had left. Li Qingshan took off his bamboo hat and carried Little and out of the bamboo basket, placing him on his lap. Let's keep eating. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 different dishes, Yu Shuquang's face had already become bright red from drinking. He was currently competing with his good friend, the master of the elation school. At the entrance, a man with a pockmarked face raised his head and stared at the words, Proud Sword Manor. He sneered hatefully. He seemed to be in his 40s, but he wore an extremely luxurious robe around his waist. A treasured blade hung from his waist. Its hilt was made of pure gold, embedded with a cat's eye gem. It was extremely grand. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know he was wealthy. Afterwards, he directly barged in. Who are you? You can't enter without an invitation. Just when the disciples guarding the entrance wanted to stop him, the pockmarked man swung his sleeve. Before he could even touch the disciples, they were all sent flying through the entrance uncontrollably. An innate master. Most of the people who had come to attend the banquet were people of the Jianghu. When they saw this, they all cried out. Only innate masters could externalize their true qi. The pockmarked man stopped in front of the hall. Under the gazes of several hundred guests he said sternly, Yu Shuquang, you've invited everyone, so how could you forget to invite an old friend like me? Yu Shuquang heard the disturbance outside, and had already rushed out with his fellow martial artists. He gazed down from the 12th floor and gasped. The crippled madman. The expressions of his fellow martial artists beside him all changed. Beside the individual tables, another young man asked, Who's the crippled madman? Why haven't I heard of him before? The old man who was knowledgeable about the history of the Jianghu said softly, His name is Ma Chaochuan. He's skilled in the 36 stances of the Mad Demon Blade style. He's extremely vicious when he fights, always wanting to drag his opponent down with him. He also has pockmarks on his face, so he's also known as the crippled madman. Does he have some grievances with Great Hero Yu? The Proud Sword Hall was originally called the Mad Blade Hall. In the past, the two of them had fought over the heart of a woman. They had staked their lives on the line. Ma Chaochuan had been defeated in a single move, and he had fled into the mountains and forests ever since. As a result, Yu Shuquang took the woman as his wife and used the Mad Blade Hall as his foundation to rapidly strengthen his organization. In the end, he unified Salt Mountain City. Never did he think that his old rival in love would actually reappear after so many years, and he was already an innate master. Yu Shuquang's expression changed for a while before changing into a smile. He clasped his hand. Brother Ma, it's been many years. Have you been well? Ma Chaochuan was taken aback at first before laughing aloud. That doesn't sound like something the mad sword hero would say. Where's your arrogance? Where's Zir? Get her to come out and see me. Suddenly, he called out madly, Zir, senior brother, I've returned. I'm already an innate master. However, no one dared to laugh at his madness. His roar was filled with innate true chi, shaking up the hall. Everyone's ears rang as they became shocked. Yu Shuquang sighed. Zir, she has already passed away many years ago. Ma Chaochuan was taken aback. His eyes reddened as he ground his teeth. She's actually already dead? You must have caused her death. She didn't like you at all. Oh right, she must have discovered that you poisoned me, right? What nonsense are you spouting? My father would never poison you. Yu Zijian stood in the crowd and watched on. When she heard that, she immediately refused to accept it. She parted the crowd and called out loudly. Zir? Ma Chaochuan was taken aback. At a closer glance, he discovered that her age did not seem right. Who are you? I'm Yu Zijian. I'm my father's daughter. And who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in the proud sword manner? Ma Chaochuan came to a realization. I'll expose this hypocrite before everyone right now. Back then, I was already a first-rate master, while your father was only at the peak of the second-rate. How could his wild sword defeat my mad blade? If your father hadn't poisoned me, would he have won? Zijian. Just when Yu Zijian wanted to retort, Yu Shuquang grabbed her. That's right. I couldn't defeat you back then. Father. Yu Zijian looked at Yu Shuquang in disbelief. The surroundings were thrown into an uproar. Although Yu Shuquang was not as great as Yu Zijian imagined him to be, he was still a pillar of support for the orthodox path. He was renowned for his chivalry. Ma Chaochuan was taken aback at first. He never expected Yu Shuquang to admit it so readily. He laughed aloud. Everyone heard it. Girl, you heard it too. Just what kind of person is your father? But I wasn't the one who poisoned him. It was Zir. What Yu Shuquang said next made everyone fall silent. My mother? Yu Zijian was stunned. She did not have a particularly deep impression of her mother, who had passed away so early. She only remembered her as an extremely gentle, beautiful woman who often sighed. Yu Shuquang often said that she was as kind as her mother. Ma Chaochuan felt like a boulder had been thrown into the lake in his heart, kicking up huge waves. Impossible. You're just spouting nonsense. Junior sister has always been in love with me, so why would she harm me? Why would she harm me? Chapter 202. Yu Shuquang smiled bitterly. You should have known this a long time ago. I never had the opportunity to touch your food and drink. The holy hall. This was a doubt that had existed in Ma Chaochuan's heart for many years, but he never dared to look at it directly. He refused to believe that the extremely gentle woman who had grown up with him would do something so cruel to him. Now that he had suddenly received confirmation, his conviction for revenge that he had cultivated arduously for many years suddenly became so pitiful and laughable. He could not help but become furious as tears streamed down his face. He roared at the sky madly. Yu Zijian was originally extremely annoyed with him, but when she heard his howl like a despairing beast, she could not help but feel miserable. She felt great sympathy for him. He must have loved my mother very much. My mother was far too wrong. If she didn't like him, she could have just told him directly. Why did she have to poison him? Don't be sad. So many years have already passed. You'll definitely find a woman better than my mother. Ma Chaochuan stopped howling with that. He looked at Yu Zijian. Her beautiful face filled with sincere sympathy seemed to overlap with the face in his heart. He murmured, You really are like her. Brother Ma, so many years have passed. We're both grown up, so it's time for us to let go of these grievances. Today is a joyous day to celebrate Zijian becoming a Qi practitioner. She'll be taking the entrance exams for the 100 schools of thought next year. Why don't you sit down and have a drink? Yu Shuquang hinted. They were no longer regular members of the martial arts society that could be trampled on. Ma Chaochuan suddenly raised an eyebrow and revealed a twisted smile, which made his pockmarked face seem even uglier. I want to compete with you again. Afterwards, he pointed at Yu Zijian. She'll be the wager. With a crack, Li Qingshan broke the chopsticks in his hand. That's far too shameless. He had heard the disturbance outside before anyone else. Afterwards, he listened to the grievances of the Jianghu with interest as he ate. It really did go down well with his meal. He felt quite sympathetic towards this pockmarked brother. The feeling of being betrayed by someone he trusted was probably horrible. At the same time, he felt great disdain towards Ziyu. She had sacrificed her own senior brother Cho for a handsome man. That was far too unfair. The two of them could be regarded as prodigies among men, yet they had taken a liking to such a fickle woman. They really had low standards. Fortunately, Yu Zijian was not as heartless as her mother. However, when they heard Ma Chaochuan's final decision, they completely disagreed with him. This was no longer just revenge against Yu Shuquang. It was revenge against the woman called Ziyu as well as the entire society. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a cultivation? You want? Even if you have cultivation, do whatever you want? Don't you even think about it? Yu Shuquang, who had remained calm the entire time, immediately reddened. He drew his sword and widened his eyes. Yu Zijian was the apple of his eye. If anyone touched a single hair on her, he would throw his life at them. Yu Chen. Zijian was, saint or comma was to yen to z, t is, the sword to t by comma yu to up to yen. Yu Chen after shan to he to sanat. Tian, good. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Ma Chaochuan repeated 3 times. He showed no fear at all. I've cultivated arduously on the Pheasant's Grace Mountain for all these years, just for this day. Those who have nothing to do with this piss off. If anyone gets in my way, you can just wait for the revenge of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Ah! With that, a series of cries rang out at the same time, rushing into Li Qingshan's ears. His expression was strange as well. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain? Was this the legendary Count of Pheasant's Grace Mountain? The others obviously did not share the same thoughts as Li Qingshan. No one here had been to the Pheasant's Grace Mountain before. They did not even know where it was. However, as long as they were first-rate experts, they would have heard of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. The Green Vine Mountain, the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and the Burial Mound Mountain were 3 powerful cultivation sections. They were renowned throughout the entire Clear River Prefecture, and they had become the sites of the 3 mountains. Not only were there Qi practitioners among them, but there were even Foundation establishment cultivators who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation guarding them. Their strength went without saying. As long as regular people could join any one of them, they would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Their statuses would be drastically different. No one dared to ignore Ma Chaochuan's threat. To the people of the Jianghu, Qi practitioners were existences higher up the food chain. Many of the people who were more on friendly terms with Yu Shuquang backed away silently. Only a few of his good friends remained by his side. They were hesitant as well. Yu Zijian's face was bright red. She was speechless from embarrassment and anger. Seeing this, she scolded, "You're bold enough to kill people recklessly. Aren't you afraid of the Hawkwolf Guard?" She had personally witnessed the might of a Hawkwolf Guard before, so she had an extremely deep impression of him. Ma Chaochuan laughed aloud. "The Hawkwolf Guard? Do they care about the lives of you people of the Jianghu?" Li Qingshan exhaled gently. He knew that Ma Chaochuan was right. He was a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, so he understood this very well. People of the Jianghu who practiced inner force were a special group that existed between regular people and cultivators. The Hawkwolf Guard's attitude towards them was extremely special. The Black Wind stronghold could massacre villages as a show of force and place their names on the blacklist. It had been many years since the Hawkwolf Guard paid any attention to them. However, if a cultivator did that, it would be considered a crime. The commander would directly assign them a mission to deal with it. If the entire clan of people of the Jianghu was destroyed, even if several hundred of them died, the Hawkwolf Guard would only investigate it casually at most. They would never treat it as a proper matter. When people of the Jianghu killed regular people, they would be treated as regular people and treated as such. However, when they were killed by Qi practitioners, they would be treated as Qi practitioners and ignored. Under Ma Chaochuan's vicious gaze, the master of the Elation sect gulped. "Brother Yu, look," Yu Shuquang clasped his hands around. Yu Shuquang, thank you all for your support today, but this is my personal grievance. It has nothing to do with you. Whoever interferes will be making an enemy of my proud sword manner and looking down on me." Everyone was touched and ashamed. Great hero Yu truly was chivalrous. He did not make things difficult for his friends. When they looked at Ma Chaochuan again, they found him to be even more despicable. The master of the Elation sect wanted to say something, but he backed off to one side in the end. Yu Shuquang's side immediately emptied out, only leaving Yu Zijian behind. She tugged at Yu Shuquang's sleeve, feeling both admiration and anxiety. "Father, he's a second-layer Qi practitioner." First-rate masters had no chance of victory against a second-layer Qi practitioner, and she had just ingested an innate pill recently. Although she was a first-layer Qi practitioner now, she might not even be a match for a first-rate master like Yu Shuquang in terms of battle prowess, much less Ma Chaochuan's opponent. "Stop putting on an act. If you're a man, then come at me. I'll let you take 3 moves first." Ma Chaochuan was furious. This bastard was the best at using false pretenses to win people over. If it were not for his glib tongue, why would Zir? His heart ached. He looked at Yu Zijin again, and his gaze softened. His efforts over the past few years would not go to waste. He would definitely make it up to her. Yu Shuquang gently pushed Yu Zijin away. "Don't worry. You can go to the back." He winked at Yu Zijin before turning to Ma Chaochuan. "Ma Madman, come. Let's spar again. Let's see if your blade of madness is stronger or my sword of madness is stronger." Yu Zijin was taken aback. "We're in the middle of a battle of life and death, yet father is telling me to go to the back? What does that mean?" Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She hurried off to the back of the proud sword hall without even looking back. Right now, the only person who could save her was great hero Nyo. The door to the room was pushed open loudly. Light shone into the pitch-black room, illuminating a broad back. Countless specks of dust could be vaguely seen. Li Qingshan wore a large, conical hat as he held up a bowl of alcohol, acting like he was drinking it. As if she had seen a life-saving straw, Yu Zijin said, "Uncle Nyo, please save my father." Li Qingshan almost spat out his alcohol. Why had he suddenly become her uncle, and it felt like he had been farming for 40 years. So-called men, even if they did not like a woman, they still hoped that she would fall in love with them, let alone the fact that he had a rather good impression of Yu Zijin. He could not help but feel slightly gloomy. However, an extremely gentle chuckle rang out from the bamboo basket beside him. Yu Zijin had seen quite a lot of the world with Yu Shuquang. She knew that only by getting closer to him could she ask for his help. She never thought that this form of address filled with respect would achieve the exact opposite effect. Before Yu Zijin could say anything, Li Qingshan had already said, "I heard everything that happened outside." "Uncle Nyo, my father," smack. Li Qingshan placed the bowl of alcohol on the table and said gloomily, "I'm not your whatever Uncle Nyo. Don't call me that. Yu Zijin felt wronged. She knew that great hero Nyo was afraid of offending the pheasant's Grace Mountain, so he refused to help. However, Yu Shuquang's life was hanging by a thread. In order to save her father, she could no longer care about her dignity as a woman. She said loudly, "Then I'll call you Uncle Nyo, all right? I beg you." Li Qingshan's head paused. "Whatever you want." He kicked the bamboo basket. Little Anne's laughter was basically infuriating to him. Yu Zijian thought that he had agreed to it. She wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. "Thank you, Uncle Nyo. Let's go." She was tempted to grab his arm. Li Qingshan said, "You've heard what your father said. This is your family's matter. I can't interfere." Yu Zijin paled and collapsed on the ground. Then what do we do?" Li Qingshan said, "But aren't you a qi practitioner too?" Yu Zijin raised her head. Her pretty face was like a tearful beauty. The blade and sword collided and sparks flew. There was also a splash of blood, which came from Yu Shuquang's shoulder. Ma Chaochuan let out a meaningless roar. He seemed almost deranged, but the treasured blade in his hand danced about like a storm. The chilling coldness reached several meters away. The spectating members of the martial arts society were all shocked, retreating into a large circle. Yu Shuquang also retreated step by step. He left behind a footprint in the marble with each step. He had launched the first 3 strikes, pushing his sword style and moves to the limit, forming a circle of blurs before him. Chapter 203. You'll never be able to match up to me in martial arts. Ma Chaochuan took a step forward and swung his right arm like a willow branch. The treasured blade followed, swinging horizontally and vertically. He swung it 13 times from 13 different angles. Every single strike was as swift as the wind, actually tearing through the air and kicking up a fierce gust of wind, producing a sharp whistle. The sacred hall under the influence of hatred, he pushed his blade's style to the limit. He was as wild as the wind, filled with a terrifying bearing of wanting to drag his enemy down with him. Even if the spectators looked down on his actions, they did not dare to look down on his martial arts. On the other hand, Yu Shuquang did not possess any of the might of a wild sword at all. His clothes were tattered, and he struggled to move left and right. Every time the blade pierced through the sword, it would leave behind a wound on him before retreating. He was like a horseman riding through the borders of an enemy kingdom, burning, killing, and plundering. It was like he had entered a deserted land, yet he did not kill them. He wanted to humiliate them viciously. He retorted, "What else do you have apart from martial arts?" Ma Chaochuan paled. He had been stabbed where it hurt. He was ugly and his words were crude. Apart from his martial arts, he really had nothing else that he excelled in, which was why Yu Shuquang had stolen Zi-Er's heart. He wandered the Jianghu alone. Apart from his martial arts, he had nothing else. He bellowed out, "Die!" He channeled his true qi, and the light from the blade pressed down like a mountain. The sword wanted to resist, but it was already riddled with wounds like Yu Shuquang. It immediately shattered when it came in contact with the mountain of blades. "Master! Brother Yu!" Countless calls rang out, but they were not as fast as the blade. No one could stop them. Yu Shuquang closed his eyes helplessly. "Zi-Er, I've come to see you." Outside the proud sword manor, on a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 horses, 2 young men dressed in luxurious silk robes sat opposite each other. They were as arrogant as 2 roosters and were leisurely sipping tea. It was as if they did not know what was happening in the proud sword manor. However, Ma Chaochuan had come to Salt Mountain City on these 2 carriages before disembarking and entering the proud sword manor. The young man on the left said, "Junior brother Ma is just too slow. Why don't you deal with him quickly?" A lifelike tail feather of a rooster was embroidered on his chest. It was beautiful and glorious. It was the symbol of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Only formal disciples at the 3rd layer and above had the right to wear it. His cultivation level was shockingly at the 5th layer of chi refining. Years of accumulated resentment, it's understandable. On the other hand, the young man on the other side was indifferent. That was the indifference of a strong cultivator. 2 tail feathers were embroidered on his chest. That was the symbol of a core inner sect disciple who had surpassed the 6th layer of chi refining. Humph, you're in such a sorry state for a woman. With his aptitude, he can only reach the peak of the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm in this lifetime. A 2nd layer chi practitioner is enough. Once we take back Salt Mountain City, he can stay here and gather talents for the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, just in case the people of the Green Vine Mountain always get ahead of him. Senior brother is wise. Stop. Yu Zijin called out. Ma Chaochuan suddenly raised his head. A wave of fiery light surged towards him. With a cry, he spun his blade and slashed upwards. There was a boom and flames exploded. Although Ma Chaochuan managed to avoid being incinerated, he was sent flying. His eyebrows were scorched. He cried out, "Scarlet Fire Talisman." Yu Zijian had already helped Yu Shuquang up. "Father, are you fine?" Yu Shuquang saw how she was alone. Is he unwilling to help? Yu Zijin shook her head. She fed the recovery pill Li Qingshan had given her to Yu Shuquang and commanded the disciples of the Proud Sword sect. Afterwards, she faced Ma Chaochuan. "I'll be your opponent." "Girl, do you think you can become my opponent just because you have a few talismans in your possession? Move aside. Let me kill your father, and then I'll take you to the wedding." As Ma Chaochuan said that, he began to laugh aloud. He found it extremely amusing. However, no one in the surroundings agreed with him. They all glared at him furiously. Originally, Yu Zijian was still rather fearful, but when she saw Yu Shuquang's miserable state, she became furious. "It's no wonder my mother doesn't like a baddie like you." Baddie was a swear word used by children. It would only make adults laugh. However, the second sentence made Ma Chaochuan cry out in anger. "How do you know she doesn't like me? She likes me the most. She's always called me senior brother, since young." As he said that, he almost burst into tears again. He alternated between sorrow and joy, anger and sorrow. He really did seem like a madman. Yu Zijian held a talisman. She was extremely reluctant to do this. Then she thought of what Uncle Nyo had said just now. Once you use this talisman, you'll definitely be able to kill him in a single stroke. You can't be soft-hearted. Ma Chaochuan raised his treasured blade and pointed it at Yu Zijian. "All right, I'll capture you first, and then I'll kill your father." Yu Zijian raised her right hand as she watched Ma Chaochuan charge over. She swung it forcefully from left to right, and a crescent-shaped, golden arc of light appeared. Ma Chaochuan's pupils constricted. Golden crescent slash. However, he had no intentions of retreating. Although the golden crescent slash was an extremely terrifying metal element technique that was swift and sharp, he was confident he could block a golden crescent slash from a low-grade talisman with his blade. However, the golden arc seemed to be much brighter than he had imagined it to be. Before he could think too much about it, the golden arc had completely vanished from his vision. "Oh no, that's a mid-grade talisman." With that thought, there was a splatter of blood and intense pain. A mid-grade talisman was equivalent to a technique from a 6th layer chi practitioner. Although it lacked a lot of meticulous control and variations, it was definitely powerful enough. It was not something a measly 2nd layer chi practitioner could block. However, Li Qingshan had quite a few mid-grade talismans in his possession. Apart from supplementary talismans that could increase his speed and strength, offensive talismans basically had no use at all. No matter how strong or weak the enemy he was about to face, they would not be able to use talismans like this. However, a mid-grade talisman was a god artifact that could determine the outcome of a battle between weaker Qi practitioners. Ma Chaochuan suddenly fell to the ground, but he discovered that he was still conscious. Although the golden crescent slash had left behind a horrific wound on his shoulder, it was not fatal. In the final moment, Yu Zijian's hand moved slightly, preventing her from killing him on the spot. She panted slightly and said to Ma Chaochuan, "You've lost. I won't kill you. You can go." In the secret room, Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. He had told her not to show any mercy. Although he sympathized with this brother Ma slightly, his principles were that as long as he was identified as an enemy, he would not show any mercy. However, he did not blame her. A girl as gentle and kind-hearted as her was quite rare. Helping her was much more enjoyable than helping Qian Rongji at the very least. He shook his head and murmured, "I'll show mercy, but I'll show no mercy." Uncle Nyo, little and said crisply with a giggle. Li Qingshan's expression seemed like he had been stabbed. He pinched her tender cheeks and pulled them apart. "If you keep calling me that, I'll rip your mouth apart." Little and said vaguely, "Of course." Ma Chaochuan's expression changed several times. He stood up with his blade. "No, I haven't lost. I won't lose again. Don't move." Yu Zijian immediately had no idea what to do. She took out another golden crescent slash talisman. Uncle Nyo's voice rang out in her head, "Bring an extra one, just in case." He actually seemed to see through her reluctance to kill him. However, Ma Chaochuan continued forward as if he was courting death. He had already lost once. He could not afford to lose again. "They have talismans, but don't we?" Suddenly, a person called out from outside. A streak of yellow light shot in from outside, sticking to Ma Chaochuan's back. It was actually another mid-grade talisman. A flash of light enveloped him from head to toe. Ma Chaochuan felt his mind rouse as endless power filled his body. True Qi constantly flowed out from his back. He turned around and said gratefully, "Senior Brother Song." Yu Shuquang's expression changed drastically. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain actually still had masters here. In the carriage, the young man with a chicken's plume said, "Senior brother, isn't it a little wasteful to use a mid-grade vitality talisman on him? He has the assistance of a master. She's just a little girl at the first layer of Qi practitioner, so where can she get 2 mid-grade talismans from? Let's just wait and see. We have to force that person out. Let's see just who's bold enough to oppose the Pheasant's Grace Mountain." Senior Brother Song's face was cold. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He had sensed the two presences outside right from the beginning, so he was not surprised by their actions. He said, "Girl, you can't show any mercy this time." His deep, hoarse voice immediately became louder and louder. Everyone only felt like a gust of wind had whistled past, immediately suppressing Senior Brother Song's presence outside. Yu Shuquang beamed with joy and completely relaxed. The Tiger Butcher was dangerous, but if he stood behind him and became his backer, he would feel extremely at ease. Everyone understood why Yu Shuquang had specially taken Yu Zijian to the back of the hall just now. The proud sword manor was actually hiding a master like that. Ma Chaochuan and Yu Zijian were like two puppets fighting. The ones who truly controlled the outcome of the battle were the people behind them. Ma Chaochuan roared out. Tremendous True Qi pushed up his clothes, and his treasured blade lit up. It gave off a chilling coldness, forcing everyone to take a few steps back. Yu Zijian dared not tarry. With a wave of her hand, she cast down a golden arc of light before her. She dared not show any mercy this time. With a flash of the golden arc, it directly swung towards Ma Chaochuan's chest. With the assistance of the Vitality Talisman, not only had Ma Chaochuan's true Qi increased drastically, but even his senses had sharpened. He grasped the trajectory of the golden arc of light, and his treasured blade spat out a streak of light as he swung down. With a great clang, Ma Chaochuan was sent flying. A great nick appeared on his blade, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger had been ripped open, dripping with blood. However, there was only joy on his face. Before he had even landed on the ground, he exhaled true chi from his hand and pressed it against the ground. He shot back up, fusing with the blade as he swung towards Yu Zijian. His eyes were scarlet like he had lost his mind. Yu Zijian no longer had any more talismans to use. She was about to die to the blade. Crack, crack, crack. There was a series of sounds of wood and rock colliding. A figure rushed out of the hall with even greater speed than Ma Chaochuan. It arrived before the stairs, and with a kick, it directly collided with Ma Chaochuan. They both fell out of the air. Although Ma Chaochuan was protected by true chi, he still felt his back ache, and blood sprayed from his mouth. However, the figure did not seem to feel any pain at all. It immediately flipped over and leapt to its feet. Its movements were swift and mechanical. 2 sharp blades extended from its arms, stabbing towards Ma Chaochuan. Only then did everyone see that it was not a human, but a puppet. A gleam of light flashed through Yu Zijian's eyes. She felt like the puppet was rather familiar. Chapter 204. The puppet and Ma Chaochuan became entangled in battle. Ma Chaochuan's treasured blade landed on the puppet, but it only left behind a deep mark. There was the vague sound of metal colliding. The Mahist puppets were made from 1,000-year-old ironwood. They had been tempered through a special method, so they could not be compared to regular wood. Although he had the assistance of a vitality talisman, he was still forced into a retreat. "Senior brother, what do we do?" Senior Brother Song's expression finally changed slightly. Even if he had a few more mid-grade talismans, it would be far too much of a waste. With a great roar, he leapt out of the carriage and took off from the door, rushing into the air. He flew over the spacious square like a great bird. He completely ignored Ma Chaochuan and the others below. He landed on the proud sword hall and pushed off again, directly shooting towards the secret room where Li Qingshan resided. The people of the Jianghu in the square had never seen such a wondrous movement technique before. They all raised their heads and became dumbfounded. Yu Zijian cried out, 6th layer Qi practitioner. During the time she spent in the Clear River Prefecture, she had learnt a lot about the general knowledge of Qi practitioners. She understood just how terrifying 6th layer Qi practitioners were, which immediately made her worry for Uncle Nyo. She rushed towards the proud sword hall. As he rapidly approached her, Senior Brother Song grabbed and pulled with his finger, and the thick wooden door shattered. He saw the tall, hooded figure inside with a single glance, as if he had not sensed anything at all. He still had his back towards him. There was definitely no such a tall, burly man on the 3 mountains. Senior Brother Song immediately realized this. He slammed his palm against the man's back, and true chi surged out of his body. Uncle Nyo. Yu Zijian happened to make her way over. When she saw this, she paled and became filled with sorrow. "It's all my fault. Uncle Nyo is going to be beaten to death by the bad guy now." Senior Brother Song's face had just lit up when it vanished, as not only did the burly man not fly away, but he basically did not budge at all. He continued to drink from his bowl of alcohol. The true chi he breathed out was like mud in the ocean. It failed to harm the burly man at all. This was the first time he had encountered something so strange. Who are you?" Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. There was a scarlet flash in the darkness under the hat. Senior Brother Song wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. His arm, which was almost twice as long as a normal person's, wrapped around his neck with a dustpan-like hand. He felt as if he was trapped by iron and had no chance of breaking free. As long as this hand exerted a little force, his neck would be broken and he would become a corpse. All Yu Zijian saw was Uncle Nyo finally stand up. His tall figure was filled with unbelievable power. His head seemed like it was about to hit the ceiling. With a single step, the ground shook, and the dishes on the table flew into the air. "Call me Nyo Juxia." He took a step back and pulled back his arm. He roared, "Call me Nyo Juxia." He threw martial brother Song like a javelin thrower. With a whoosh, senior brother Song's figure disappeared. He even crashed into the eaves with a loud bang, causing broken tiles to fall to the ground. The martial artists in the square saw that the figure left even faster than the one who came. He drew a parabola and landed outside the door with a loud bang. His mouth was open without him realizing it. Obviously, Nyo Juxiao inside was more ruthless. Senior brother, are you fine?" Senior brother Song was disorientated from the fall, but he was protected by true chi, so he was not injured. However, he was truly frightened. Just who was that huge man? Before him, he actually felt like he was unable to resist. If he wanted to kill him, he would be a dead man already. He was afraid that he would suddenly change his mind, so he said in a hurry, "Go, go." He actually ignored Ma Chaochuan and immediately boarded the carriage. He whipped off, rushing out of Salt Mountain City. Yu Zijian stared at Li Qingshan in a daze. Just now, the light from outside had landed on him, illuminating his pitch-black, unsophisticated face. His face was much younger than she had imagined it to be. He gave off a dignified air without being angry. His pursed lips made him seem extremely dignified. She was certain that she had never seen a face like that before, but the sense of familiarity did not vanish. Instead, it grew heavier. Could this be fate? A strange thought suddenly crossed her mind, which made her leap in fright. How was this possible? This fate was a little too great. "Thank you, Nyo Juxia." Li Qingshan sat back down on the bench and pushed down his bamboo hat. "There's no need to thank me. Go see your father." Yu Zijian turned around and returned to the hall. The entire square fell silent. Everyone gathered their gazes on her, as if they wanted to find out about this Nyo Juxia's secret from her. Ma Chaochuan's face was ashen. In his eyes, senior brother Song was a supreme existence on the entire Pheasant's Grace Mountain, yet he had actually been defeated in a single move by the person inside. He did not even dare to fight back. The vitality talisman on him had dimmed and lost its effect. The puppet soldier gripped his arm firmly, pressing him to the ground. Yu Shuquang said, "What else do you have to say?" Ma Chaochuan struggled as hard as he could. His face twisted viciously. "It's the same as last time. It's the same as last time. It's not that I'm weaker than you, but that you're despicable and deceitful. If you have the guts, then kill me. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain will definitely avenge me and slaughter your proud sword manor." Yu Shuquang suddenly laughed aloud, but it was not the complacent laughter of a victor. Instead, it was filled with bitterness and self-mockery. "I really don't understand. You're ugly and you're extreme. Apart from your martial arts being slightly better than mine, which aspect of me is inferior to you? Why does just have to take a fancy to you?" Ma Chaochuan said, What did you say?" Li Qingshan was confused as well. Why would there be a woman who would poison the person she took a fancy to in the world? "That's because she knows that if I win, I won't kill you, but if you win, you'll definitely kill me. That's why she resorted to this. She once personally told me that she would marry a madman like you regardless of the outcome. I've already lost before the battle has even begun. I just refuse to accept this. I want to prove to her that I, Yu Shuquang, am fearless even if I have to die for her. However, she just can't bear to see me die for her. How can she let anyone die for her?" When Yu Shuquang reached there, he could not help but burst into tears. Ma Chaochuan was stunned. She had once tried so hard to persuade him not to fight Yu Shuquang, but he became more and more suspicious that she had fallen in love with someone else. He flew into a rage, determined to kill Yu Shuquang. Yu Shuquang continued, after the match, "You left without even leaving behind a single message." She was filled with regret. Although she had no choice but to marry me, she passed away in a few years. Ever since then, he grew his beard and swore never to marry again. He focused on raising Yu Zijian. Neither of the two young and stubborn men took a step back. All the woman could do was do what she could, but it was all for naught in the end. Ma Chaochuan came to a realization. The extremely gentle woman had never betrayed him. He had been blinded by his jealousy and suspicion. At that moment, he suddenly hoped that she had really fallen in love with someone else, obtained everything she wanted, and lived happily in this world. Chapter 205. Yu Shuquang gazed at the sobbing Ma Chaochuan and the tearful Yu Shuquang as he thought about the kind-hearted woman who had passed away long ago. The sacred church Yu Zijian seemed to understand the pain the three of them felt. She was distressed, but she had no idea what to say. None of them were bad people, so why did they end up like this? Was the will of the heavens playing tricks on them? Suddenly, she heard Niu Juxia's voice ring out, "It's not a bad thing to be benevolent, but in life, how can you ask for perfection? Otherwise, you'll only harm yourself and others. You were soft-hearted today, almost causing your father to lose his life and humiliating yourself. If my cultivation was a little weaker, I would have been dragged into this as well. I hope you take this as a warning and don't repeat your mother's mistakes." Yu Zijian looked at the expressions of the people in the surroundings. Clearly, none of them had heard that. She looked at the sky in confusion. "Then what should I do?" "Zijian, oh Zijian. Violet is the color of utmost veneration. The sword is the ruler of all weapons, the wise monarch. Violet Chi comes from the east, sweeping through everything and killing millions, uniting the world, ushering in eternal peace and achieving great benevolence." Towards the end, Li Qingshan's voice gradually drifted away. Clearly, he had already traveled off into the distance. Yu Shuquang had originally named her Zijian in memory of her mother. The sword obviously represented the proud sword manner. Yu Zijian knew this too, but she never thought her name would have such a meaning. It was like she had been given a new name. She suddenly understood. She subconsciously touched the sword on her waist. For the first time, she felt a vague connection with the cold weapon. Her beautiful face gradually changed. She lost some of her gentleness, but she gained a sense of determination. Sometimes, people only needed an opportunity to mature and change. Allowing the seed to sprout, allowing the sword to emerge from its sheath. Right now, Li Qingshan would have never imagined what kind of fate would be buried in the philosophy of life that he had come up with carelessly, leading to a sudden change in the situation. When his words came true, when she swung her sword and killed millions, only seeking great benevolence in her heart, did he ever regret it? He would rather she return to this moment and place, to return to that gentle, naive girl. Or perhaps he would roar with laughter, praising her for killing well. Li Qingshan returned to the manor outside the city. For the next few days, he took pills and cultivated every day. His days suddenly became dull, but with little and accompanying him, he did not feel bored. It was just that when he drank, he always felt a little lonely without someone to drink with. The next day, Yu Shuquang visited him with Yu Zijian to thank him. He said that Ma Chaochuan had already returned to the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and he would not be returning. In the end, Li Qingshan didn't open the door for them. He only said from inside, "Go." Acting like a hermit expert, he did a perfect job. Because there was nothing much to say when they saw each other. It was impossible for him to say, "Marry your daughter to me." From that day onwards, the banquets delivered every day were even more sumptuous than before. But when Li Qingshan picked up his wine cup, he would put it down again. After the joyous time of drinking together, he suddenly felt that drinking alone was unpalatable. Suddenly, his expression changed. He walked into the cave and saw a figure slowly walking out of the darkness. It was Millipede. He had a long body and a bald head. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "You've finally come." Millipede saw Li Qingshan and grinned widely, smiling foolishly. Seeing him clearly, Li Qingshan was surprised. "What's wrong with you?" Many parts of Millipede's pink cloak were tattered, and there were many wounds on his face and body. Millipede sat down in front of the round table assembled from jars of alcohol. Afterwards, he fished out a glistening, red fruit from his sleeve and shoved it into Li Qingshan's hand. The fruit was long and round. It seemed extremely plump, and it gave off an exotic fragrance that filled the entire cave. Li Qingshan fished out a messy pile of recovery pills from his 100 treasures pouch in a hurry. Millipede ate it and closed his eyes, collapsing on the ground. His snores rang out loudly. He had actually fallen asleep. During this process, the wounds on his body quickly healed. Even his pink cloak was being repaired bit by bit. This was one of his methods of self-recovery. Li Qingshan looked at the fruit in his hand and suddenly smiled wryly. "Isn't this a sweet potato? It could also be called a sweet potato, or a sweet potato. To put it more elegantly, it could even be called a sweet potato, but it was still a sweet potato. However, the spiritual qi it contained was 10 times better than the spiritual ginseng Li Qingshan had obtained in the past. It was a rare heavenly resource with a single glance. For a moment, he and Little and looked at each other in dismay. Li Qingshan was filled with questions. Just where did this sweet potato come from? Just who was it that could injure him? However, he could only ask Millipede when he woke up. Fortunately, Millipede had fallen into a deep sleep, so he woke up very quickly. In less than 2 hours, he opened his eyes and looked at his shiny, pink cloak. He smiled at Li Qingshan. "It's nice." Li Qingshan raised the sweet potato in his hand. "What's going on?" "Eat, it's on me," Li Qingshan said. "Tell me what's going on first. It won't be too late for me to eat after that." Millipede gestured as he explained the situation. Although his words were unclear and his words were incoherent, Li Qingshan still roughly understood the whole story. However, Li Qingshan still managed to gain a rough understanding of the entire situation. As it turned out, the sweet potatoes came from underground, within Millipede's territory. They should have been under his control. However, over the years, another demon general had been constantly invading his territory and had finally gotten his hands on this red sweet potato root. As a result, every time the sweet potato ripened, the 2 demon generals would inevitably fight. Millipede was slightly stronger, but he was alone while the demon general had many subordinates. Every time he was outnumbered, Millipede would lose more often than he won. This time, he finally managed to snatch a sweet potato with great difficulty. Millipede was originally smiling foolishly and happy, but the more he spoke, the more upset he felt. Suddenly, he began to bawl. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that it was not peaceful underground, and demon generals had their own troubles too. He raised his hand and smacked Millipede's bald head. He yelled, "Stop crying, you good-for-nothing! You hit me too," Millipede said with a sobbing tone. He curled his lips and cried even harder. Li Qingshan shouted, "He has subordinates but you don't?" Millipede shook his head and sniffled. He looked over with teary eyes. Li Qingshan put his arm around Little Anne's shoulders. "We'll be your subordinates." Although he hated troubling his friends, he would not ignore them. "You guys," Little Anne pointed at the sweet potato in Li Qingshan's hand and smiled. "This one is more like you." Li Qingshan stood up. "Come, let's go down and take a look." Bringing all the food and wine, the 3 of them walked into the pitch-black underground. Li Qingshan had finally begun his demon path, and entered a world where demons ruled. Under Milliped's lead, they advanced through the twisting and turning caverns and went downwards. 30 feet, 300 feet, until he could no longer estimate. Li Qingshan had never gone so deep underground before. However, the scene underground was different from what he had imagined. This place was not barren and barren. Instead, it was full of mysteries and contained treasures that Li Qingshan had never seen before. Chapter 206. Whoosh whoosh. The three of them crossed an underground river amidst the sound of water. Holy Church Li Qingshan revealed a surprised expression. He could feel the faint spiritual qi in the river water. He lowered his head and drank a mouthful. His demon qi had actually grown slightly. There were many unknown plants growing on both sides of the river filled with spiritual qi. The spiritual qi they contained clearly told Li Qingshan that these were rare spiritual herbs. Li Qingshan plucked one and placed it in his mouth. Millipede hurriedly said, "You can't eat it. It tastes terrible." But it was too late. An extremely bitter taste spread in Li Qingshan's mouth. His tongue was about to go numb. The spiritual qi contained in the spiritual grass clashed with the demon qi in his body, and most of it was lost. Li Qingshan hurriedly gulped down a mouthful of wine and rinsed his mouth. Millipede looked at Li Qingshan and chuckled. There were still traces of tears on his face, making him look even more foolish. When he smelled the fragrance of the wine, his eyes widened, revealing a look of longing. Li Qingshan passed the jar to Millipede, and he gulped it all down. He let out a drunken burp, as if he had forgotten all about his sorrows. Li Qingshan, however, had other thoughts. Most of the spiritual grass in this world could not be eaten directly, but there was no such thing as a useless spiritual grass. The inconspicuous spiritual grass growing by the river was very likely an ingredient needed to refine a certain type of pill. However, the demons lacked the skill to refine medicine, so they treated it as useless. But it was also because of this that these spiritual grass had been preserved and not harvested. As for humans, even powerful qi practitioners, they struggled to venture so deep underground. Although he did not run into a single demon along the way, Li Qingshan sensed 7 or 8 powerful auras at the very least. They sensed Millipede's arrival and avoided him from afar, afraid to approach him. If it had been a human, they would have immediately become prey for these ferocious predators. Moreover, Millipede was an overlord-level demon general, so he probably wouldn't show any mercy to the foreign species that had invaded his territory. Any qi practitioner would be instantly killed if he made a move. Of course, demons could not go above ground, and the underground was also a forbidden zone for humans. As Li Qingshan walked, he felt like he was dead. Suddenly, he raised his head, and a speck of blue light appeared in his vision. It was like a blue star in the night sky, quietly shining with light and forming a beautiful halo. The light was so weak, but in this absolute darkness, when it suddenly fell into the eyes, it actually gave off a beautiful and dazzling feeling. Only when he got closer did he discover that it was a small azure flower growing quietly in the crevice of a stone. Its butterfly-like petals would curl and unfurl from time to time, as if it was alive. Little and gently touched one of them. The petals immediately shrank and the light disappeared. Li Qingshan had never seen such a wonderful plant before. He felt that the spiritual energy contained in it was much richer than the spiritual herbs he had seen just now. As he moved forward, the pitch-black cave gradually widened. The number of azure flowers also gradually increased. 3 to 5 of them formed a cluster, looking exceptionally dazzling. The spiritual qi in the air was getting denser and denser. It had long surpassed the zombie cave. Millipede said, "We're almost there." There was no need for him to say it. Li Qingshan had already sensed it. A blue light shone from the front, illuminating the path in front of him. It was as if there was a blue moon buried underground, quietly waiting for him to unearth it. He suddenly saw the end of the long tunnel. Li Qingshan walked forward impatiently, and the light became even more dazzling. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped and widened his eyes, shocked by the scene before him. In front of him was an open space the size of a football field. Thousands of flowers grew there, emitting blue light in the darkness, illuminating the entire cave. It was a sea of sparkling flowers, and there were many butterflies of blue light dancing on the surface of the sea. It was like a dream. This was a scene that could only be seen in a deep dream. Xiao An's sleeve came into contact with an azure flower that had completely bloomed beside her. The blue flower suddenly broke free from its leaves and began to dance about. It turned into a beautiful butterfly of blue light, leaving behind a beautiful trail. These butterflies had been born from the spirit herb. They were the spirit of the spirit herb. Little and reached out and grabbed, but the blue butterfly turned into spiritual light and dissipated between her fingers. It reformed not far away and flew away. Little and immediately chased after it, wading through the sea of flowers that was about to drown her. Flower petals danced in the air, turning into countless blue butterflies that circled around her. Li Qingshan called out, "Little Anne?" This was Milliped's home. It was his first time visiting, so he had to be polite. These spirit herbs might be extremely important to Millipede. Little Anne suddenly turned around. The blue light illuminated her entire body, making her look like a legendary spirit. Li Qingshan suddenly didn't know what to say next. He looked at Millipede, who was smiling foolishly beside him, and sighed softly. He smiled and said, "You're living in a pretty nice place." It wasn't just beautiful. The spiritual energy here was so thick that he had never seen it before. If he meditated and cultivated here, both his demon chi and true chi would grow rapidly. Millipede said, "What's not bad?" He pointed at the blue butterfly. "This can be eaten, but it's not delicious." Li Qingshan knocked his bald head. "What else is there in your head other than eating? Such a beautiful thing, even if it was delicious, he probably couldn't eat it." Millipede rubbed his head and continued to smile foolishly. He didn't have any of the dignity of a demon general. When Li Qingshan agreed to go underground with him, he stopped smiling foolishly. He completely forgot about being bullied by other demon generals. "Don't smile. Be serious. No wonder you're bullied and can't eat sweet potatoes," Li Qingshan scolded. Since he was determined to help him reclaim his lost territory, they were no longer just drinking buddies. They were comrades who fought side by side. He still had to rely on Millipede's strength from now on. Seeing how foolish he was, he couldn't help but scold him. Millipede immediately pursed his lips and said sternly, "You guys stay. It's fine if you don't eat the sweet potatoes." It was rare that his thoughts were clear and he expressed himself clearly. Li Qingshan felt his chest heat up. He was very touched. How can my friend not have sweet potatoes to eat? Millipede wasn't smart, but he treated him with absolute sincerity. His cultivation level was high, but he wasn't arrogant. He was many times better than those arrogant, pretentious peddlers at the 6th or 7th level of Qi practitioner. He was the first friend he acknowledged from the bottom of his heart, and he definitely wouldn't disappoint his friend. "Friend." Millipede pondered the word. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and smiled. "Good friend. Good friend." Millipede also patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. He seemed to understand something and laughed loudly. Friends were even better than sweet potatoes. After walking through the sea of flowers and startling countless butterflies, they arrived at the center of the open ground. There was a huge stone platform without any plants. It was 3 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 7 or 8 feet tall. Millipede lay down on it and stretched his limbs, forming the Chinese character. A relaxed expression appeared on his wooden face as he exhaled comfortably. He glanced at Li Qingshan and Little Anne, then rolled to the side to make space. Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "You're inviting us to sleep?" Then, he heard snoring. This guy had already fallen asleep. Li Qingshan and Little Anne looked at each other. Was this stone bed really that good to sleep on? Li Qingshan carried Little Anne to the stone platform and then tried to lie down on it. However, he sat up as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was full of shock. In that instant, he didn't feel as if he was lying on a hard rock, but on a turbulent sea of spiritual qi. He rubbed the surface of the stone platform with all his might and examined it closely. He saw a faint, resplendent light under the stone platform, as if the most beautiful gems in the world had been melted together. This wasn't the first time Li Qingshan had seen such a beautiful color. He took out a spirit stone hesitantly and compared it with the stone platform. Finally, he confirmed it. This is a spirit stone bed. This feeling was similar to how a normal person would feel when they saw a golden bed. Their first reaction was disbelief. However, he immediately understood why Millipede had chosen this place as his cave in the vast underground world. All demons' first instinct was no longer to eat and drink, but to search for places with spiritual qi so that they could absorb more of it. However, although the spirit stone bed was large, it couldn't withstand decades or even centuries of absorption by a demon general. A thought that even he didn't quite believe appeared in Li Qingshan's mind. He walked to the side of the bed and pushed away the dirt. His expression instantly became extremely strange. His guess was correct. This wasn't a spirit stone bed, but a spirit stone mine. This stone platform was just the tip of the iceberg of this mine. If a spirit stone bed could make cultivators' eyes red with envy, then a spirit stone mine could make two cultivator sects go to war. That spirit stone mine alone was enough to cause two cultivation sects to wage war, causing noble cultivators to die like mortals. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. It was the same in the cultivation world. Spirit stone mines were crystals formed naturally from the spiritual qi of the world. They were usually formed on spirit veins. Most of the spirit stone veins on the surface were controlled by powerful forces and guarded by powerful cultivators. However, spirit stones weren't just equivalent goods. They were also consumables. Over millions of years, many had been excavated by humans. Some had even drained the goose that laid the golden eggs to catch the fish. Even spirit veins had been directly dug out. However, in the depths of the underground world where spirit veins were the most abundant, demons didn't have the habit of using spirit stones to trade. They wouldn't use spirit stones on formations, puppets, or artifacts either. These spirit stone mines that weren't excavated could be recycled, constantly absorbing the spiritual qi of the world and nurturing countless demons and spirit herbs. Li Qingshan thought, fortune truly favors fools. He'd thought that this fellow was poor, which was why he'd come to freeload off him. He hadn't expected him to sleep on a spirit stone mine every day. How extravagant! Millipede had come to freeload off him. Today, it was his turn to freeload off him. It would be a shameful waste if he didn't make use of such a holy land for cultivation. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.